Oh, wait 1 sec. Why is the channel? Cool. Awesome. Morning, y'all. All right. Let's see. How is this gonna go? Test. Okay, cool. What's up, people? Just getting all this set up. So we're in 24 frames per second. So I named it quality. It's gonna be fun, fun, fun. 2 reasons. Well, I'll get to the reasons momentarily. I also have to check to make sure my data is on, and it's not. There we go. Okay, Google, turn off light. Get to my beard. About to go outside. Let's move this. Let's drink some water. All right. You can tell the difference already just by me shifting the quality. So I want to test something when I get back. Okay. Back. supposed to be very, very warm today. All right, y'all. Welcome to Quality. And today we're talking about the quality of your thoughts, the quality of your experience, the quality of, everything that you perceive. So I'm getting to test 24 frames per second to see what this looks like. Seems like 24 frames is, it's okay. It's all right. The kilobits per second thing, though, is still going up. I've already used half of my data. So that's number one. That's the reason why I dropped it to 24 frames. And it's actually 720p. It's not actually 1080. I was going to do 480p. I was going to just see what 480p looked like. I'm like, yeah, nope, we're not doing that. That's looking pretty ugly. Like the quality of that was just like horrendous. So I was like, okay, all right, we're going to be basically doing 720p, 24 frames. I dropped the kilobit per second from 3,500 to 2,500. After that, it gets like 1,700. So the quality is all right. Seems okay. But it's like very cinematic. Good morning. Have a good day. Thank you. So what I want to test when I get back inside is once I'm in from the walk, I'm going to restart the stream, but I'm going to choose a different frames per second. So I'm going to close out. I'm going to close out the app or restart the app. See what happens. But we get to see how this rolls. Yeah, so I got the notification in my text yesterday that I had already used up 50% of my daily or my my monthly bandwidth. I'm like, wow, that fucking sucks already. Really? Already used up 50%? That's crazy. I'm like, okay, whatever. See, this is the problem with Canada. There is no fucking unlimited internet. Like, it's just stupid. Like, and if there was, you'd be getting gypped an arm and a leg for that. That's why I really got to get like an American plan. that's unlimited. Like, the fact that I even have to say that we don't have unlimited, that's like going back to the days where we're being throttled here. Like, Canadians get fucked a lot. That's why, like, there's so much limitations, and that's why I must break past all these limitations. I live in America, I have unlimited internet, and I created the world's greatest internet service, satellite internet, that uses Wi-Fi, not data. So you're not on the 5G band, you're on Wi-Fi, so you have longer battery life. Make it so good that nobody can say no. Those squirrels are slightly different. They're more black and their tails are very brown. Could be the sun coloring them. Anyways, so we're using 24 frames per second right now. We're testing it out. We're seeing you can obviously see that it's not as smooth as it has been in the last couple days, but that's by purpose because I purposely set it to 24 frames per second. It should be using less data to produce this quality, but even though I have it set to this bit rate, it's still jumping past 25. So it's fascinating. We're getting to hear woodpeckers a lot more often. So the quality of your thoughts, right? Yesterday, this character went through a few minutes of just letting energy pass through, like clouds in a storm, like clouds in the sky. And, because of Lorene, and she's suffering, and I don't want her to suffer, like, everybody didn't come here to suffer. They came here to be in joy, but like other characters are making other characters suffer because they themselves won't stop their shit because the mind has convinced them. And I thought about something last night. If everybody changed the quality of their thoughts and they started to choose a different thought and started to choose differently for themselves, a lot of things will end in the world. Now, of course, do I want to take away the livelihood of someone who's like fighting crime or cybersecurity or anything like that? Well, no, but imagine for a moment that everybody just started to stop hacking each other, scamming each other, hurting each other because of the words that I permeate on this planet. Like, scams go down by 50%, crimes go down by 50%. Like, people will be at peace. We wouldn't need a lot of things. In fact, we wouldn't need cybersecurity, but of course, there's always going to be someone doing something to stir the pot. And that's by design, that's normal. Remember, don't walk through the grass. The grass is still wet. Go around. Sun is out. It's gonna be a sunny day, and we will probably be outside today, most likely. This is an outdoor day. I really like the fact that I can change the frames. This is why I like Streamlabs, for this very reason, because I can change the bit rate. I can change the resolution. I can change my camera to go mirror mode or not. The only thing I can't do is mute the camera, unless there's a feature in Streamlabs Ultra that has that feature. I help you break past the limits of your mind. Ooh, I like that. I help you break past the limits that the mind has set, and that you can improve the quality of your life tenfold, 1,000-fold. Absolutely beautiful. So, couple things. One, the phone battery is still at 100%. Two, like, I'm closer to the trail. I'm gonna take the long walk around, but I have a lot of battery still, which is great. So yeah, we definitely, it's not as smooth, but it's more cinematic-y. And maybe, just maybe, we stick to that for now. Obviously, while we're indoors, what I'm going to test when I get in is what I'm going to test when I get in is when I start the stream again, will it will I be able to keep the same stream and up the bit rate? We'll see. Let's go. Well, we're still at 100%. %, 720p, 24 frames per second. But the kilobit thing goes up, so I don't know if it really matters if I do 25, because like it shoots beyond 25. It goes to like 27. I saw 31. There's 39 or 29. Yeah, the quality of your life depends on the quality of your words, which depends on the quality of your thoughts, right? One can say feelings create thoughts and thoughts create feelings. It works both ways. I help people break past the limits of their minds on what's possible. Because I did it. I was able to break past my limits. My perceived limits that I imposed on myself with the mind. There's our sister. She's in the car. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have 100% of battery. We just crossed the light. When we use 1080p, right? 1080p, 60 frames with 3,500 kilobits, we're streaming at like, the batteries goes down quicker because that uses a lot more data. But yeah, when you change the quality of your thoughts, there's nothing that can stop you. You have the power in every present moment to live the best possible life ever. But will you allow the mind to continue to convince you in believing in that you're not capable of this or you're not good enough for this? Well, it depends. That truly all depends. Will you allow the mind to continue to convince you that you're not good enough, that you're not capable? But you change the quality of your thoughts, the quality of your words that you speak, and you will see that your life will be vastly different, because it is your words that govern what you will experience. If everybody knew the power of the words that they were actually speaking, and I mean from a fundamental level, we wouldn't have so many problems on the planet. Because the problems would disappear. But everybody keeps forgetting this fundamental thing. Their words. It is your words that are governing what you are going to experience in your life. But if you don't know what words you're speaking, or you don't know the energetics behind your words, then of course you're going to be enslaved by your words. Will I make that light? Yeah, I'm going to make that light. I'm going to make that light. When you know the energetics behind your words, you can change the quality of your life tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. But until you know the quality of your words, you will continue to play the game over and over and over backwards. I did that for years. Playing this game backwards. Only to find out that's not how this game works. But however you decide, that's how the game's going to unfold. Because reality is based on what you choose to believe and entertain. If you believe that the sky is pink and nobody can convince you of otherwise, then the sky is pink. If you believe that you are capable of great things and nothing can stop you in believing otherwise, then that's what you're going to experience. You get to decide, ladies and gentlemen, how life unfolds for you by the quality of your words. By changing your words, you change your life. But if you don't know what you're saying and the words and the energetics behind those words, then how can you change your life when you're not aware? It all starts with awareness. How do you build awareness? By being present. How do you be present? By slowing down. How do you slow down? By breathing. It's the simple things that we forget to do on a daily basis that can make the greatest shifts in our life. I am going to cross. So when you change the quality of your words, and most people are not going to do this until somebody tells them and mirrors back to them that the words that they use are what's governing their life. And if they don't know what the words they're saying And there's just unconsciously speaking words and forgetting the fundamentals of why language is limited. Well, how can you experience anything more? When I was completely unaware of the power of words and the quality of the words that I'm speaking, I shot myself in the foot. Because I had no idea what the power of words. I had no idea what the power of my quality of my words until I changed it. Hi, Baba. Morning, brother. Good, you? Long time no see. Yeah. Hi, Baba. But it's when we change the quality of our words, that's when the life that you desire to live, that you're supposed to be living, will unfold. Seek the kingdom within. Allah cannot change man until he changes himself. Or another way of saying it, Allah cannot change the person until they change themselves. And how do you change yourself? By shooting and using different words that you speak from your heart. Jesus said the same thing. They use different words, but they are attempting to tell you the same damn thing. I don't know why I said shoot, but whatever. They were attempting to tell you that the answer is you. And by going inwards and knowing that everything exists right here and right now, to not focus on the external, but to focus on the internal. And when you focus on the internal, the external changes. And I can tell you that firsthand, because when I was going through my experience 8 years ago, I was focused too much on the external. Hell, up until like 2022, I was still focusing on the external. But then I started to shift inwards. And life started to change. The first time in quite some time that I have had a lot of battery. I've tweaked the battery settings. Right now, I have 94% on my battery. I've only used 6%. It started to go down by the time we turned that corner. We're at 100% when we crossed the light. That's pretty good. And that's okay. I'm walking in 24 frames per second. You change the way you look at things, the very things you look at change. When you change the way you look at life, life will look differently. Know thyself and thou shalt know the universe. As above, so below. As within, so without. As the universe, so the soul. All of these things, different words, completely different words, but we're sharing that you are the answer, that you always have been the answer. But the world has gaslighted you into believing that you're not the answer, that you have to look outside of you. Good morning. But the answer has been you the entire time. From the moment you came to the earth as a baby, you had all the answers nested within your soul. But the mind has created its own identity, and it's okay, you're supposed to have an identity, but you're not supposed to be attached to that identity. Who you are and what you are cannot be explained by any language or any word on this planet. That is how fucking powerful each of you are. And that's not just for some people, that's every single person that has ever been created in the history of our existence. And when more people start to realize the power that they have in their self, they will start to change. Why does someone go and commit a crime? Because they either don't know any better of who they are, right? And if they don't know who they are, right? If they don't know who they are, then guess what happens? They start to create obfuscations. They're both looking at me. I like them a lot. They're both staring at me. I love it. They're just like looking at me. Morning, brother. Excellent. You? Good. Enjoy your day. I like when they stare at me. It's awesome. Yeah. I'm gonna cross over. But yeah, when you change the quality of your words, you change the quality of your life. I'll give you a good example of changing the quality of your words. Once upon a time, you used to say, I'm trying so hard to live my best life. I'm trying so hard to live a better quality of life. But saying I'm trying so hard implies that there's an energetic behind those words. I'm trying so hard. What if I told you to shift it to I'm living my best life? It's just that simple. It's simple. It's easy. It's fun. It's enjoyable. Good morning, sister. Yeah, enjoy your day. Gotcha. Right? When you, if I told you, instead of saying, I'm trying so hard to, life is easy and it's fun and it's enjoyable, that's changing the quality of your words. Because when you change the quality of your words, you will change the quality of your life. Because it is your words that govern what you're going to experience in this realm. And until you understand the power of your words, you will continue to play the same game over and over and wonder why reality isn't changing or reality is not in your favor. In fact, you and reality are one and the same. If you didn't know that, I've said it many times. You and reality are one and the same. It's a string. As above, so below. Your mind and reality are one and the same. What you will be able to experience in your life is based on your perspective and your perceptions and your convictions and your energetic thoughts. And yes, I said energetic thoughts, emotionally charged thoughts. I have no idea if the live stream stuck, to be honest. I don't think it is because I just started it, but I did a test and it seems to be fine. It could just be a quiet morning. We're at 88% of battery. Wow. Like, it's crazy. It's been a long time since I've been able to come down here with 87% of battery. That's pretty wild. I expect the battery to start to dip a smidge more here in this specific spot. You know, my goal in this world is to bring awareness to the power of your words. Basically the core of it all is to stop the suffering, be aware, and know that you have the power. But when you don't know that you have the power, you can look, again, I'm not here to tell anybody that their beliefs are wrong, because it's all right. Right? It's helped you up until this point. It served you. You've made it. Right? Your identity has created this thing. But what if I told you that you can have something even more that's meant for you? Will you be able to experience that? Well, that is based on your ability, if you want to, and if you choose to, make a shift. For those who are not interested in changing their life, this isn't for you. Live your life the way you choose to. But I damn well know how the mind works in every single human. And the mind has completely gaslit so many people into believing that they're just this thing. And that this is just how reality is. What if I told you that's not true at all? When you're going through shit, let me just give you an example. You're going through something like very hard, perspective, right? You perpetuating inside of that is creating it to make it, giving it more emotional intensity. And because it's becoming more emotional intensity, or you're giving more emotions to it, right? It becomes stronger and then becomes harder to get out of it. But the only way to get out of it is to stop and shift in every present moment. And that's by changing your words. Your words technically are the key to what you start to experience. I know they say actions speak louder than words. I've talked about this a couple of times. Action speaks louder than words. In most cases, yes. Your actions do speak louder than words, but actually, isn't it your words that you have to use to take that action? Are you just instinctually going to take a walk? Somewhere deep into the core, where this is where most humans just don't even go at all. Before you take any action, whether that's you're going to eat, you're brushing your teeth, you're playing a video game, you're going to watch Netflix, you're going to have sex, you're jacking off, you're going to the bathroom, you're taking a shower, you're driving, you're going to work, you're talking to that person, you're going to a bar, you're drinking beer, you're drinking Coke, you're eating a hamburger. Everything before you do anything is governed by the word, whether you like it or not. Because without those words, you wouldn't be able to do anything. I'll give you the example. Let's say we take away the power of the word walk. We still have the ability to, we know our instincts knows how to walk, but we don't know what this action is. Like, we have no word for it now. And I'm taking it away from all languages. Will we be able to walk? Will we have the ability to walk? Well, that all depends on your awareness. Because, I said time and time again, just because you can't see it or it may not exist in the mind, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Everything exists in a state of visibility or invisibility based on the level of awareness that you're operating from. Phone battery at 81%. It's crazy. We'll go down for a moment. It's been a while. We have enough battery. I can't cross presently because it's still too much water, but there's my rocks. Oh, this brings back a lot of memories. All the times I was sitting here, taking in all the stuff. I wonder if Soul Fam showed up right as I got here to the water. You there, dude? Because if you're there, that means my soul summoned you. Phone battery at 80% right now because of I reduced the quality of the camera to 720p and the frame rate to 24 frames per second and the bit rate to 2500. So you're getting more cinematics. But yeah, I take away the word walk. Actually, you know what? Here's another one. I take away the word eating. This one's gonna fucking suck for a lot of people who like to eat. So I take away that word. Will you be able to eat? Well, instinctually, yes, you will. But consciously, you will not. Because you will not know why you're doing it. Deep down. Like, does an animal need to know how to eat? No, they just eat. But we have the ability to use the thinking mind, and the thinking mind is what governs our reality based on the level of awareness. The billionaire and the person that is sleeping underneath a bridge, are they any different? No. The only difference is the quality of the words and the thoughts that they are using and speaking. Now, can we fault someone who's living under a bridge who's always been, living in poverty? No, we can't fault them because they just didn't know. Now, once they become aware, now it's in their mind. But will they be able to believe? That's the next part of the challenge. Can they believe that they can change? Well, that all comes down to the individual. When you know you're God, you can change at any time. Just like that, you can snap your finger and you can change. I've done it. But Orion, maybe you're gaslighting yourself. Maybe you're not actually changed, Orion. Maybe. But if we were to go back to all my live streams, I think it's fair to say that there's a lot of things that are different about me. I think it's fair to say that I have changed my life. Phone battery at 77%. Not bad. When I get back inside, I'm going to see if I can turn it back to 60 frames, but I'd have to restart the stream. Thank you, Water. I really appreciate all the lessons that you have shared and mirror back within this soul to help the conscious mind to remember who you are. It was right in this spot right here where the third dimensional thinking mind word popped up, and it changed everything. Seeing everything in a third dimensional perspective or a multi-dimensional perspective. This is where the word ego was changed forever. Edging God out? Nope. Exploring God's oneness. Encapsulating God's oneness. Experiencing God's oneness, elevating God's oneness. Experiencing God's oneness, enjoying God's oneness, educating God's oneness. This is where it changed, right here in this spot. But it changed from within, not from without. The water was just a mirror to reflect back more of what just is. Thank you, Water. We will be heading back up. Oh man, this is going to be fun during the summertime. See you, Water. Take away the word eat. Instinctually, you'll know how to eat, but when you go to eat, I want you to pay attention to this. Before you go and grab food, inside, deep within your subconscious and your unconscious mind, you're going to be summoning the word eat. And then it's going to send an electrical charge to the mind and then through the body that you're hungry. So guess what you're going to do? You may not say you're going to go eat, but you're going to eat by saying the word internally. You may not be speaking it out loud. You may not even say it consciously, but you're definitely saying it from a subconscious and an unconscious level. So when people say actions speak louder than words, from a third dimensional perspective, yes, your actions do speak louder than your words, but really it is your words that speak louder than your action. There comes our sister. It is your words that speak much louder than your actions because it is your words that govern your life. Once you know that your words govern your life, you can change your life. It's just that simple. Morning. You too. Cheers. when you know that you can change the quality of your life, how can you suffer anymore? I'm not saying that you will never be sad. I'm not saying that you'll never get angry, but you'll know how to navigate it, and you'll be able to get out of it faster. You'll feel the emotions, but you'll be able to pass through them much quicker than you normally would have if you didn't know. So for example, yesterday, this character got really annoyed by the universe, even though he's getting annoyed by himself, because he felt like he was a victim again for a moment. No judgment, right? We're not labeling anything negative or bad. But I told the character, like, all right, I'm gonna let you feel what you need to feel. I know you have a big heart and you want to help Lorene and anyone else that's in Lorene's position who's suffering, because you have such a big heart. You can cry for a little bit if you like. Some tears did come out. It wasn't a sob fest, right? He did get angry. He's like, universe, you better help me now, right? Even though technically that is yourself creating the obfuscation that you think that you're not being helped, and then was perpetuating it. But I gave him about 10-15 minutes to let him pass through that energetic imbalance. He felt what he had to feel, and then he shifted. If this was 2018, an experience like that would have happened, it would have either taken him out for the entire rest of the day. It would have lasted for like a couple weeks. But when you know that you are not the mind, and the mind will create like things because it's based on your memory and your experience of what you've experienced. For example, I'm going to swap places with one of you for a moment. I'm going to use T-Bray because, he comes on the stream more frequently. So if T-Bray and I were to switch places for a moment, and he were to come live like in my shoes, and I will live in his shoes, right? I know that he loves his life, so I'm not taking away him from his life, but I'm just using him as the example. For example, he were to come live here, he would have based on his current memories and experience, he wouldn't be bothered by what's going on in the house, because his memory and experience have no emotional charge behind Lorene and Robin, and they're fighting and they're arguing. Specifically, Robin is the culprit, because Robin does not know himself. He forgot that he himself is God, but he keeps pretending that he's a human and keeps getting enslaved by alcoholism, right? So if T-Bray were to live in this experience, he would have a totally different viewpoint, because he had not lived with them. He's like the outside observer. Just like if I were to, be in his area, I'd have a totally different, experience as well. That's what the mind is. It's your memory and your experience. The mind likes to create a me, and me, more me, memory and experience. That's what's governing most people's life, their memory and experience. Now, I'm not saying that your memories are to be forgotten. I'm not saying that your memories are not real, because your memories are what shaped the current character to who you are. But itself has been sharing through this vessel that, yes, you have your memories and experience as a tool to use to navigate in the now. Not to get stuck and trapped up, but to remember that you can shift, because you've been whole, perfect, and complete from the moment you came to the earth. And by changing the quality of your words, you will change the quality of your life. Good morning. But if you don't change the quality of your words, you will continue to suffer inside of your own self. But Orion, that person is doing something to me. They're hurting me. Well, you have a choice. You're going to let that person continue to physically harm you, or are you going to do something about it and exit the situation? But maybe somewhere deep down inside, you're perpetuating that experience because you need something to learn, maybe. Hello, Bubbas. Don't worry, I'm not chasing you. You're good. Practice love and authenticity, people. Even though that's just words. Maybe you're perpetuating it because the mind is always seeking a problem to solve. And in order for it to feel, listen carefully, in order for your mind to feel like it's achieving something, it will go and seek out the very thing that it doesn't want to experience and experience it anyways. It's like this squirrel right here attempting to chase its own tail and can't touch its tail unless it knows to stop running around, slow down, and be in the now. If a squirrel were to run around in a circle, will the squirrel ever chase its tail? Or will the squirrel ever catch its tail? No. But if the squirrel stops and realizes, wait a minute, I can just grab my tail by slowing down and just being in the now, and like, oh, wait a minute, I can lift my tail up. I don't have to move. I can just lift my tail up and I can grab it with my hands. And they can grab their tail. You have the power in every present moment to change your life. Now, your mind's going to also do this thing where, but Orion, you say I can change my life, but my life hasn't changed yet. Because the mind is always looking for the physical. It wants to see evidence, proof. Internally shift to a degree in which you're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing your reality change. When you're good with or without whatever it is that you're looking to experience, you have it. You fucking have everything. The world has gaslit so many of us into believing that no, you don't actually have it, because if you had it, then you would physically have it. But that's not how this works, because the universe doesn't give a fuck about physical possession. It doesn't give a shit about our minuscule language. Once upon a time, y'all, Earth was just Earth before humans. There were no words. And then we came into existence, and then we, over evolution, created obfuscation with our language. We attempted to simplify our life, but we actually made it more complicated. We must use our words for sure, but to use our words and understand when we're speaking each word, to know what the fuck we're actually saying. And to understand that our words are what govern our life. Most people think it's action, but it's actually your words. And your words is governed by your frequency, your state of being. I would argue that your words are the starting point to everything. Whether you speak it internally or externally. Like right now, I'm generating a feeling of a conviction, right? The mind has to label that word conviction within. You feel it. But one can say, as I'm feeling these feelings, I'm taking the action to feel that feeling. Right? And those are the words. I'm taking action to feel a feeling, and that feeling is conviction. And then conviction will happen. When you're in conviction, nothing can stop you. The only thing that can stop you is you yourself. And that's by using words that like, I can't do this. I'm not good enough. I'm not able to do this. This is hard. Because a lot of humans like to be realistic. But the funny thing about that word realistic, that's actually the falseness. What's truly realistic is from within. Everything's easy, fun, enjoyable. Not difficult. It's a game. Right? This character right now has a game to play. To building a US brand. To getting an S Corp. In the physical, but in the internal world, I already own an S Corp brand that's in America. And I love paying taxes. And I enjoy giving back and recirculating the resources. Because I am abundant. I have it all. I have more than enough. Everyone has more than enough. Money is an illusion, but it's also real. It's energy. And I have an infinite supply within. Okay, Orion, if you have that infinite supply within, then why don't you have it outwards? So this is where the mind of humans and the mind of yourself starts to get gaslit. Because then it starts projecting, well, I don't really actually have it. That means you're a liar. You're a liar, Orion. You don't have it. You don't fucking have trillions of dollars. Who are you to say you're a trillionaire? You're a liar. That's what the mind does. But the mind is limited because it adheres to the physical, which is an illusion. The real world is actually within yourself. And the reality that you're experiencing is just a byproduct of what you're actually experiencing inwards. And I can tell you that because my life, once upon a time, was full of misery, hate, sadness, depression, annoyances, irritations, aggravations, frustrations, anger, rage, and hate. Take that in. And do you think, for example, our sister who waved at me saying, have a great day, do you think that would have happened 8-9 years ago? Nope. You know why? Because I did not, and when I say I mean this character, the mind, did not like humans. He saw everybody as a threat. But here's the funny thing about this. Secretly, deep down, he wanted to be connected. He wanted to be accepted. He wanted to be validated. He wanted to feel like he was part of something. But in order for the mind to keep creating this tough guy, lone wolf persona, it continued to push people away. So guess what happened? I kept pushing people away. And anytime I felt like I was getting connected with people, it felt like I'm walking on eggshells. Are they going to backstab me? Are they going to betray me? Like these are the emotions behind those words. Betrayal, backstabbing, deception. Are they going to do that? Do I trust them? Because how can I trust someone if I don't trust myself? And I don't trust myself. And then of course, there were Stone Cold's like don't trust anybody, thing. That was a really big influence during my teens. This character's teens, going through his teens, don't trust anyone. If Stone Cold doesn't trust anyone, of course, back then, I didn't think of them as actors. I thought of them as they're actually, that's what they live, their persona. On screen and off screen, don't trust anybody. DTA, don't trust anyone. So my experience 8-9 years ago is vastly, I'm going to just use the word 10, I'll just use 10 years ago. 10 years ago, my experience was vastly different. But I say 8 years ago because 2018 was arguably probably my worst but best year ever. Huh? How can it be your worst and best? Well, from a physical standpoint, this character was suffering. This character was struggling and suffering, depressed, overweight, angry, enraged, not smiling, stressed the fuck out. So not only was I struggling and I'm suffering, I'm also in stress, high stress. And I'm saddened. And I'm suffocating. Not physically suffocating, but energetically I felt like I was suffocating. These are heavy S words, by the way. These are not words that I want anyone else to experience while I'm here. And I know that I have the power to make an impact in people's lives. That's why I have to be visible. Not have to, it is by destiny that I am visible for the entire world. I don't care what you believe in at this point. If you believe that there's a guy in the sky, cool. If you believe there's a black box, cool. If you believe it's an elephant with 11 arms, amazing. If you believe it's some dude that shoots thunderbolts, cool. If you think it's some person that rides on a horse that has wings, amazing. I don't care, just use whatever you got. But know this, that you have the power in every present moment to make an impact in your own damn life by changing the words that you speak. I did it. And I considered myself the most fundamentally flawed human from a mental and an emotional standpoint in human history. And yet here I am, blazing a trail, setting a course, showing up, showing how it's done, documenting it for 17 months on YouTube. 18 months in general, because I started on October 6, 2024. When I started to change my life internally, my external change, I don't see angry people. I deal with only people who are happy, who are in joy, who understand themselves. Because I changed my life from within. And when you change your life from within, your outside world changes. Morning, brother. When you change your life internally, your external world will change. As within, so without. Like when I speak, it sounds like I'm yelling, I'm screaming, but I'm not. I'm speaking with passion. There's a difference. Because I'm so excited and so fueled up because I want everybody to be able to experience this before they die. I do not want to see anybody die with fucking regret and suffering. They don't need to suffer. Well, yes and no, they do need to suffer. They need to suffer to understand why they didn't have to suffer. I had to suffer for 20 years. Did I need to actually suffer for 20 years? No, but I had to go through that experience to understand why I didn't have to go through that experience. It's a paradox. There's that word again, paradox. Now it's starting to warm up. Now I'm starting to feel the heat a bit. If it's 18 degrees in the morning, I won't need to wear a jacket or all these layers. But in the morning time, it's still cool. I can still see my breath, but it's one of those like in between temperatures where it's like hot, but it's also still kind of cool. So like, for example, that experience that I was just feeling hot, but still cold. It's cold enough to still have to wear gloves, but it's warm enough to take off the jacket. It's kind of weird. But that experience is a feeling, but that feeling has to get a label. And the label, guess what that label is? It comes from the mind, because the mind has to make words to understand what the fuck is going on. Most humans don't even talk about these fundamental things. In fact, I'm the only one on the planet who's talking about these things. I've not run into another character, that includes Trina, who talks about words in such levels like I do. And by I mean itself is speaking through this character. This is the only character presently on the planet that understands what the fuck is going on with words. But I can't really say it's only this character, because there's other characters. You all who have been here that should understand what I'm talking about now. Not should, you understand what I'm saying. You may not be talking about it with your peers and your people in your reality, but you definitely damn well know what I'm talking about. So you're aware of it, because I brought it into your awareness. This character, this vessel itself, speaking through this vessel, has brought it to your itself and your vessel. And your itself knows exactly what this itself is speaking, because it's the same itself. The verbiage, I'm getting very anchored in with the verbiage, but it's such a habit when we say I. It's not I. It's itself speaking through this vessel. That's more words to basically say I. But there is no I. It's itself speaking through this vessel, reaching your itself, which is, there's no actually your itself, because it's the same itself, with the vessel that you are with. There goes the Black Power Ranger. See you later, Black Power Ranger. That's a Phantom Ranger. I know the camera's not smooth, but I do like the fact that I've gotten so much more battery out of it today. I'm at 48%. I can probably even do a whole lap around that area and come back and still have enough battery. Yep. So yeah, when we get back inside, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna restart the stream, put it back to 60 frames per second, and see if it actually switches to 60 frames while still continuing the live stream broadcast. Because I can do it on the fly here, but it doesn't change the settings, unfortunately. Unfortunately, once you Once you go live and you change the settings, until the live is over, the settings remain. So I want to test something. I want to restart the stream by closing the app when I get inside. And then once I change the setting of the app and start live again, I don't know if it's going to restart a new live or continue a live that's already in progress. But we'll see. Morning. Wow, there's a lot of people right now. Like, this part of the trail is kind of busy. So, like I said, when you change the quality of your words, you will change the quality of your life. Part of me always asks this question: why are we all doing what we're doing? Why is it? Why are we doing the things we're doing? Why are we saying the things we're saying? Why are we entertaining the things we're entertaining? Like, I saw that brother, I don't know what he's talking about, but why is he doing what he's doing? Doesn't make any sense sometimes. With the current battery, I can probably be out for a little bit longer. I'm at 43%. It only started taking a hit because of part of the trail. The internet's not that great. All right. I like walking backwards. Very, very good for the body, for the posture. So now is where I can start to take off my gloves, but it's a good thing I keep on my layers. It's like armor. It's like burning fat because of the sweat. All right, which way we're gonna go? Awesome. Well, looks like we're going the long way. So, with the trail walk, going around the entirety, the long way, I still have 43% of battery. That's pretty good. Also, the temperatures today are warmer, but, you know, it's pretty good. Now, if someone can make a data plan that doesn't use data but uses Wi-Fi, it doesn't use cellular, it uses Wi-Fi. But the problem is Wi-Fi has short range. Unless they can revolutionize how Wi-Fi operates from like a satellite. That'd be interesting. Good morning. It would be interesting. So phone battery went down by 3%. I definitely already hit over 10K. My goal during the summer is to walk longer every day. Like if I wasn't taking my phone and streaming, I'd be walking for longer. In fact, I'd be out the entire day as long as the weather is good and it's permittable. I definitely need to make sure I bring lots of water though. We'll be using our flask. Whew. 38%. I'm looking at him how he's holding the leash. See, the dog has no choice but to follow. Like if he's walking, he's got to be in charge, leading. Calm confidence. All right, internal world. Let's start mirroring back more calm confidence within. Yep, temperatures just spiked, just went up. That's good. Yeah, when you change the quality of your words, though, like I said, you will start to change the quality of your life. But in order for that to happen, you have to start to be more present. And how do you be more present? You start to breathe. Morning. You start to breathe. Breathing will allow you to start to slow down. When you start to slow down in your mind, you'll start to take better actions, make better decisions. But when you're jacked up on a cortisol and adrenaline because you're going too fast, you won't be able to slow down the mind. And the mind's going to go a million miles a second. And you got to remember that you are not your mind. You got to find a way to anchor in that knowing that you are not the mind, that the mind is just a tool that you use to navigate the world so you can experience the world by navigating. Are they at the pool already? Wow, they are. That one's the barky and the other two are just to chill. You can tell by the personality of that dog. That one's more like, he's like the leader. See? But the other two are calm. They're relaxed. They're like, that guy's putting on a scene. Yep. They're getting the pool ready. The pool opens in July again. Good morning. Yep. They are getting ready for the pool. They're cleaning it out. They're prepping it for summer. I remember there was that one day we walked here and there was like something going on, like a swim meet. It's pretty cool to see it. I look forward to playing basketball again. It's crazy how they already fucked up that net. Phone battery at 35%. All because I changed something. Ooh, this is a perspective. Because I changed my perspective and I changed the quality, I got the ability to be out here longer. Sometimes it's just a little shift in perspective that can change your life. Everybody's looking for this grand epiphany, the aha moment. But guess what? Your aha moment is right here, right now. What you're looking for is right here, right now. You're looking for something more, but it's actually right here, right now. spend a little time inside before we roll outside. The doggies are outside here. Yep, one doggie's over here. Oh man, I've been out like longer than normal. Like normally I'm back in like sure, the quality's gone down a bit, but it's still viewable. It's not like it's pixelated. Right? It may not be smooth like it was. I wonder if I go 720p, 60 frames, and drop the bit rate to 17 something, if that will, how that will look. That'll be an experiment for tomorrow. I get to experiment. Guess what? I guess that's my live stream's title for tomorrow, experiment. If I haven't already made that already, experiment. It's a good walk. And since I've been going out more, I've been out longer. This has been great. Of course, you know, there's our brother. He's under his car fixing whatever. I haven't seen Sonny in forever. Wonder if this is his car. Soon. I'm gonna take a little bit more time around. I want to see how much battery I'm gonna have by the time I return. It's so fascinating. You know, pre-COVID, a lot of these cars would be at work. This person's last name is Papa. I remember there was a sister whose name is Deanna Papa. I'm like, her name is Papa? I'm like, what a fascinating last name, Papa. She was an interesting character. The little quirks. Every one of us have our little quirks about us. But that's itself, you know, being, you know, itself is wanting every one of us to know that we're perfect, whole, complete, and still be unique and different, but we're still the same at the same time. So I've been out for roughly an hour and 40 minutes. That's the longest I've been out streaming without having to run back inside before battery dies, and we're still at 30% of battery. Truly, that is definitely the difference maker, is the quality. So that means that on YouTube, I'm either using 1080p or I'm using I think it's 720p, but 30 frames. So tomorrow, I'm gonna test 720p, 60 frames, but I'm also gonna drop the bitrate to 1700. And I wanna see what the stream's gonna look like. But of course, you know, we're testing the data as well. So we're getting to see the entirety of this. It's not bad. It's not bad. Phone battery at 28% and kicking. Yup. We're starting to feel it. Starting to feel the heat. This is what we call a spring day. It's like walking with armor. Dad's friend. I see Tom's van over here. Look at this perfect grass right here. Perfect green grass. Well, that's pretty fascinating. Their driveway is pretty large. So if I reduce the quality of the stream to 720p, 24 frames a second, with a bitrate of 2500, I've gone over an hour and 45 minutes. I still have a little bit more to go. I'm gonna take the other way around. I'm not gonna go straight. That way we get a little bit more time. It's obviously not gonna be 15 minutes worth of walk. I think the cute girl is that way as well. probably walking around the block with the dog. I'll just go straight, it's fine. So I got roughly, oh yeah, there he is, Mr. 147. Pretty good, considering that we dropped our bit rate. So 720p, 24 frames a second at 2500 kilobits per second gives us more battery life. Okay. So now I understand what's really been causing the battery to like drain. It's obviously more data use. This is less data use. It's still, from my end, it looks like decent quality, but I don't know how it looks on your all end. I'd have to go back and like check. Today I will be reaching out to Monica to see what her intuition said. And guess what, y'all? Even if I went around for a moment, I think I would have made it back with like 20% of battery. So that means I can be out with this stream, with this quality, for at least a little bit over 2 hours now. Wow. Cool. Now we know. Now we know. Penthouse. Okay. So this is what we're gonna do. Now that we're back, camera. I'm gonna open up the front door. I'm going to change the Wi-Fi, let Wi-Fi connect, and then Cool. You know what's fascinating? That I don't even need to charge the phone yet. All right, let's do a test. I don't know if this is going to work, but 100, so an hour and 52 minutes. So, all right, we are going to, I'm going to be right back. So I'm going to close the app. Actually, I'm going to see if I can change the quality for a moment. Stream settings, video settings, 1080p, 60 frames, 3500. So I need to restart the stream. I'll be right back. Well, actually, maybe I don't. The question is now, did it actually change my settings? Let's see. It looks like it's at 60 frames. No, that's not 60 frames. All right, so I'll be right back. Let's see. Yep, so that works. Cool. Cool. So my hypothesis worked. I knew it. So now it's at 60 frames. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Yep. Ooh. Live streaming on YouTube. What is the... YouTube live stream generally defaults to adaptive users. While live streaming on YouTube directly from the YouTube app on iPhone 12 Pro Max, the quality is generally set to 1080p full HD at 630 or 60 frames per second. While the iPhone 12 Pro Max is capable of recording 4K at 60, the native typically limits the live stream to 1080 to ensure stability and reduced bandwidth consumption. Reduced bandwidth. Aw, snap. All right, so stream is good. Let's see. Ooh, okay. So the mobile app automatically manages the bitrate for the best possible experience, but for a stable 1080p stream on a high-end device, it often operates in the range between 3,000 and 6,000 kbs. Gotcha. Cool. Now I know. Now I know. Now I know. Cool. Cool. So, stream. Let me see what the stream looked like when I was walking earlier. Oh. It restarted the stream because, well, it's the same stream, but it doesn't show me for the walk. Interesting. Huh. Fascinating. Okay. That's fine. I understand. I get it. I'll be right back. Perfect. When you renew, red. Okay. Ugh. Let's see what's going on. That's fair. All right. Cool. That's good. All right. Well, back to that. Let's roll. Morning. I'm gonna take a walk. I want to get... So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put on Caesar. You all will just chill. I'll be back. Let's see. Okay. So let me put on something for y'all to watch. What do we want to watch? History. Actually, watch later. What do we have in the watch later list?
I was like the youngest guy in the lodge by 20 years. And this guy comes forward and he says, we're going to lead you through this.
You're surrounded by stars.
Okay.
Hundreds of billions of them. In every direction. As far as telescopes can see. And you, alone. The nearest star after the sun. Proxima Centauri. You can see it through a telescope. You can measure it. You can calculate its distance, its mass, its temperature. But you can't reach it. You can't reach any of them. There's something between you and the stars. Not empty space. Something else. A barrier built into the structure of the universe itself. Tonight, we're exploring that barrier. A barrier made of time itself. And it's a barrier we will never cross. Let's begin. The barrier starts close. The sun is 150 million kilometers from Earth. In light travel time, 8 minutes. The sunlight you see right now left the sun 8 minutes ago. It crossed 150 million kilometers of space at 300,000 kilometers per second and reached your eyes. The sun you see isn't the sun as it is. It's the sun as it was. If the sun vanished right now, just disappeared, you would know for 8 minutes. The light would keep coming. The sky would stay bright. You'd be living in a universe that no longer existed. And you couldn't know. For 8 minutes, you'd be trapped in the past. That's the nearest star. And we can't even see it as it is now. Voyager 1, launched in 1977, now at the edge of the solar system, is almost a day away in light travel time. When we receive a signal from Voyager, it's almost a day old. We're communicating with the past. Even here, in our own solar system, we're separated by time. And beyond Voyager, the separation grows. The Oort cloud, the true edge of the sun's gravitational influence, may extend out to a light year or more. A full year or more for light to cross. But beyond that edge, distance changes. It's no longer measured in kilometers, but in lifetimes. And if you think reaching the nearest star is just a matter of speed, well, you're about to see why you're wrong. Proxima Centauri is the nearest star to Earth after the Sun. 4.2 light years away. Let's make that distance real. In kilometers, 4.2 light years is about 40 trillion kilometers. If you could somehow drive there at highway speed, 100 kilometers per hour, it would take 45 million years. The entire span of primate evolution. The fastest spacecraft ever built, NASA's Parker Solar Probe, reaches speeds of about 190 kilometers per second. At that speed, it would take 7,000 years to reach Proxima Centauri. 70 centuries. The entire span of recorded human history. Voyager 1 travels at 17 kilometers per second. At that speed, 73,000 years. Longer than modern humans have existed. And if you could travel at the speed of light, which you can't because physics won't allow it, it would still take 4.2 years. 4.2 years of travel at the fastest speed possible in this universe, just to reach the nearest star. And when you arrived, everyone you left behind would be 4.2 years older. The Earth you departed from would be in the past. You couldn't return to the world you left. That world would be gone, changed, aged, moved on. Because traveling through space means traveling through time. And time only moves forward. You'd arrive at Proxima Centauri alone. Not just physically alone, temporally alone. Separated from everyone you knew by years you can never recover. And the space between? Empty. No planets, no asteroids, no dust clouds thick enough to see. Just void. Around 1/10 of an atom per cubic centimeter. Still emptier than any vacuum we can build on Earth. Darkness so complete that if you were halfway between the Sun and Proxima Centauri, both stars would look like distant points of light. Faint, cold, unreachable. You'd be alone in a darkness that has no reference in human experience. Millions of kilometers from anything solid. Years of travel in any direction before you'd reach a star. This is interstellar space. This is isolation. And this is the closest star. The stars you see at night, the ones scattered across the sky, are dozens to hundreds of light years away. When you look at the Big Dipper, you're seeing light that left those stars decades to centuries ago. Some of those stars might already be dead. Their light is still traveling toward us. Ghosts in the night sky. The Milky Way is 100,000 light years across. 100,000 years for light to travel from one edge of the galaxy to the other. Let's try to understand that. Light, traveling at 300,000 kilometers per second, crossing the distance from Earth to the Moon in 1.3 seconds, would take 100,000 years to cross the Milky Way. It would have started when early humans were in Africa, before language, before art, before we left the continent. And it still wouldn't have reached the other side. 100,000 years is roughly 1,250 human lifetimes. If you lined up every generation, parent to child to grandchild, from the beginning of that journey to now, you'd have 4,000 generations. 4,000 generations of humans, each one living and dying, while that single photon crossed the galaxy. At Voyager 1's speed, it would take 1.7 billion years to cross the Milky Way. 1.7 billion years ago, Earth had only single-celled life. No plants, no animals, no complexity, just bacteria and archaea. Multicellular life wouldn't appear for another billion years. Fish wouldn't exist for 1.2 billion years. Dinosaurs wouldn't walk for 1.5 billion years. And humans wouldn't appear for almost 1.7 billion years. That's how long it would take to cross one galaxy. We're about 26,000 light years from the galactic center, from Sagittarius A star. The light we see from the center of our own galaxy left 26,000 years ago. Humans were living through the last ice age. No cities, no agriculture, no writing, stone tools and firelight, and small bands huddled against the cold. That light has been traveling ever since, across 26,000 light years of space, while human civilization rose and fell, and rose again, while empires were built and destroyed, while languages were born and died. That light is older than recorded history, and it's still considered close. The Milky Way contains 200 to 400 billion stars, each one separated from its neighbors by light years. Hundreds of billions of stars, each one isolated by years of light travel. We're bound to our corner of the galaxy, not just by distance, by time, by the speed limit of light itself. Everything we've seen so far, the billions of years, the thousands of generations, has all been contained within this one island. But if you think the space between stars was the barrier, well, you're about to see just how lonely the universe can get. Let's leave home. Andromeda is 2.5 million light years away. 2.5 million years for light to cross the space between galaxies. The light we see from Andromeda left when the first humans in our genus were just beginning to appear on Earth, long before Homo sapiens, before stone tools were refined, before fire was controlled, before language existed. That light has been traveling for 2.5 million years, across a void so vast it makes interstellar space look crowded. At Voyager speed, it would take 43 billion years, 3 times longer than the universe has existed. And the space between the Milky Way and Andromeda? Emptier than anything you can imagine. If you could somehow be suspended halfway between the two galaxies, 1.25 million light years from either one, you'd be surrounded by a darkness so absolute it defies description. Both galaxies would be faint smudges of light, barely visible. You could hold up your hand and each galaxy would fit behind your thumbnail. No stars nearby, no planets, no structure. About 1 atom per cubic meter. Intergalactic space. You'd be 1 million light years from the nearest star. 1 million years of light travel in any direction before you'd reach anything solid. No one within 1 million light years to hear you. You'd be more alone than any human has ever been. More alone than it's possible to be on Earth. Alone in a way that has no comparison in human experience. This is intergalactic space, the deepest isolation in the universe. And Andromeda is our nearest large neighbor. Beyond the local group, the small collection of galaxies that includes the Milky Way and Andromeda, the distances grow even larger. Each one separated by voids we can measure, but never cross. The universe is full of places we can see, but never reach. But as we push further out, toward the very edge of the light we can detect, we find the final version of the barrier. It isn't just that the stars are far away. It's that the ground beneath them is moving. Let's look at the horizon and what lies beyond it. The observable universe is about 93 billion light years across. The universe itself is 13.8 billion years old. But space has been expanding since the Big Bang, stretching the fabric of the universe itself. So the observable universe, the part we can see, is much larger than 13.8 billion light years. TON 618, one of the most massive black holes ever discovered, is about 18.2 billion light years away in today's expanding universe terms. But its light has been traveling for about 10.8 billion years. That light started its journey when the universe was young, when the first galaxies were still forming, when stars were igniting for the first time across the cosmos. It traveled for 10.8 billion years across expanding space, through the void between galaxy clusters, past billions of galaxies, until it reached a telescope on Earth. What is TON 618 doing right now, in this present moment? We have no way of knowing. Light from TON 618's present day won't reach us for another 10.8 billion years. By then, the sun will have died. It will have swelled into a red giant, consumed the inner planets, shed its outer layers, and collapsed into a white dwarf. Billions of years will have passed. Earth, if any trace of it remains, will be a cold, dead cinder orbiting a dying star. Humanity will be gone, either extinct or evolved into something so different we wouldn't recognize it as human. What separates us from TON 618 is 10.8 billion years of unreachable present. And TON 618 isn't even close to the edge. The farthest light we can see, the cosmic microwave background, is 13.8 billion years old. The afterglow of the Big Bang itself. The very first light that could travel freely through the universe. That light has been traveling since the beginning, across the entire history of the universe. From a time when there were no stars, no galaxies, no planets, just hot, dense plasma, cooling and expanding. That light left when the universe was 380,000 years old. And that marks the edge of the observable universe. Not because the universe ends there, but because that's as far as light has had time to travel. Beyond that, the universe before light could travel, unknowable, unreachable. And here's the devastating part. There are galaxies out there, right now, whose light will never reach Earth. Because space itself is expanding faster than their light can cross it. Those galaxies exist. Stars forming, planets orbiting. Maybe life. But we will never see them. Never. Because their light will never reach us. We're isolated by the structure of space-time itself. A light year is a unit of distance. 9.46 trillion kilometers. The distance light travels in 1 year. But it's also a unit of time. A unit of separation. A measure of how trapped we are. When you look at something 10 light years away, you're experiencing two things at once. It's 94.6 trillion kilometers from you, and the light reaching your eyes left that object 10 years ago. Distance and time collapse into each other. They're inseparable. Humans evolved to understand distances we can walk. 100 meters, a kilometer, 10 kilometers. These distances make sense to us. But a light year? If you tried to walk 1 light year at a normal pace, 5 kilometers per hour, it would take 214 million years, longer than dinosaurs have been extinct. If you drove at highway speed, 100 kilometers per hour, it would take 10.8 million years, longer than the entire genus Homo has existed. If you flew on the fastest spacecraft ever built, Parker Solar Probe, at 190 kilometers per second, it would take 1,576 years. 1 light year. And the nearest star is 4.2 of them away. People sometimes try to make cosmic distances comprehensible by scaling them down. If the sun were the size of a grain of sand, Proxima Centauri would be another grain, hundreds of kilometers away. The Milky Way would stretch millions of kilometers. But even scaled down, the numbers are incomprehensible. There's no metaphor that makes a light year feel real. No comparison that makes it graspable. The human brain isn't built for it. And that's the point. The universe operates on scales we're not equipped to understand. Distances measured in years of light travel. Voids so vast that even traveling at the cosmic speed limit, you'd spend lifetimes in darkness. Barriers of time we can never cross. We're small. The universe is vast. If you could somehow travel to another galaxy, you would arrive alone. Everyone you knew would be millions of years dead. The civilization you left,
I made it back.
ancient history, or forgotten entirely. The Earth you departed from would be unrecognizable. You could never go home. Not to the place you left.
I went to buy food.
That place would be gone, erased by time. And this isn't science fiction. This is physics. Distance in space means separation in time. And time only moves forward. Every light year is a year you can never recover. Every journey is one way. The moment you depart, the place you left begins aging into something else. By the time you return, it's gone. This is why the stars are unreachable. Distance doesn't just measure space. It measures what you lose by crossing it. That's what a light year means. Separation you can never undo. Time you can never get back. Moments you can never return to. And
Wow, they put Southwest sauce on this.
your eye tonight has
That's good.
traveled across space and time to show you a universe that is already gone.
I haven't had Southwest sauce in forever. The first time I'm having this.
We draw
Let me turn the camera for a moment to me. So, I went to Tim Hortons. Looks like I put on some weight, but I didn't. And they have this is called a double stack box. Apparently, I was gonna get an English breakfast muffin and a double stacked one. I never seen double stack before, so this is new on the menu. It has a hash brown, sausage, bacon, and eggs with Southwest sauce. So, and I bought a separate hash brown. Now that I know that they give a hash brown in this, I don't need to buy a separate hash brown. So, it's good. I like it. All right. So, back to the stream. For now, we're going to play a game in a moment.
draw maps of the universe. Assume
While I eat.
monsters stay in their cages. We think of black holes as anchors, massive stationary gravity wells sitting at the centers of galaxies, surrounded by brilliant rings of superheated plasma, holding the stars in place. When we imagine them as destinations, a specific coordinate in the dark that you can point a telescope at, a place you only visit if you choose to sail too close. But the dark is not that orderly. When a giant star, 20 or 30 times the mass of our own sun, finally exhausts its nuclear fuel, it cannot support its own weight. The core collapses in on itself at a quarter of the speed of light. The rebound triggers a supernova, a detonation so violently bright it outshines entire galaxies. But the universe is rarely perfectly symmetrical. If the core of that dying star collapses with even a fraction of a percent of asymmetry, if the shock wave of neutrinos pushes slightly harder on one side than the other, the physics of the detonation fundamentally change. The explosion ceases to be a perfect sphere. It acts like a cosmic shotgun. The uneven blast creates a recoil, a kinetic kick of unimaginable violence. It takes the newly born singularity and it physically, violently ejects it from its own solar system.
That was good. Not bad.
Away from its parent nebula, away from its orbiting
But I would definitely
planets,
buy another one.
and
If I'm gonna ever buy two of these, or to feel satisfied, two of these would hit the mark.
Right now, astrophysicists estimate there are 100 million black holes wandering through the Milky Way galaxy alone. They are not anchored to a galactic core. They are not feeding on a disk of gas. They are drifting, moving at hundreds of thousands of miles an hour through the freezing, empty spaces between our stars. You cannot see them. They emit no light. They have no glowing halos to give them away. They are ghosts with the mass of a sun, wrapped in the absolute, perfect dark. We used to look up and think the space between the stars was empty. We were wrong. Let's begin. To understand the terror of a rogue black hole, you have to completely forget everything you know about the giants. Supermassive black holes like Phoenix A or the monster sitting at the center of our own galaxy are terrifying, but they are loud. They are surrounded by accretion disks millions of miles wide, burning at millions of degrees. They fire relativistic jets of radiation that stretch for thousands of light years into the void. You can see them from across the universe. They announce their presence. They are executioners, but they are localized. A rogue black hole is silent. Because it was kicked out of its neighborhood by the violence of its own birth, it left its entire food supply behind. It has no companion star to feed on. It has no nebula to consume. It is starving. And the starving black hole is completely, perfectly invisible. We see objects in space either because they generate light, like a star, or because they reflect it, like a planet. A black hole does neither. Its gravity is so intense that the escape velocity exceeds the speed of light. Any photon that crosses the event horizon is trapped forever. Without a disk of gas to rub together, heat up, and glow, there is no light, no radiation, no X-ray emissions for our satellites to catch. Just a sphere of absolute, inescapable gravity. The physical scale of these objects is difficult for the human brain to process. Imagine an object with the mass of 7 of our suns, a weight so incomprehensible, so infinitely dense, that it bends the very fabric of space-time around it into a deep, inescapable well. Now, crush all of that mass down into a sphere barely 30 miles across, the size of a city. Because of this extreme compressed gravity, a rogue black hole doesn't just warp light and space, it violently warps time. At the very edge of the event horizon, time slows to an absolute crawl. If you could somehow place a clock on the surface of that invisible 30-mile sphere, the hands would barely move. While millions of years play out in the galaxy around it, while new stars are born, while planets form and cool, while entire civilizations rise and fall, the ghost experiences practically nothing. It is a fossil, a perfectly preserved relic of a violent death that happened billions of years ago, plunging through our modern night sky. It doesn't age, it doesn't decay. It just waits. Imagine that city-sized sphere of frozen time and pure crushing gravity moving at 100,000 miles per hour through the interstellar medium. The space between the stars is not a vacuum, but it is as close to nothing as physics allows. There is perhaps 1 atom of hydrogen per cubic centimeter. The gas is so unfathomably thin that it barely exists at all. It is an ocean of absolute sensory deprivation. For billions of years, the wanderer moves through this dark. It touches nothing. It feels nothing. It makes no sound. It is the ultimate cosmic predator. Undetectable, unstoppable, unfeeling, hunting in the dark. So how do you catch a ghost? How do astronomers find a 30-mile wide sphere of darkness in a galaxy that is 100,000 light years across? You cannot look for the monster. You can only look for the footprints it leaves behind. We use a trick of physics called gravitational microlensing. In 1915, Albert Einstein published his theory of general relativity, and he changed the way we understand gravity forever. He proved that gravity doesn't just pull on physical objects. It bends the physical fabric of space itself. Like a heavy lead weight resting on a taut trampoline, a massive object creates a depression in the universe. And when space bends, light bends with it. If a beam of light from a distant star travels across the universe and passes too close to a massive object, the light does not travel in a straight line. It follows the curve of the trampoline. Astronomers realized that this mathematical quirk was the key to finding the ghosts. They point their telescopes toward the center of the Milky Way, toward the galactic bulge, where the background stars are the thickest, and they simply stare. They watch millions of distant, quiet stars, taking pictures night after night, year after year, looking for a single anomaly. When a rogue black hole drifts directly between our telescope and a distant background star, the black hole doesn't block the star's light. It magnifies it. The immense gravity of the invisible black hole acts like a cosmic magnifying glass. It warps the space around it, catching the light from the background star and bending it into a brilliant, distorted halo. An optical illusion known as an Einstein ring. But the physics of that ring are optically horrifying. The immense gravity of the dead star acts like a cosmic funhouse mirror. It takes the image of a perfectly round, distant sun, and it violently smears its light into an unnatural, glowing arc of fire. A blazing, distorted horseshoe wrapped around an invisible dead center. It makes the light of a peaceful star look jagged, broken, and profoundly wrong. And while this geometry is far too physically small for any telescope to actually resolve as a picture, the effect on the light is unmistakable. From Earth, we see a distant star slowly, unnaturally brighten over the course of a few months. It reaches a peak intensity, burning brighter than it ever has. And then, agonizingly slowly, it fades back to its normal, quiet state. The star didn't do anything. The star did not undergo a supernova. The star is perfectly fine. The light bent because a massive, invisible sphere of gravity just drifted silently across our line of sight. We cannot see the monster. We can only watch the light bend. We only see the ripple as it walks through the void. For decades, this was almost entirely theoretical. We knew the math said the wanderers had to be out there, but we had never unambiguously caught one in the act. The sky is too big, and the ghosts are too small. Until 2011. High in the Atacama Desert in Chile, where the air is incredibly thin and the night sky is utterly black, sits the Las Campanas Observatory. It is home to the Optical Gravitational Lensing Experiment, or OGLE. It is a project explicitly designed to do one thing: stare at the center of the galaxy. The sheer human isolation required for this work is staggering. The telescope takes images of over 100 million stars every single night. It is a crushing, endless mountain of data, monitored by astronomers looking for a single pixel of light to change brightness among a sea of millions. In 2011, they saw one. A single star began to brighten. They flagged the anomaly. They named the event OGLE 2011 BLG 0462. They watched the light bend. They recorded the magnification. Over the course of 270 days, the star brightened and faded, perfectly in line with the math of a gravitational lens. But observing the ripple is only the first step. The problem with microlensing is a concept called degeneracy. When a star magnifies, it could be caused by a heavy, invisible black hole moving very fast, or it could be caused by a much lighter, dim, brown dwarf star moving very slowly. the magnification curve looks exactly the same. To prove it was a black hole required a grueling campaign of mathematical isolation. They couldn't just use ground-based telescopes anymore. The atmosphere of the Earth blurs the starlight too much. They needed to go to space. They needed the Hubble Space Telescope. For 6 years, Hubble stared at that single distant star. It wasn't just looking at the brightness anymore. It was looking for something called astrometric shift. When the invisible object passed in front of the star, its gravity was so immense that it didn't just magnify the light, it physically distorted the apparent position of the star in the sky.
Okay.
The star appeared to wobble by a fraction of a milliarcsecond.
We'll watch that later. I'm gonna go eat again early. Get that out of my way. Let's see. There's a small chance. All right. So yesterday, I was able to do something with this tool here called the Code Breaker. It's funny how I'm able to do this on on an emulator. And yes, you do see what that says. I actually have to install or create Rogue Galaxy. So then what you need to do is do this, change disk. Wait for this thing to load. Man, I like how I figure shit out so fast. We've been playing through Rogue Galaxy. Yesterday I realized my memory card was only 8 megs and I had to make a new memory card. So I made a new memory card and transferred all my data over. So good. I'll let you all enjoy.
Let's just meet the village leader for now. These guys never change. We have to find some more information.
Don't you just love the music? You come in here and you steal our items?
There's something about this planet I just don't like.
Sometimes the limitations of the movement. I'll take that.
They didn't exactly roll out the red carpet for us.
Faster go. Shit, man, that was quite the climb.
More people here than I thought.
Thank God I don't take fall damage.
I guess we came at kind of a bad time.
We went through here. Need to fill up the finish my food.
There's something about this planet I just don't like.
Ooh.
These guys never change. Just don't make them angry, okay? More people here than I thought.
What the fuck? Wait. Wait, what? This is how big this damn forest is? Holy shit, man, what the fuck? This map is huge, dude.
Don't go running off just anywhere. we've got into this.
Okay, well, we know we can't go any further than this. This guy.
I've got a good feeling. Let's hurry. Well now, this isn't half bad.
Are there any battles in here? I don't think so.
Don't fall behind, okay?
Don't fall behind, okay? Okay.
I'm not liking this.
Hey, man. Oh, there's a shop. We got that money. Where he has that. Holy moly. Oh, Megastar, huh? That money. Got that money. I need to buy potions. Don't want to use that yet.
Just don't make them angry, okay?
That's gotta be it.
There's something about this planet I just don't like.
Ron, are you even reading what they're saying? Yeah. I get the gist of what they're saying.
Listen, don't try to screw around with the villagers, okay?
Is there anything in this house? Nope.
They didn't exactly roll out the red carpet for us.
Where the hell is this guy?
These guys never change.
There's no time to lose! Please, Chief, you must decide! For the village. If this keeps up, we'll be wiped out. We'll have no choice but to turn to the Star God. We've already decided on a sacrifice! Why are you hesitating, Chief? This'll save the village! Listen, Chief! The dark fruit is increasing, even as we speak. The more you hesitate, the more lives will be lost. Wait, maybe there's another way, another solution. What are you saying? Cran, I know how you feel about Miri. It's devastating to lose the one you love, but still... No, that's not it at all! Don't you see? No kind of sacrifice can save our village. Can't you understand that?
Sacrifice?
What are you doing here?
Lilica. Huh?
Lilica, is the purification complete?
Yes. I present to you the sacrificial maiden.
Miri. Well then, Chief. We shall make preparations to proceed with the sacrificial rite tomorrow morning.
No! Wait! It's too soon. At least wait until the next full moon.
Impossible. We can't afford any more victims. The ceremony is tomorrow. Place Miri in the Maiden Shrine until the appointed hour.
It has already been decided. Don't get any smart ideas, Cran.
You again? I thought I told you to get lost.
I owe these people a favor, Cran. Permit them to stay.
Lilica! Don't you care about all this? You put up your own sister as a sacrifice. And it's all your fault Miri's blind, too. How can you be the head of the Burkaqua warriors when you can't even take care of your own sister?
You're right. It's my fault.
Miri! Mommy! Mom!
That was the day the light faded from Miri's eyes. I couldn't save our mother. What a horrible memory for Miri to bear.
Then don't make her into a sacrifice. We can help her out of this.
No, Cran, we can't. As warriors, it is our duty to protect the village. There's nothing I can do.
Oh, but there is.
Fine warrior you've turned out to be. I'm going to check on Miri. You three. Don't do anything stupid. One false step, and you're dead.
Did I hear that right? Miri's going to be sacrificed?
It's the only way. We don't know why the dark fruit keeps increasing. The villagers touch it and get poisoned. We'll be wiped out for sure if this continues. We need the Star God's power to put things right again. It's our last hope.
How terrible.
Some star god.
Oh, great. Looks like we're gonna be stuck here for a while.
Cutscenes.
Jaster, you want to go see Miri?
Yeah. She's at the Maiden Shrine, right? Which building is that, I wonder?
Can I go back into the house?
Cran's the only one opposed to this.
Need a star key. Oh, Earth key. Now I can go and get some treasures that require the Earth key. About friggin' time I got that Earth key.
Sacrifice? Why would they do this?
Before I roll down there.
Oh, man.
Which one is the Maiden Shrine?
I think the item that I was looking for is in this house. Yep. Earth key. Ooh, nice.
Let's go see Miri again.
Before we do that, let's go save. Always save before the main thing. Oops. Man, look at that sword. Crazy. 58 power. I didn't get another gun though. That's weird. This guy has some new swords. Half Moon Rising. It's funny, his sword's almost done maxing out though. He actually has a stronger... Oops. And her weapon's almost done maxing out too. Ooh, damn. Oh, damn, she's gonna be really strong soon. Fuck. Okay. Crazy. Lots of traversing last night, y'all. Tons of traversing. Can you go back out? Can we traverse?
Everyone's on edge.
Can we fight in the forest? I would think I should be able to.
Guess asking about the fire fruit is out of the question.
I can't believe Miri's being sacrificed.
I'll take you on.
Here they come, bastards.
Too easy.
Okay, so we know that there's battles now.
I needed some exercise anyway.
So we are traversing.
Here they come, bastards.
Oh shit.
Take on by myself.
Those guys were no challenge at all.
She just mastered that. Mastered. She's almost mastered that. Alright. There were items in different directions. I need to go see.
The dark fruit.
There should be an item over here.
I've got a good feeling. Let's hurry.
I've got a good feeling. Let's hurry. No, still not here.
Here they come, bastards. What a waste of time.
Okay, we got a new item.
Let's keep this pace up.
I can't believe Miri's being sacrificed.
Okay, so we're gonna go down this road. Lots of traversing.
Here they come, bastards.
Too easy.
Well now, this isn't half bad.
There should be a...
Guess asking about the fire fruit is out of the question. they even bother jumping us?
Why did he even bother jumping?
The dark fruit.
So now I'm basically searching around the area for
Trying.
Everyone okay?
So Kasala, she just literally leveled up. She's gonna get so like she's super tanky now. How much more? Oh man, he's almost maxed. Alright. So
Don't fall behind, okay?
Treasure chests that haven't been opened.
Here they come, bastards.
Those guys were no challenge at all.
Alright, so he just mastered his weapon. Oops. Come on. Oh shit. I don't want to. There we go.
There's something about this planet I just don't like. Here they come, bastards.
Let's go.
That's the end of that.
So they leveled up.
Wait, are you just gonna leave Miri behind?
No, we're gonna go get her. Relax. Calm down.
Here they come.
Too easy.
Boom. That's it? What?
I can't believe Miri's being sacrificed.
Here they come. Here they come.
Oh my god. Absolutely dismantled. I didn't even stand a fucking chance.
Here they come.
Here they come.
Everyone okay?
Yep, everyone okay.
Popping up like crazy.
Popping up like crazy.
Oh, come on. How are we supposed to deal with this?
I hope Lilica is all right.
He's fine.
Here they come. Bastards.
Let's go.
That was a cinch.
This route? Bad choice.
Well now, this isn't half bad.
This place is huge, by the way.
Here they come.
Think I'm gonna go easy?
What a waste of time.
Mister is about to level up to level 20.
Hope it all goes well.
basically going back to get all the items that
There's something about this planet I just don't like.
Thankfully I can teleport back.
I can't believe Miri's being sacrificed.
Come on, try me.
I knew we were gonna win. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay.
Here they come.
Out of my way.
A lot of 117.
That's the end of that.
Kind of wish there was a way for it to check. I'm gonna have to like skim through the entire area.
Popping up like crazy.
Popping up like crazy. Let me see what you got now.
I've got a good feeling. Let's hurry.
I'll take you on.
Out of my way.
Too easy.
Okay, hold on. What just got mastered? Weak.
Let's keep this pace up.
Keep this pace up.
Come on, try me.
You think I'm gonna go easy?
Those guys were no challenge at all.
We're getting some items. It's a good thing
There's something about this planet I just don't like.
Go in the dark. Cool. There might be some item in this guy's house.
A sacrifice? Why would they do this?
Should be an item in this guy's house. Or not?
Don't go running off just anywhere.
So, I traveled here for whatever reason.
Don't fall behind, okay?
But it's okay, because I can gain items. So I'm gonna hit save. Just cause. Always hit save. Jerica.
Oh, man. Come on, on, try me.
Here they come. Now we're talking.
Too easy.
Okay, so his shuriken.
Guess asking about the fire fruit is out of the question.
So we're traversing this entire forest again, but in the nighttime.
Here they come, bastards.
I'll take you on.
Okay, the guys.
Everyone okay?
These guys are overpowered right now. Cool. Another Medusa's lock.
Hope it all goes well.
Thankfully, I can teleport back. I don't have to run through the entire forest again.
Here they come.
That's not happening.
Over there.
We gotta kill this
Those guys were no challenge at all.
I've got a good
guy. Basically
feeling.
going back,
Let's
looking
hurry.
for all the Earth treasure chests, Earth key treasure chests. There's like 2 or 4.
Here they come.
Here they come, bastards.
Piece of cake.
What a waste of time.
Let's keep this pace up. I'll take you on.
Here they
All right.
Cool.
Popping up like crazy.
Popping up like crazy. Here's one.
Oh, come on. How are we supposed to deal with this?
Ooh, dynamic cannon.
I'll take you on.
Here they come, bastards.
That's the end of that.
Okay. If I remember correctly, there is a
This route, bad choice.
item.
The dark fruit. Here they come.
Come on, try me.
Let's go.
What are you waiting for? Why did they even bother jumping us?
It doesn't make any sense to me.
Here they come.
Here they come, bastards.
No big deal. That's how you get it done.
Almost there.
Guess asking about the fire fruit is out of the question.
So this side has no items.
Here they come.
Here they come, bastards.
This is what you get.
Too easy.
Nice.
Popping up like crazy.
Popping up like crazy.
Oh, come on. How are we supposed to deal with this?
Wait, are you just gonna leave Miri behind?
No.
Here they come.
Come on, try me.
All right. This route, bad choice.
Let's keep this pace up.
There should be one more Earth key treasure.
Here they come.
You think I'm gonna go easy?
Jaster. Nothing to do.
You don't even need to do those.
That's the end of that. The dark fruit.
Now we're gonna go over this direction.
Here they come.
Here they come. Bastards.
That's how you get it done.
Jaster leveled up! Hooray! Level 20 now.
This just, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Finally broke the limit.
Let's go.
Here they come.
Here they come. Bastards.
Lost the challenge because they...
I knew we were gonna win.
I lost that challenge because they intervened.
Oh, come on. How are we supposed to deal with this?
Looks like there's an item over here.
Popping up like crazy.
Here they come. Bastards.
No big deal.
Jaster. Why did they even bother jumping us?
This route, bad choice.
This route, bad choice.
I've got a good feeling. Let's hurry.
Here they come.
Let's go.
Come on, try me.
That was a cinch.
Don't go running off just anywhere.
I think there's an item.
Let's keep this pace up.
Yep, I was right. Oh, this one's a star key. Damn it. Ah,
Guess asking about the fire fruit is out of the question.
oh, but there's another item here. I totally forgot to get this. Well, see? That's what happens when you don't
Oh, man.
explore. You start to find items that you forgot. Okay, so this area has a star key item. I don't have the star key, but I have the earth key. Okay. We're gonna save.
I can't believe Miri's being sacrificed.
You'll be okay.
Just keep coming.
Out of my way.
We're not done yet.
What a waste of time.
This just, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Cutting that grass. He's cutting that grass. He's cutting that grass.
Here they come. Bastards.
Well, at least I'm doing over 100 damage.
That's how you get it done.
But these are weak
Oh, man.
So we basically traversed almost the entire forest.
I'll take you on.
Don't ever try to show off in front of me, you damn beast.
Don't ever attempt to show up in front of me, you damn beast.
Don't fall behind, okay?
That's funny. This forest is huge.
I'll take you on.
Come on, try it.
All right!
Let's keep this pace up.
Keep this pace up.
I'll take you on.
Here they come. Bastards.
Too easy.
I'm only getting like 1 EXP, so like, you know,
Popping up like crazy.
we're not getting that. The game is scaling me, so I can't.
Oh, come on.
Can't get that
How are
much
we supposed to
EXP.
deal with this?
Here they come.
Out of my way.
Everyone okay?
I don't think I missed the item.
This route? Bad choice.
The dark fruit.
Something tells me I'm not supposed to be going. I'm supposed to be traveling here at night.
Let's go.
Come on, try it.
Want to try that again?
Wanna try that
I
again?
knew we were gonna win.
Everybody be only getting that 1 EXP.
I needed some exercise anyway.
Let's
real?
put everything we've got into this.
Wait, why are there 2? This is a ship. Hold on. We basically traversed all over there, all over here. Oh my god, look how big this fucking forest is, y'all.
There's something about this planet I just don't like.
Oh my goodness.
We aren't here to goof around, are we?
No.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
Come on, try me.
That's how you get it done.
Wait. Now why?
Oh, man.
Let's go.
The dark fruit.
Alright. We basically went everywhere. So I guess I got all the items.
Don't fall behind, okay? Here they come.
Don't ever try to show off in front of me, you damn beast.
I can't
I really
believe
like this
Miri's
game, as
being
you can tell.
sacrificed. Let's go.
Over there.
Here they come.
Those guys were no challenge at all.
Well, I'm restocking on my items, so that's good.
Wait, are you just gonna leave Miri behind?
I'll take you on.
Think I'm gonna go easy? Everyone okay?
Teleport. Was there not one? Oh, are you for real right now? That's stupid.
The dark fruit.
There was a save point right in the village. What the fuck? Why doesn't it let me use that one? The teleport. That's so
Well now, this isn't half bad.
I'll take you on.
Think I'm gonna go easy?
What a waste of time.
My gun is mastered. But I don't have a new gun, so...
I can't believe Miri's being sacrificed. You think I'm gonna go easy?
I'll take you on.
I knew we were gonna win.
I knew we were gonna win.
Guess asking about the fire fruit is out of the question.
I'll take you on.
Let's go.
Why did they even bother jumping us?
Popping up like crazy.
Popping up like crazies. Shadow, come here. Damn Damn, everybody needs this fucking one item. They need a diamond. Ugh. I'm gonna have to hold off.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
And then there's other characters that are on their way, like Lilica. I think it's Durango.
We have to do something about Miri.
I think there's one other guy. We have Steve, and we have 6, 7, there's supposed to be 8 of them. Why didn't it teleport me here? It's so stupid. It makes no sense. Alright. So I am going to exit game. And we are gonna head outside. Let me just check something here. Okay. Okay, all right. So we are gonna go outside, and we're gonna start our play out. Ooh, it's 11:30. We're go outside. All right, y'all. What I am gonna do though is that I'm gonna clean the table. I'm gonna grab a wet paper towel and just like give this a nice, yeah, a nice cleaning. Face this way, front camera. Let's go. All right. Yeah. So you'll hear the lawnmower for a little bit. Awesome. We're gonna go outside and do our thing. use the bathroom. Okay, let's get rolling. Getting done early. Alexa, what's the weather tomorrow?
Here's the forecast for tomorrow in Toronto. Look for lots of clouds, with a high of 15 degrees Celsius and a low of 6 degrees.
Oh yeah. This is definitely one of those outdoor kind of days. Take advantage of these outdoor kind of days. Change my headband. I'll be right back. Excellent. Need some water. All right, y'all, coming outside, bringing my stuff, doing this thing. Oh yes, I was supposed to clean the table. So let's do that quickly. Okay. And then okay, y'all. Why is that flickering? Is that flickering? It's flickering a little. Very good. Now, I love spending time outside. I see this flickering thing that's going on here. It's all good. Look at this. It's crazy. Crazy how dirty this is. I need to, I require to grab one more paper towel and finish that up. We'll start at 12. Getting the table clean. My wallet away. I mean, I sit on this side of the table, so still a little soapy, but you know, it's only because I Ryan, you did good this this winter with this table. You did very good. You did good with protecting it. Sure did. Sure did. Sure did, Orion. Sure did. I don't know why this is here. Like, I need to put this away because, like, it's not like we have snow or anything like that. Like, what the hell's going on in here? Cool beans. Cool beans. The perfect day to clean up outside and table is cleaned. There's like this flickery on the camera. Yep. Okay. All right, y'all. It's time for us to get rolling. Okay. So, why do I feel like I'm on an angle? It just feels so weird. And now we gotta face it this way. It's weird. It looks like I'm on an angle, but I'm not. All right, y'all. Let the upper body commence. It's 12 o'clock on the dot. We're gonna get rolling. I want to look at my stream from here, making sure it's all good. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Yep. Mr. Sugiano.
Is Brock Lesnar's daughter about to arrive in WWE? Her name is Maya Lesnar. She's 24 years old. She's a shot put champion, and she inherited all of her father's strength. According to many insiders and rumors, Maya wants to debut in 2026. And what if Maya interferes at WrestleMania to save his father from Obafemi? Just imagine, the daughter of the Beast incarnate stepping into WWE. Would she be the next big thing? What do you think? Drop your answer in the comments below. Don't forget to smash a like and follow Fortio for more news about WWE. Is Brock...
These are 9 rules that every high-value man needs to live by. Rule 1. Your presence matters. Women feel you before they hear you. Your vibe speaks louder than your words, so slow movements show control. Fast ones show insecurity, so hold your eye contact. Own every single room that you walk into. Number 2. Have your own life. Purpose first, passion first. Your mission becomes before her approval, always. Women don't want to be your entire world. They want to join a world that's already moving. A man with direction is impossible to ignore. Number 3, be seen as a high-value man. Women want the man that other women want, so stand in high-status places. Earn respect from other men. Surround yourself with that beauty. Options changes the way she sees you. Number 4, do not give everything away. Scarcity creates value. Attention given for free means nothing, so stop flooding her with compliments. Stop trying to win her over. Be hard to impress. Make her earn your warmth. Number 5, take the damn lead. Women don't want to run the show. They want a man who knows where he's going, so decide. Move. Stand firm. Never over-explain. Never chase. Lead with certainty. Number 6, keep things exciting. Predictability kills attraction on every level, so you need to switch up your energy. Playful, then serious, then a little distance. Make her laugh. Challenge her. Emotion is the hook that keeps her tied to you. Number 7, be ready to walk away. That is your power. If she knows that you'll stay no matter what, your value drops. Walk away when standards are met. Want her, never need her. Distance forces reflection. Number 8, earn her respect first. Nice doesn't turn her on. Weakness gets disrespected, so set your boundaries and force them. Never tolerate the chaos. She stays loyal to the man that she respects, not the man that she can control. And number 9, stay emotionally regulated. This is where the men need to win. A woman tests you to see if you break, so stay calm, stay centered, don't argue, don't explode, don't let her emotions control your frame. When she sees that you cannot be rattled, she feels safe, she feels drawn in, and she feels that attraction. Live by these 9 rules, and you won't ever have to chase women anymore. They will chase you.
Barb.
These are 9 rules that every high-value man needs to live by. Rule 1, your presence matters. Women feel you before they hear you. Your vibe speaks louder than your words, so slow movements show control. Fast ones show insecurity, so hold your eye contact. Own every single room that you walk into. Number 2, have your own life. Purpose first, passion first. Your mission becomes before her approval, always. Women don't want to be your entire world. They want to join a world that's already moving. A man with direction is impossible to ignore. Number 3, be seen as a high-value man. Women want the man that other women want, so stand in high-status.
Hey everyone, Mr. Sujano. But this one here, fixed regression introduced in 2125.0, where a small number of games could crash due to a This person has a Dimensity 1080 with only 6 gigs of RAM, and although Megapunk isn't a demanding game, at the same time, they're able to get this game running at 60 frames per second.
I'll be right back.
On such a lower powered and older CPU. So with that being said, there's a couple of things I want to point out here, 2 things I want to point out here, and this is kind of a PSA. Number 1, although I think this is amazing, I think this is really good, I do think this is kind of out of the norm. And number 2, it does set some unrealistic expectations. So arguably here, this is a lower powered, outdated CPU. And I don't necessarily think people with lower powered and outdated CPUs should expect 60 frames per second on a lot of different games. I think they should expect a lot of serious issues. And that's just due to the nature of the games themselves running, like they're PC games running on Android here. So while I think it's amazing, at the same time, you do have to have a reality check here and don't think that this is going to be the norm for all lower powered and outdated CPUs. It's a really dangerous precedent. Sometimes developers get flack when people expect games to be running at 60 frames per second perfectly, and they've got a potato as a phone. Realistically, this is out of the norm, and I just want to level set with everyone there. I mean, I think it's amazing, but at the same time, don't expect a lot of games to run perfectly on really low and older devices. And speaking about Microsoft stuff, I mean, kind of Windows games, and now we're talking about Xbox. Anyways,
don't care about that.
Rumors that kind of... We've talked about age verification, we've talked about the drop.
Don't care about that.
Talking about framework. And Framework has just unveiled a very exciting laptop, their new Laptop 13 Pro. This features a touch screen and also a very hefty price. So the Framework Laptop 13 Pro starts at a whopping $1,679 for the Intel version and $1,959 for the AMD version. I'd recommend spending the few extra bucks to get the AMD version just due to the fact that it's got an integrated GPU, and if you parent team, I'll say that. Anyways, here, Ludo has been receiving a whole bunch of updates. The PS3 is beating the PS5. Final Fantasy. If you're a Final Fantasy fan and a fan of fighting games, this might be up your alley. Or
Interesting.
Might not. Let me know here. Anyways, this is currently a rumor. However, this rumor does have some credibility behind it. So it's being reported that Street Fighter VI Year 4 DLC leaked and will feature Vega, Hagar, Gouken, and also Tifa from Final Fantasy VII. This information comes from the person who previously said Terry, Elena, and Bison were coming to Street Fighter VI, and they were right. Now, I'm not going to lie here. I was really excited to hear Terry was coming to Street Fighter VI, and if I hadn't already bought the game and played it, I'd probably pick it up almost solely because of Terry being in it. However, that being said, if you haven't picked up Street Fighter VI yet, would you pick it up because Tifa was entering the game if you're a Final Fantasy fan? Let me know your thoughts.
I would.
And speaking about games with a bunch of cool different characters in them, next up we're talking about Smash Bros. Smash Bros. Brawl. And it's being reported that a decompilation project has started for this game. No time frame on completion just yet. It may take a while. If you like this video,
leave a like. If you didn't like this video, leave a like. Hit that subscribe button. Check out our other videos. Don't have faith. Save your state.
Fiend.
That's pretty wild. Okay. Push pull. All right. So for those of you who are going to join me for this, if you don't have dumbbells, that's okay. You will be doing push-ups. Lots of push-ups. For chest, we're going to be starting with shoulders, by the way. For chest, though, you're going to be doing wide push-ups. So notice my elbows in correlation to my rib cage. So that's... this is making me look fat. I want to know if I should take this off. Nah, I'll leave it on for now. So wide push-ups for your chest, diamond for your split in the middle, that spot in between your two chest muscles. Then you have standard push-ups, so wide standard. This targets your shoulder blades and your back. Then there's narrow, biceps and triceps. There's also reverse, which also targets your biceps, your triceps, and your shoulder blades and your back. And then there's pike push-ups, which I will demonstrate. Pike push-ups. These are good for your shoulders itself, your traps. And the closer you bring your hands, the harder it will get. Yeah. He's got a chair, but I'm not going to be using the chair whatsoever, except for maybe sitting for this first little bit. You don't need to have a chair though. A lot of the movements that he's going to be doing is going to be using a chair. I will see what I do. I may or may not use the chair after the next 4 exercises, so we'll see. Let's go. We're starting with shoulder press. Nice. Shoulder press. To the left side now. We're going to be doing Arnold press now. So your palms are facing inwards. When you lift the dumbbell up, your palms will face outwards. So you can brace your other hand on your knee or just hold it here. Totally up to you. So you're doing pike push-ups right now. Ooh. Okay. So he's doing rear delt rows to the right. So I don't think I will be using the chair after this one, but we'll see. But if you have a chair, this is how you'd be doing it. Let's move the other dumbbell here for a moment. So we're doing the left side now. So front raises. Very good. We'll be using a second dumbbell shortly. Yep. Right here. Upright rows. That's still pike push-ups, by the way. That's targeting your shoulder blades and your shoulders itself. And then breathe through that nose. All right, bent over rows to the right. So this time you're holding the dumbbell this way, not like this, like this. This is targeting your shoulder blades and your back. Other side. Okay, bent over supinated rows. So that's pulling, your forearm is pulling it up like this. So it's targeting your biceps a little bit here, your lower back, your side of your back. Soon we won't need the chair. You can put it to the side. Get the main quest, side quest done before 1 o'clock. The rest of the stuff can be done throughout the afternoon. Taking advantage of the sun as it's here right now before it leans over towards the other side. Doing great, y'all. Doing wonderful. .45-degree shoulder press. So pike push-ups. Shoulder shrugs. We should be doing renegade rows and plank rows next. So this is going to be targeting back. Yep, plank rows. Doing great. So we're doing the same thing, but this time with a push-up. So I'm gonna face this side. Doing great, y'all. All right, moving on to biceps, narrow push-ups. There's not much biceps in this one, but there's enough. We'll be doing biceps and triceps together. Actually, triceps comes last. Twist curls. So neutral position and then twist. Your palm should be facing up, and then when you're coming back down, your palm should be facing your side. So you're twisting. You know what I noticed? There's no airplanes. And now that I say that, watch they start flying in, one by one. Yep, see? Oh, they're flying out right now. All right, chest. So we're doing isometric chest press to the right. So you're only holding the dumbbell in your right hand. So wide push-ups here. Then you're gonna do diamond and then wide again. Hello, Sun Baba. Yeah. Left side. Oh. Now we're doing standard chest press, so wide push-ups again. We're gonna be doing chest for a little bit. It's as if I didn't leave outside whatsoever. So tomorrow, I'm gonna experiment with 720p 60 frames with smaller kilobits per second. So we're doing negative press. That's 5 seconds down, 1 second up. Hey, what's up, bro? I just saw you pop on. Good to see you. Ugh. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How's your stream, bro? How's it going? Where are we at in terms of people? Because last time I checked was 515. You must have went up to like 520 or at least 530, no? I'm gonna read what you wrote in a moment. Oh. All right, let me see what you wrote. Yeah, you are. You're gonna pass me soon. And then once you pass me, soon, it's happening. I look forward to it, bro. Oh. And you know the funny thing too? My number keeps going down by at least 1 or 2. Not every day, but like once or twice a week, or once every week or 2, somebody leaves the channel. It'll either add and then they remove themselves. And that's fine, because like, you know, I told you this channel is just gonna be archived. And once it's archived, it's just there as like my video storage. Because, you know, imagine holding all this on my phone. Like, there's no way. I'd have to have over probably like 6-7 terabytes just to hold all my live streams that are 12 hours. So YouTube is my hard drive storage. Let's see. Yeah, it's okay. I'm good, bro. Like, I'm good with people leaving the channel because, like, you know, it's eventually gonna be terminated. Well, not terminated, but it's gonna be archived and retired. I'll come on it just to make sure that it stays active by doing like a video game stream or something here or there. But yeah, I calculated how many hours I've done live streaming up until this point. I've done over 6,000 hours of live streaming. It's pretty nuts. Over 6,000 hours. Not quite 10,000 hours yet, but you know, we're getting there. Narrow press. But I'm really proud of you, dude, for keep going. Keep going, dude. I'll read what you wrote in a moment. The sun is in my face right now. It's very warm. And I have my layers on. So it feels like I'm wearing armor. Ooh. So the moves make it a little bit challenging. Let's see. What do we got? Please change. No, dude, I'm not changing my ideas. I told you. Like, I didn't come here to do bullshit like I show speed. And plus, like I told you, this channel doesn't work. What part have I not told you that this channel is shadow banned? It's not because of ideas. It's because it's shadow banned. You have to understand that it has nothing to do with ideas. It's not about the ideas. It's about basically YouTube blocking my content. It's nothing to do with my ideas. I've changed up my ideas many, many times, and it still didn't work because YouTube has my channel blocked, right? You know, when you came on, my channel had 1 week on a campaign. So, and that's when like I got like 4,000, 5,000 views again for 1 week. Somebody decided to put me on a campaign, and it found you. It found our other sister, right? After that campaign the channel went down again. I didn't change anything. So it's not about my ideas, it's about YouTube blocking me, literally. You have to understand that YouTube is blocking this channel, but my other channel is not blocked. That's why I'm going to another channel. But you know, if the same thing happens on the other channel, then clearly, you know, maybe the universe doesn't want me to live stream anymore. Maybe it just doesn't want me to do what I came here to do. And if that be the case, then the universe can take me out. I can go back home. But I know that the universe wanted me to do this. Like, no one can understand my journey except for me, right? I came here to speak truth because so many people are suffering in the world. And I'm tired of seeing people suffer. Like, you suffered for a little bit and I had to tell you, you can do this, and now you're not suffering, right? You're actually doing the thing, you're taking action. If you're able to do it, and I want you to do a testimony for me, that's the one thing I'm gonna ask you to do for me. You're gonna give me a video testimony of what I did for you. Because like, I never asked anything in return for any of you, but now I'm gonna be asking for a video testimony. So if you can make a video describing what I did for you and how I helped you, that would be great. That's the best thing you can do for me right now. A video testimony. Turn on your camera, record a video. It could be a minute long. It doesn't have to be 10 minutes long. And just tell people how I helped you. That's what I ask for in return now, that you all help me with a testimony. I need testimonials to prove that what I am sharing is actually helpful. Because without the proof, I have nobody to basically vouch for me. So I need you all to make a video for me. I don't ask anything in return from any of you, but now I'm gonna ask in return that you all do a video testimony for me. Because it is necessary. You're gonna tell people how I coached you and helped you to break your limiting beliefs of like, you didn't have full belief in yourself until I talked into you. Well, it's really you talking to yourself, but you know, you need to make it believable. Yeah, it's not about the ideas, dude. Trust me. I know. If it was the ideas, then, you know, why did I get all the people in the beginning doing the same thing? In fact, I was doing less. I was doing much less than what I'm doing now, and more people were on. And I was talking about the same things, but from a more limited aspect. So, yeah. No, dude, it is blocked. You don't understand. I keep telling you, you don't understand, bro. It's not about the titles. Listen, my channel is shadow banned. It is shadow banned. Do you not understand what I'm saying? I am very controversial, sorry. And because I'm controversial, it is shadow banned. Because YouTube has declared that this channel is a bot. It has nothing to do with my content. Go back on my channel, okay? Go back to January last year, all right? Do me a favor, scroll to my channel, go back last year, January. You will see many people coming on my live streams. February is where shit hit the fan. January 2025, I was making impact with people around the world. This is not a limiting belief. I can tell you that. YouTube has shadow banned this account. I'm telling you. They may say that it's not, but it is. Right? Because how does my channel go from 5,000 views a day, meteoric rise, to 20? Well, because overnight we did a game stream and somebody was spamming in the chat. They kept spamming music, and YouTube decided that this person is a bot. And because this person is a bot, my stream is not real. And because my stream is not real, my likes went down. And my likes went all the way down. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, the following day, people couldn't find my channel. People couldn't get the notifications. Nothing had changed. I didn't change anything. So, I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you. By the end of this year, you should be at least over 1,000. You should be way over 1,000. Probably like 1,200, maybe 13, maybe 2,000. So either this is what's going to happen for you, because it's not May yet. It's almost May. You have 7 more months, right? If you continue to do what you do, in 7 months from now, right? So that'll be December. Wow, fuck. 7 months from now, when December hits, the end of December, so 7 months and a half, you should reach roughly about 2,000. The way you're going right now, you should be reaching that. But you got to keep going. And you know what to do. I don't need to tell you. I don't need to tell you what to do because you've proven it to yourself. But you should reach around either 1,300, 1,500, or 2,000, or over 2,000. You shouldn't be less than that. Well, it all depends, right? Keep playing Poppy Playtime and play other games that people are interested in. You'll see. You should be around over 2,000, right? If you were a hot chick, though, this is where you and I, we are not chicks in this lifetime. You would have already been at least like 9,000. You know why? Because more guy gamers like girl gamers who stream. That's a fact. You know that, right? There's a girl who just started streaming on YouTube probably about a month and a half ago. She's already at 10,000. Why is that? Well, it's simple. She's a cute chick, right? She didn't do anything special, but she was playing Final Fantasy VIII and she made some like YouTube shorts, right, of Quistis and all that, and people saw her and they were like, "Oh, that's a cute girl," right? Unfortunately, in the realm of guys versus girls, true, you're right, but the thing is, it's very rare to see a girl watch a guy streamer. You know what I'm saying? Like, girls don't really, I'm not saying that's true. That's not entirely true, right? That's a limiting belief. But you're right, there are girls who watch guys, but generally speaking, girl streamers, because of how they look, right? Look, if two people, let me tell you something. Let's say there's 2 people playing the same game. They're playing Dead by Daylight, right? One's a guy and one's a chick. Who do you think I'm gonna watch? Let's say they're playing on the same team and they're both streaming. Who do you think I'm going to watch? I'm going to watch the chick. I'll probably tune into the dude for a moment, but I'm going to lean towards the chick. All right? That's just my personal bias, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? It's 60 to 40% difference, not a big change. True. But what I'm saying is, like, either you have to be extremely charismatic, you got to be like, you know, you can't be boring essentially on your stream. Like, you know, if I'm playing Dead by Daylight, I have to pretend that I'm screaming and I'm scared and I get jump scared, right? That's why people they like people who are entertaining. For me, I don't get jump scared in that game. It's a cartoon now for me. So like when I play the game, I'm playing it as like, you know, more competitive. I'm not playing it as like I'm being like scared, you know? So like when you watch somebody like Spooky Jukes, like he screams a lot. He gets afraid of the smallest things. Like a killer comes out of nowhere. I'm like, okay, whatever. Right? For me, it's whatever. But for him, it's like, ah! Right? He screams. He screams very loud, like a girl. So of course he's entertaining. Right? But if he was just like playing the game and he's like not saying anything, like, yeah, I'm going to juke this killer. I'm just gonna like, you know, he's just doing whatever. I don't think I'd be watching him. Right? So for guys, they have to be extremely entertaining. Otherwise, most guys will be kind of like thrown under the radar. All right. Let me just carry my dumbbells. But you're right. There isn't that big of a difference. There's a lot of guy gamers and girl gamers, and a lot of guys get viewed. Tons. Right? They have to be extremely good at the game, though. Or they have to be extremely charismatic. Because if you suck, well, that's subjective, of course. If you're educational, or you're an edutainer, if you're like an edutainer, you know what an edutainer is? Someone who educates and entertains. So it's a combination. So if you're an edutainer, right, showing people how to do certain things and you're entertaining, yeah, people are going to like your stuff. I'm just taking my walk with these. I'll read what you shared in a moment. I'll be right back. As if you can't hear me. Of course you can hear me. Oh, let's see what you shared. Do you know Aisha's is pretend to be scared? So yeah, exactly. For me, like, I'm just gonna be real, right? Like, I don't get scared of a lot of things. So like when I'm playing a video game, right? Like I used to play like very, very, like not horror games, but like games that kind of, you know, you're kind of like, you know? Like back in the day, playing like Perfect Dark at nighttime, in the dark, by yourself. Like at home, lights off, right? Shit is like coming at you. Turok. Like games like that. Like I never got afraid because I basically, and I went to movies and I watched scary movies like you know, I watched Halloween in theaters. I watched I went to watch the first Saw and I absolutely hated it. I was like, what the fuck is this? I see people's eyeballs getting taken out of their, like, I'm like, I don't like gore. Like, it's not that I'm afraid, I just like, it's just disturbing. It's just gross. But like, I watched not Whose Line Is It Anyways? What the fuck am I saying? I Know What You Did Last Summer, the second one too, the guy with the hook. I went to watch Paranormal Activities, the first one, before anyone even knew what that was really. There was one guy, oh my god, dude. We went to the theater. It was me and my cousin. We went to the theater and we watched the movie. And at the end of the movie, when Katie is like shaking the house, if you ever watched the movie, like all hell's breaking loose. You know what happened? A guy got out of the seat and he ran for his life out of the theater. He got scared. He was fucked. We all were laughing at that aspect because like he got up and he ran. I mean, poor dude, but still, you know. But, you know, I've become so, you can call it emotionally disconnected from reality to a point where like things don't, like I'm immune to it now. Of course, if someone comes at me and they start punching me in my face, am I going to be immune to that pain? Of course not. I'm going to be like, you know. Or somebody tells me that I'm a piece of shit, and you know what? I'm going to be like, fuck you, right? But basically, what I'm saying is like, you know, yeah, what I'm saying basically is, you know, when I'm going to be on stream, I'm going to be exactly as I am, like authentic. I can't pretend to be afraid of something that I'm not afraid of. Like it just feels inauthentic for me, you know? You know how you said how you wanted to get your watch time up genuinely? Well, because you want to get your watch time up genuinely, it's the same way with me making sure that I'm genuine the way I am. Like I can't pretend to be something that I can be anything. I choose not to though, because it just feels like I'm putting on a show, like a facade. And yes, on a live stream, you are technically entertaining, you're performing, you're putting on a show. But when I'm putting on my show, I'm putting on my real show, not the fakeness. Like yesterday, if you saw me, I was getting mad. I was getting extremely mad. But I want you all to see that. I want this all to be recorded. Because this is data this is invaluable data to see how someone can overcome things. And for me to show to the world, like, this is proof. And I get someone to clip my videos, or I find the spot where I was like, oh, that's a bar. I need to take that clip and like, you know, clip it. When I'm like speaking on stage, like I'm going to prove to everybody, like, this is how it was done. So anyways, you know, everyone to each their own. Like if you want to, you know, show up like I show speed and be afraid of things, do it. If it works for you, do it. Right? I'm not going to tell you not to do it, but for me specifically, I have to be myself. Like I cannot be anything else but myself. You know, because I spent some majority of my life not being myself and being someone else. And that was like a no-no for me. I spent majority of my life pretending to be someone that I wasn't. Now that I know who I am, I will not go backwards in terms of pretending to be something that I'm not. You know? But that's just me. Whew. Okay. I'm gonna go put these in. Get over here. All right, I'll be back outside in a moment. So this and this. My brother and them are making pizza. That's good. That's good, man. That's a good quality to have, because you're doing it for people, right? That's what streaming is all about, really. You're doing it for, you're helping others to bring joy, right? You want to see people happy. My way of bringing joy is to make sure people know that they have the power to be happy in every present moment. So like my way, be it different, right? If I can put a smile on someone's face by the things I say, then I've done my job, right? I know I have. I've done it for you. You've smiled quite a few times. I made you laugh with some of the things I've said, some of my absurd things. But, you know, it's good though. That's a good thing that's about you, you know, wanting to bring smiles to people's faces. We need more of that in the world. If more people could do that, that'd be great. Less problems. Less problems in the world. Let's see. I know what you did last October off stream. Exactly. You have made me laugh. I'm not going to deny that. You know? I'm not going to deny that. I like to laugh. That's how we're supposed to be. I used to be so serious all the time. You know, there are times where I'm serious about like the things I'm sharing. Like when I'm in the flow, like I don't like being disrupted. You know, I like to keep in my flow. But you know, there are times where sometimes you just have to go off cuff and just laugh your ass off because you're like, you know, whatever. It's just a game. This is all a game in the end of the day, right? Because you know, so many people in the world are taking their life so damn seriously, and they're not enjoying this thing called life. They're suffering, right? Look, dude, remember what I said to you. There's someone in your country, I'll just use your country for now. There's someone in your country right now who wants to do what you're doing, who felt the way you were feeling a year ago, and you're going to reach them and you're going to tell them, hey, if I was able to do it, then surely you can too. Just remember, don't forget to make my testimonial video. If you can send it on Discord, that'd be great. I appreciate it. Or you can upload it to Google Drive and send me the link. I'd appreciate that. That's what you can do for me. If you ever want to help me with anything, that's what you can do. Let's make a testimonial video for me and seeing how I helped you. But yeah, you're going to inspire and bring joy to that person who is also feeling the way you used to feel. And guess what? They're going to bring more joy to more people too, just like you. You have so many people that are waiting for you. They're on their way. The same goes for me. Like time is ticking. You know, like I go to Kick, I stream there for, you know, a day or two, see how Kick is. Let's go on TikTok, right? Do a TikTok stream. Go back on my other YouTube channel, stream there, see how that one goes, right? Of course, I don't expect the algorithm to pick up like 10,000 views a day, but you know, I do know that like I need a fresh start, and this was all practice. Like 6,000 plus hours was just practice for the next phase. This is all practice. That's all it is. Getting mad, letting go of stuff, being chill, being calm confidence, you know. Is it? It's probably the internet. Let me check my end. Let's see what's going on. It's not lagging for me. Seems to be working for me, dude. It's working for me. Like I see myself normal and it's working. Don't know. What's this? What the fuck is this? Yeah, my stream's all right. My employers found out about my business. I'm fired.
Everything changed when they found out about my website, my Instagram, and my YouTube channel. My employer put a target on my back the moment that they realised Aaron is planning to escape by building something of his own. And boy, did they not like it. And that's what we're going to talk about in today's video. Basically, how you can protect yourself from being found out that you are putting a plan in place to replace and escape your 9-to-5 job. I did it pretty well, to be honest with you, because I hid what I was doing for many, many years. And it was only towards the end of my last job they actually found out. I'd blocked all co-workers, all managers.
Nice.
But the thing is, I worked in a very big organisation where a lot of people were coming and going, and I couldn't always know who was new and who was coming in. So therefore, I wasn't always able to block everyone on LinkedIn, Instagram, all the other socials. But let me tell you how it happened the day that I was told that Aaron, the managers and the HR reps are upstairs looking at your website, your channel, and again, the first Instagram handle that I had at the time many years ago. Now, you've heard me mention him before. He's a good friend of mine. He's called Big Bear. And if anyone's got an Apple Watch and a website, I was using Wix at the time.
Ooh.
I had it hooked up that any time someone was on my website, I'd get a little notification pop up on my Apple Watch. And this particular day, I was down on the warehouse floor, and I had the notification come up, and it said that the location was in the exact area that I was working. And I remember thinking to myself, who is on my website? Now, at the time, this is probably only about 6 weeks before I actually quit my job, just to give you a timeline. So I got this notification on my phone, on my Apple Watch, and then, it was apparent that someone within the vicinity was looking at my stuff. Now, there was only about 2 people who knew. There was a guy called Lee, and obviously there was Steve. Now, Lee was near me, so I knew it weren't Lee, and I thought, well, it could have been Steve. She was very difficult with me. And the last manager that I had, which was called Janky, I knew
what a
it
name,
was very much
Janky.
the beginning of the end, because I was pulled into a...
Janky.
So what they're going to do is they want to cut the strings as soon as possible.
Yep.
So therefore, if there are no current problems with your work, as there weren't with me, they will try and find or cause problems. Now, let me tell you something else.
This is the human nature causing problems. Oof. Okay.
Some of you aren't going to like this, but these are the 3 types of women that will drain a man dry emotionally and mentally. If you want peace, avoid them. First is the divorced woman who has not healed yet. She's still carrying baggage from her past, and you will end up paying the emotional price for a man that you never met.
That's a bar. That is a bar. Do not... That's a bar.
Emotional price for a man that you never met. Until she completely closes that chapter fully, she cannot open a healthy one with you. Most divorced women carry years of trauma, resentment, and trust issues. That means you're not just dating her, you are unpacking wounds that you didn't create. Second is the single mom. This isn't disrespect, it's reality. You will never come first because her child always will. That's good for the kid. But for you as a man, it changes everything.
That's a bar.
Don't forget, the baby daddy will always be in the picture. There's history you can't erase, ties you cannot control, and you have to ask yourself if you're strong enough to handle that or if you even want to. Third, the ultra busy CEO type. Ambition looks attractive from the outside, but if she's living in her masculine energy 24/7, she will not be able to soften into her feminine with you. A relationship needs polarity, masculine and feminine flowing together. If you're both stuck in masculine mode, it's not partnership, it is a competition, and that will drain you. And the truth is, a lot of these women don't know how to turn it off. They bring that energy into the bedroom, and over time, intimacy will die. These are not insults, they are facts. If this makes you mad, ask yourself why. Maybe it hit a nerve because there's truth in it. Instead of reacting emotionally, think about what this means for your standards, your relationships, and your peace as a man. If you are tired of the sugar-coated advice and want raw truth about dating, dynamics, follow me, message me, because I will always give it to you straight. Some of you...
I appreciate that. That's so true, though. That's funny. All right. I'll come back. I was just reading some stuff. Let's see. No, it's not time to play Rocket League. It's time for me to finish my abs. It's time for me to finish my abs and then finish the rest of my stuff. I got a little preoccupied by hearing a woman speaking about dating. Okay, that's 8 minutes. Shredded abs? Shredded abs. We'll do shredded abs today. Oh. Nah, man. Come on, dude. Come on. Nah. I told you. You'll beat me. That's all you need to know. You would help me get more subs. No, I wouldn't. You can do that on your own. You're better at subs than I am right now. You're the one that's been growing at an accelerated rate. You don't need me, dude. Nah, bro. You're good. You can do it. Don't you have like another like friend that you can play and beat them up in Rocket League, and then they can get more subs for you because you're beating them up? If you were playing Dead by Daylight, that's a different story, bro. But you're not playing that game, so I mean, but you'd have to be screaming your ass off while you're playing. For me, I ain't gonna be screaming because I don't get afraid of anything. I like to challenge killers. If you haven't noticed, I don't really hide much. I'm out in the fucking open. I'll be done my abs in a moment. Think about it. If you play Dead by Daylight with me, you might get more subs by playing Dead by Daylight. I'm just saying. You never know. There's a lot of people who watch people play Dead by Daylight. I'll play that game, no problem with you. Or, what game do I have that's also... Well, people like to see like entertaining games like Dead by Daylight. They don't like boring ass games like Monster Hunter. Like Monster Hunter is not boring, but like, you know, that's not a game that you get like many people watching. Or if it was like a fighting game like Street Fighter or Smash Bros. The only problem is I don't have Smash Bros for Switch. I have an emulated version. I'd have to hack a way to like play online. Let me see what you shared. Nah, bro. Like, why? Why don't you just play? Why don't you? So let me ask you. Why don't you just play Dead by Daylight? Tell me the reason why you don't want to play Dead by Daylight. You don't like the game? Is it boring? It's okay if you say that. It doesn't offend me. I'm just curious. Why not play? And plus, FNAF is actually in Dead by Daylight, technically speaking. Five Nights at Freddy. He's there. Springtrap. He's in Dead by Daylight. Didn't buy it yet. Gotcha. I'm telling you, if you play that game, you might get more subs. Because it's a competitive game, number one. You can be afraid of killers coming at you. You get to be afraid, so you get to be like IShowSpeed. You get to play with people. And it's one of the biggest games out there. So how about that? There are a lot of people who play Dead by Daylight. I'm giving you all the pros, bro. I think you would enjoy it. But yeah, You get to be scared. You get to you actually can get jump scared in that game. I can see you definitely getting scared in that game. Sure. I can do that. I've done that many of times. I've gifted games to people. I just have to see how much it is presently right now. You're asking the guy that's not working to buy you a game. But I am abundant, so that's fine. What did you get me for my birthday, bro? You didn't get me nothing for my birthday yet. If anything, you should be buying me a game. You know what game you can buy me? You can buy me Forza Horizon 6. Premium edition. That's what you can do. You should go check the price of premium edition of Forza Horizon 6. You'll be like, ooh, ooh. Yep, it's one of those. I'll check the price of it in a moment. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'll check it in a moment. I'm almost done. I'll check in a moment. I'm sure I can find a good CD key and gift you the CD key. I'll send you the key on Discord. I just have to check the pricing on different sites. Because, you know, buying it on Steam doesn't make any sense because, you know, Steam jacks the price up for no reason. You can buy it at a reasonable price on a different site. I'll check in a moment. Once I'm done this, I'll check. So don't run away. We're at 68%. So like, I think we have 4 minutes left. 3 minutes. Let me see what you wrote. What's my Steam? When you are famous, you make me more famous. Okay. I mean, unless you're gonna be the next Jesus, I don't know, bro. That's gonna be some really big shoes to fill. I got some big shoes to fill, indeed. I am destined to be the next Jesus, Buddha of this world. And yes, I said that, and people are not gonna like what I just said there. But I don't care, because I came here to do that. I remember I told that to a girl one time. I'm like, I'm gonna be the next Jesus. She looked at me and she's like, yeah, in your dreams. Oh, not in my dreams, in my reality. I'll check the price. Don't run away. I think on Steam it's like 25 bucks. Yeah, I think on Steam it's 25 bucks. I got you. It feels good to gift somebody something anyways. I haven't gifted a game in a long time to someone. So it's overdue, you can say. My Steam account though is Orion Stellar now. Because if you look me up, like, yeah, I've changed my username plenty of times on Steam. But it has 2 hearts at the end of it. Like a full heart and then like a highlighted heart, like a outlined heart. We're almost done. Nine, 8, 7, 6. I have other stuff to still do, but I mean, I'm gonna check now. All right. It's 15. Let me check. Remember, let's have a look. Canada, it's 25 because, you know, Canadian dollars. On American site, it's or American dollars, it's less. We just need the base game. The fuck? Really? Okay, whatever. Man, I haven't been on Green Man Gaming in forever. Holy. 2, 4. I love how they ask for your age in this. Whoa. Okay. Are you still there? Do. I need to see if the code can be yeah, it's a global key. It should be a global key. Never really liked G2A, to be honest. Accept all. No, that's not what I want. Whoa. What the fuck? I gotta make sure it's a global one. Wait, what does that just say? What the fuck is that? Dead by Daylight Global can be activated in the United States. Steam platform, perfect. Add to cart. Go to cart. Continue to payment. Do they accept? Oh, yes, they do. What is the new expiry? Is it? This is 0430. I think that's the new expiration date. I haven't memorized my new card. One sec. Hold on. Hopefully it works, by the way. It should, because it says it's a global account. I never really liked G2A though. But $31. Come on. Oh, because there's a fucking space there. Get ready, dude. I'm gonna get you a... You're gonna have to test this out, though. I'm gonna put it in your Discord. Awesome. What is this? 1 free month of Audible? Pass. It's an account? Not a key. What? Oh, it's a Steam... Wait, I just bought an account? Ah, that's fine. What the hell is this? I just realized I bought a fucking, God damn it. I bought an account, not a, it's fine. Actually, that might come in handy. I'm going to buy you a key. Not an account. Screw it. You still there? For real? Come on. Come on. Why is this so difficult? Fuck it, I'm just gonna buy it on Steam. It's just easier. Hello, you there, mister? Please tell me I opened up the Steam on my Mac. Mr. Neo Matrix, are you there, sir? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, please? Yes, you can hear me. Yes, you can hear me. I'm so silly. I'm so silly. For fuck's sakes, man. For fuck's sakes, man. Are you for real right now? Are you for real right now? Like, all my stuff has been signed out. I don't want to turn on my gaming computer. I don't want to turn on my gaming computer. Why does this... It's so annoying. My phone is the only one that has the Steam Guard on, and I'm using my phone. Alright, we're gonna have to wait, bro. That's dumb. How do you get item? That's annoying. I'll have to figure something else. I don't want to log in my computer right now. The fuck is why? Like, why is my Steam logged out? It's so dumb. Now I have to go use your Steam mobile app to confirm your sign-in. So now, come on, there. Why am I typing? Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Yeah, we're good. Steam. Okay, one sec. This is such a pain in the ass when your stuff gets signed out. Okay. God damn, this website fucking sucks. God, jeez. Damn it. Holy shit, man. Hello? Like, what the fuck is going on? Fucking Steam, man. Honestly. Why am I logged out of these accounts? Like, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. Ugh. I hate having to use my phone as the fucking mobile account shit. It's so annoying. Alright, give me a moment. The stream's gonna be paused for a sec. I need my phone, and I can't do two things on my phone. This is why I hate fucking technology so much. So much. Let's see. Stupid mobile bullshit Steam Guard garbage. Close. Continue to gift. Gosh. Enjoy. Continue to payment. Oh my god, do I have to go through this? No way. Ah, fucking PayPal. I hate this so much right now. You have no idea. You're seeing my legs. I hate the fact that my computer, like, I have to log into all of this stuff. I mean, security-wise, I don't even know if that's my password. It is my password. Nope. I don't even remember my password for my PayPal. That's my password. Now, gotta go on the app. Uh... Yep. I don't know if you're there, dude. Hopefully you sort it out. Where's the fucking email? You can see it. You can see if the gift has been redeemed from your pending gifts page. Once your friend has redeemed your... Okay, so... Oh, come on. Are you for real right now? I gotta sign in again on this bullshit? For fuck's sakes. Stupid ass... I hate logging into Steam so many times. I need a Steam mobile guard again. Gotta open it. No. Jeez. It's crazy. All right. So... Look at my beard, it's crazy. Alright, I sent 2 screenshots. If he doesn't know how to redeem it, then I'm gonna have to refund it. So hopefully he figures it out, because I'm jumping off my computer. I hope you figured it out, dude. Otherwise, it brings me joy to buy stuff. It's just fucking annoying things when I have to go through to do all kinds of stupid ass shit just to log in. It drives me nuts. I hate when I have to like do all this extra like bullshit just to like log in and do all this other crap, you know? Fucking technology. Yes, security, yes, but it's so inconvenient sometimes. It drives me up the wall. Anyways, I am going to grab something. Okay. Got it. It worked. Good stuff. Good. Have fun. But now you can play with me. And now you can play with T-Bray as well. T-Bray doesn't play on Steam though. He has it on PS5. So when I'm playing with T-Bray, you can jump on. Now, of course, I know I have to make sure to remind myself that you're going to be a noob at it at the beginning, but you'll get good at it eventually. It doesn't take long. You're welcome. I thought it was going to be seamless and straightforward, but nope. It was like, I have to log. The thing what was bothering me was logging into my Steam account, because I have to go on my phone and get the mobile guard on. Like, turn it on. And I don't like when my accounts log out automatically. But, you know, at the same time, they have to. If you haven't used them in a while, it makes sense for them to do that. But sometimes it's annoying when you want to get something done and you have to go through all these hoops and hassles. But it's all good. I bought, you know what I should do? I bought another Dead by Daylight account, another Steam account for $10. And maybe I use that account to test things. It'll be fascinating. So basically, you know all the gifts that you sent me, you can say I paid you back in tenfold. Exactly. You'll pick it up quickly. It doesn't take long to figure it out. Your game should run so much better than my game because you have a better computer. So I'm glad it worked. I'm glad. I'm glad it worked. This ice cream sandwich melted. Let me see what you wrote. Before I go. Okay. Enjoy. But stream Dead by Daylight, bro. Have fun. This is a perfect day to go take a ride at the big park. Awesome. So I am cool. Look at us playing outside while we do our thing. We gotta up the brightness. We gotta up that brightness. Felt good to gift something to someone. It felt nice. really just gifting it to myself. Look at me playing while I go and do my thing in a moment. I should bring out all my other stuff, except for my resistant band, because we're not using the bars out here. Ooh, I can hear my game from here. Nice. We're playing Rogue Galaxy, y'all. You can either watch me or you can watch the game, but you get to see me play. I'm basically just finishing up or continuing the story. I do need to clean the tablet though, because the screen is like completely fingerprint magnets right now. I have a feeling that Mr. Neo, when you do play Dead by Daylight, I think you're gonna gain more streamers. I'm just saying. Watch I get him into this game and he gets super addicted. That's funny.
Hey, how long we gotta stand around here?
It's a little hard to see, but you know.
How many times do I have to tell you? Sacrificing yourself is insane. Come on, don't do this. Miri.
It's all right. As long as it'll help everyone, I'll be okay.
Don't you understand, Miri? You being sacrificed isn't going to help anyone. The Star God won't lift a finger for us.
But I have to, or Lilica will get in trouble.
That's not true. I know your sister doesn't want you to do this either.
I wonder. Miri. Kisala?
Kisala?
You're sure about this? Uh-huh. I'm okay with it, Miri. But after I'm sacrificed to the Star God and no longer around, will Lilica be able to make breakfast by herself? Will she know the right medicines to use when she's hurt? I wonder if she'll be alright without me. Lilica. Miri. Well, I'll be going now.
Miri, are you all right?
I'll be fine. Take care, Chief.
Miri.
Well then, you be careful, child.
Miri! Miri! Still trying to butt in, Cran? You're a warrior. Have some pride. Miri!
We bequeath the maiden spirit to the altar of the Star God.
Damn it!
Wait!
Stop right there. This is a holy rite of the Star God. Don't interfere.
Lilica.
We have no other choice. This is it.
No, you don't.
A sacrifice. This isn't right.
Leave him alone. It ain't our place to butt in. Let them deal with this problem on their own.
But we just can't stand by and let this happen. We have to stop them. Let's go after them, Jaster.
Oh man, why do I have to get involved?
I wonder how far we've gotten. We're wasting time. Let's get going.
Yeah, it's really hard to see in game. Y'all are seeing me, but like I can't get the game any brighter. That didn't do shit.
I guess it's pointless to ask where the altar is.
I wonder where Lilica and the others went. Is there really such a thing as the Star God? I think it might be this way.
If it is this way, then we're not
They
going
come.
this way.
Come on, try me. Now we're talking. That's how you get it done.
Only one EXP? What the fuck is going on here?
What's with all the gloomy mugs?
This forest is huge. Like, this place is massive, man. Like, it's crazy.
Here they come. Bastards.
We're not done yet. That's the end of that.
Miri still hasn't been sacrificed, right?
Poor Miri.
Here they come.
Here they come. Bastards. Let's just leave it at that for now.
We'll just have to do this.
Oh my god. This is crazy. So sometimes the game oh shit.
What's this?
We went the wrong way?
A downed ship.
This looks like a Zerardian cruiser. Probably crashed here while on a tour of the Draken wilderness.
Datron.
Datron is the galaxy's top spaceship manufacturer. Kinda strange that it crashed. They're famous for their quality.
Zagrum!
Huh? Huh? What's that?
I just found it. Any ideas?
Looks like a free shot. It's a gun that'll freeze anything it shoots.
Wonder if it's still usable. Guess not. There's still some charge left, though.
Oh well. I doubt there's anyone on this planet who'd know how to fix that thing.
Yeah. That's a real shame.
Everyone seems to be okay with Miri being sacrificed.
Magic lipstick. We're gonna have to discard. That sucks. We can only hold, what, 50?
I think it might be this way.
Miri still hasn't been sacrificed, right?
stand around here.
The altar of the Star God. You think I'm gonna go easy? I knew we were gonna win.
I think it might be this way. Here they come.
You think I'm gonna go easy?
That's the end of that.
Oh, nice.
There's something about this planet I just don't like.
Let's find a path to the altar. I'll take you on.
Here they come. Bastards.
That's how you get it done.
Yeah, I got back my ruby that I just used. Oh, awesome.
We'll just have to do this.
Taking the path, bring the path there. Man,
Here they
this forest
come.
is just so big.
Here they come. Bastards.
Those guys were no challenge at all. No use standing around. Come on.
Rambo. Okay.
that why we're here?
That means I'm missing an enemy. I'm missing an enemy here. There's an enemy that's hiding. Something smells very sweet.
Here they come.
Think I'm gonna go easy?
Okay, these guys give some pretty good EXP. Alright. Maybe this is where I'm supposed to level up a little bit. Alright.
this way.
Here they come. Bastards. Chester. Come on, who's next?
Water sign. Oh, Nebula Opal. How awesome. We're getting some neat items.
But what can we do?
We're getting some neat items in this area.
Come on, try me.
Those guys were no challenge at all.
It is possible to be too kind, you know.
The altar of the Star God.
Come on, try me.
That's the end of that.
Okay, cool. But we're missing an enemy. We're missing one enemy here, number 19, or whatever that is. So far, so good. We've hunted all these. I just don't know who we're missing.
I can't just leave those two behind.
Alright, let me do my next set of reps. Get my reps in between.
There's something about this planet I just don't like. Here they come.
Nope. I don't think we'll find that monster right here.
I think it might be this way. Here they come.
Here they come. Bastards.
Siwa. Interesting.
I'll take you on. Come on, try me. That's the end of that. I've got a good feeling. Let's hurry. Here they come. Here they come. Bastards.
Too easy.
We'll just have to do this.
The altar of the Star God.
Yeah, this place is so massive. What the fuck?
Come on, try me. I'll take you on.
We're not done yet. That's how you get it done.
That's how you get it done.
Popping up like crazy.
Popping up like crazy.
This route, bad choice.
This sucks.
Let's find a path to the altar.
Miri still hasn't been sacrificed, right?
Out of my way.
Oh, these guys. Okay. First time seeing these guys. Oh shit, these guys can rock the damage.
Jester! I can take all of you by myself.
Those guys were no challenge at all.
I don't know about that, dude.
But why?
To my next step. I'm sure we have a boss fight to face. We got some shit going on over here.
I can't just leave those two behind.
Get out! You need my help, huh? Why now?
requests. I don't care one bit about that stupid village. And you can tell the chief I said so. Tell him they'd be plenty safe if they'd only had machines.
Fine then.
What's with you? Do you need something from me?
No. Nothing really.
What? Is that... No, it can't be. I smell a gadget! Where is it?
Huh?
Whoa! That's a rare thing you've got there. That's a freeze shot, isn't it?
Huh? What? Oh, this. Well, yeah, but it's broken.
Broken? Then fix it! Don't let it go to waste! Poor thing! Can't you feel its pain? Here, let me see! Rats! Glue! Where's my glue?
I wonder if it's okay.
They've got nothing to lose, at least. Hey, can a freeze shot ice over rivers and stuff like that?
That should be a piece of cake. A good model could even freeze a waterfall.
Wow, that's cool.
You three, promise me one thing. No using machines for evil. Only use them to help people. Don't use them to hurt anyone. And that is my policy. Here you go.
Is it fixed?
Try it and see.
Sorry about that. You okay?
What did I tell you about hurting people? You gotta be more careful. Machines are for helping, not for hurting. Well, you're just starting out, so I guess I'll let this one slide. But from now on, watch where you point that thing. Anyway, there you go. You're all set. See you later.
Thanks a lot, Cheerio.
See ya.
Machines aren't bad unless you misuse them. It's the users that makes the difference. I wonder if the chief will ever understand that.
One day he will.
villagers want this sacrifice stopped. Don't fall behind, okay?
We really owe one to Sheria.
Here they come.
You think I can go easy?
Over there. That's how you get it done.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's how you get it done.
Are we too late?
Here they come. The bastards.
What the fuck is a moon though?
Those guys were no challenge at all.
First time I see that. Okay, so now we're missing a monster here.
I bet they're getting tired of waiting for us. Here they come. Bastards.
That was a cinch. She'll be in trouble if we don't hurry.
What's up with the lag here? I went over 2 hours on this file. So I'm gonna save on both memory cards. Just cause.
Hey, let's get this over with already.
Here they come.
Don't ever try to show off in front of me, you damn beast.
No use standing around. Come on.
But what can we do?
Monsters in this water?
Are we just going around in
be in trouble if we don't hurry.
Come on, try me.
Challenge at all.
I think I know what's causing that.
What's with all the gloomy mugs? Sacrifice, huh?
We're missing a monster.
There's something about this planet I just don't like.
Here they come.
You think I'm gonna go easy?
Why did they even bother jumping us?
But why? Here they come.
Here they come. Bastards. Don't waste my time.
I knew we were gonna win.
We're not having the best of luck here.
I wonder how far we've gotten. We're wasting time. Let's get going.
I wonder where this is.
Hey, how long we gotta stand around here?
Yeah. Hold the horses, boy. Pause for a moment.
something about this planet I just don't like.
She'll be in trouble if we don't hurry.
What the hell is the point of that?
I'm not liking this.
Better way to go about this.
I'll take you on.
Here they come, those bastards.
Those guys were no challenge at all. But why? Here they come.
Here they come, bastards.
I knew we were gonna win.
She'll be in trouble if we don't hurry.
Alright, I'm gonna pause.
Even the Bracaqua villagers want this sacrifice stopped.
We're not having the best of luck here.
there's something I'm supposed to do here. I need some sort of foothold. Oh! Yes. Duh, I have the other gun. Yep. Now we ain't stuck.
She'll be in trouble if we don't hurry. Are we too late?
Shit, you can actually fall down. That's crazy.
We can do this.
I smell barbecue. I'm cooking that barbecue.
We're not having the best of luck here.
How the fuck did this guy get over here? No battle?
Let's catch up with Lilica.
No fighting? Really?
We can still make it.
There's no battles in this area? What the hell's going on?
Hey, let's get this over with already.
Same thing again.
Are we too late?
Huh? Wait, where's Zekrom?
Huh? But he was just here.
Look at them. What a couple of fools. It's me. We got held up in Jerica. No, I'm fine. Roger that. These Dorgan Gold losers will get us to our goal soon enough. Yeah. I'll call again when I'm done here. Later.
Ooh, the betrayal.
guy disappeared just when we need him.
Totally forgot about Zekrom doing that.
Oh, that Zekrom. I'm gonna beat him silly when he comes back. Miri.
There's still time.
I thought I told you to stay away. This has nothing to do with you. Leave!
You know, though, don't you? Making this sacrifice won't change anything.
It's already decided. This is the way of the Brokakwa. We can't defy our laws.
Something is causing the problem in the village. If we can find the source, we can save the villagers. Please, Lilica, reconsider.
It's the Star God.
Damn!
Stop!
If you're not gonna protect Miri, I will.
Oh god, this thing again. We got a boss.
What is that? Look out! Kisala!
I'm ready.
Here we go.
Come on, see if you can take us. This isn't working.
Lilica, you've got to fight!
Miri!
Lilica.
Miri! It's no use. I can't. Miri! I won't let you do it. I don't care how angry the Star God gets. Miri is my sister!
Well, it's about time you came to your senses.
That growl. I've heard it before.
No, it can't be.
See, it was you. It was you all along. This is the true form of our precious Star God. You took my mother. You took everyone.
Lilica!
I won't let you. This is what's been killing us all.
Can't lose now.
Jesus Christ. This boss is giving me room.
Let's do some
God damn, dude. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Oh my god, that was crazy. Good save, dude.
Gran, you're here.
I'm never leaving your side. From now on, I won't let anyone take you away.
Gran.
How touching.
So, after all that, the Star God turned out to be a beast, huh? And that's where all that dark fruit was coming from, too. Kinda gross if you think about it.
Zegrum, when did you get here?
He was there the entire time.
Treachery against the Star God is unforgivable. Therefore, Lilica, we hereby banish you from the village.
Wait! That was no Star God. It was just a beast. And the dark fruit...
Sit down, Cran.
But the beast was behind the fruit, too.
I said sit down. The chief knows full well. But the village needs to believe in the Star God. Without the Star God, we'll fall into total disorder.
I know, but...
That's
Cran.
false.
I appoint you head of the warriors in place of Lilica. Now you will be responsible for protecting our village.
Take care of the village. And my sister.
I will. Lilica. Please come back to us one day. Miri and I will be waiting.
Am I leaving this planet?
Hey, it's about time you showed up, Zegrum. Where the heck were you when we needed you?
Oh, come on. Did you forget why we came here in the first place? Here,
What's this?
that's the booster oil. That's all I could get after gathering all the fire fruit in this forest. You can thank me anytime, folks.
Zegrum! This is great!
Jaster,
Lilica, what is it?
I was waiting for you. I'd like to come along too. You are a valiant warrior, Jaster. If it weren't for you, I would have lost the most precious thing in my life. It's all thanks to you. I want to repay that debt somehow. Let me come with you.
Huh? You really want to travel the galaxy with us?
Can I?
Well... yeah. Of course you can. We'll head off into space. Together.
Mm-hmm.
I need to find that monster before we leave. 'Cause if we leave now, then that's it.
Forgive me, Lilica.
It's all right. Lilica understands, Chief. She left the village, knowing what she must do.
So many civilizations take a wrong turn and die out. We've been running in place, afraid of change. Maybe it's time for us to move forward again. Lilica, soak it all in. See what's going on in the galaxy, so you can tell us where to turn next. One day, you will return to us, and on that day, I shall leave everything in your hands. You will change the Bokakwa. No, you will change the entire planet. Go forth, Lilica, supreme warrior of the Bokakwa tribe.
Come back soon, my sister.
I hope I actually don't. I get to still travel.
This is gonna be a long trip.
I really hope that I get to travel. Nope.
No, Jaster! The engine's running great now, thanks to you.
Let's see.
Now we can get to Zerad, finally.
Zerard? Why are we going there?
To renew our galactic travel visa.
Galactic travel visa?
It's a passport that lets you travel throughout the galaxy.
We haven't had Steve.
When it expires,
Simon and
you are
Corey in
not
a while.
allowed to visit other planets.
I'm a little embarrassed to say it, but the ship's visa has been expired for quite some time now. That's why we had to avoid docking at the Rosa spaceport and had to hide in the desert while we scouted you out.
Oh, I get it.
All right, scurvy dogs. Full speed ahead. Onward to Zerad. Aye, aye.
Okay. So I just need to see where we're going. I just noticed the rumble is not on. Okay. So we need to change our... Ah, shit, yeah. Okay, we can't fight that boss until we find the monster.
How are things looking, my dear Norma?
I'll check right now. What's the latest on the second tablet?
There's a slight problem. Moriarty's demanding a higher price for the tablet.
How much?
200 million Zen.
Oh, is that all? I thought he'd drive a harder bargain than that. Fine, let him have it then.
Yes, ma'am.
Goodness, has it really been 2 years since the first tablet was found? How is the decryption process coming for the code found on the tablet?
The analysis is complete. They've moved on to formation. In the next phase, they'll be installing the life support device.
So, it's all proceeding quite nicely. I'm so excited. I can't wait to find out the results. Thanks for the update.
The first tablet reads person. The second reads gate. When the two are exchanged, the gate to Eden shall be opened. A little something from the Geo record. Before long, both of them will be in our possession.
Ooh, which means the day you'll reign as Galactic Emperor is right around the corner, too.
My dear Norma, don't be so rash. I am not worthy of such an honor. We've still got a ways to go for that, but still, someone like me becoming Emperor.
This kind of sucks because, like, I didn't finish fighting one monster. And we can't go back. Kind of sucks. So technically speaking, I need to go back. I need to go back and find that monster. We need to load the save file with Zegrum in the party. So we need to go back a little bit. It's a good thing I saved twice.
This is.
We gotta do this area again. Thankfully Let's pause for a moment.
Fantasy Monster 21 is a Shadowwood. Near Altar. Path along the river. Near Altar. Path to Altar along the river near Altar. Shadowwood. Mimic J2 Roller. Path to Jaraika. MJ2 Mimic. Okay, so why doesn't the Mimic show up? Oh, okay, got it. So Zerard. So I'm missing one friggin' monster, and that's the Shadowwood. So path along the river.
Sacrifice, huh?
We gotta fight, we gotta find them.
Hey, we got no time to be slacking off.
These monsters are really annoying.
Come on, try me.
She'll be in trouble if we don't hurry.
We can't sacrifice her. That's just wrong.
Here they come. Come on, try me.
Too late?
We really owe one to Sheria. Let's go.
Come on, try me. We're not having the best of luck here.
Where is this goddamn monster? It's crazy. So, path to the altar.
Even the Brakakwa villagers villagers want this sacrifice stopped. Here they come. Here they come. Bastard.
Everyone okay?
She'll be in trouble if we don't hurry.
I bet they're getting tired of waiting for us.
Here they come.
Here they come. Bastards.
Those guys were no challenge at all.
Okay. Pause for a moment.
Just pausing for a moment because got to finish up my moves. So I finished majority of my stuff, but we need to finish. Oh man. Whoa. Let's see what we got. Isn't this the person?
I just went to a Pilates class in Westwood at a really cute place, so I'm going to share with you guys in case you're in LA and you're looking for a good Pilates studio. It's brand new, so they have really good deals. Okay, but most of the time. I just went to
All right. I don't know if anyone's out there, but I'm just going to continue what I'm doing. Character, you getting frustrated is not going to help the situation. You need to stop. All right. We gotta find this damn beast. So, path along the river near altar. Along the river near altar. Okay.
Are we too late?
I'm basically looking for a goddamn monster. There's one damn monster I'm looking for.
What a waste of time.
Popping up like crazy.
Let's see something. What the fuck? I am... In Jamaica? In Jamaica. Jamaica. Oh my goodness. I keep thinking there's someone over there, but there's nobody.
get this over with already.
Where the fuck are these shat? Oh my god. Holy shit, man.
If you got a free shot, there's only one thing to do.
I'll take you on.
Here they come, bastards.
I knew we were gonna win.
So path to altar.
No use standing around. Come on. Here they come.
I've had enough.
What are you waiting for? Why did they even bother jumping us?
Pat near altar.
This
So
fruit, bad choice.
Come on, try it.
shit.
Jester.
Oh my god, what the fuck's going on here? I can't move. Oh my god, I can't move. I got stuck in the fucking water. Ugh, that sucks. All right, well. I can't believe that. That's bullshit. That was absolute bullshit. Fucking monsters just like pin the shit out of me. Like what the fuck? Alright, I'm just doing my mobility training. 6. That was bullshit.
We can still make...
Along the river, near altar. Except the waterfall. Near altar. Okay. Y'all can't even see shit right now.
Don't fall behind, okay?
Here they come.
Little payback.
Those guys were no challenge at all.
They can't sacrifice her. That's just wrong.
Stupid Shadow Wood dudes are not showing up. It's fucking stupid. Where the fuck is the monster? Okay, that's pretty ridiculous.
Hey, let's get this over with already.
Near altar. So it must be on the other side.
Here they come.
Everyone okay?
Are we too late?
You know what? Fuck it. Save. Overwrite my, overwrite this file. Alright, I'm gonna do my other side. My other Hey, the moon is out. Hi, moon. Switch the microphone. I'm not gonna get caught up with that bullshit. Do not fall in the water.
Those guys were no challenge at all.
We really owe one to Sheria.
Double shot. Come on.
Hey, let's get this over with already.
I knew there was an item here. What the fuck?
But what can we do?
Don't fall behind, okay?
Are there no monsters up here?
It should be just ahead. Let's hurry.
Come on. Are there no monsters up in this area?
Something fishy around here or what?
Even the Burkakwa villagers
What the
want
fuck
this
is going on?
sacrifice
Where the hell's the monsters? Up here. This is why I didn't want to come up here yet.
We can do this.
Where the hell are you monsters? Come on, monsters.
If you got a free shot, there's only one thing to do.
You would think there's monsters, would be monsters up here, but there's nothing.
But why?
Oh, it's so frustrating when you're looking for a monster and you can't find it. And if I go forward, that's it. It's a wrap.
Even the Burkakwa villagers want this sacrifice stopped.
Okay, I don't know. Monster doesn't want to show up. And if I go forward, that's it, it's a wrap. Man, this is fucking annoying.
We really owe one to Shariel.
Fucking swim, damn it. Swim faster. Can I go back down?
I've got a good feeling. Let's hurry.
I'll have to perform that shit again. So, the monsters either are here or they're not.
Something fishy around here or what?
Don't fall behind, okay? I'll take you on.
Think I'm gonna go easy?
I don't know. But this is pretty ridiculous. So we did spine. Hips. YouTube.
Here I have Simpsons Hit and Run running on my modded Switch, but this is with no Android, no Linux. This is running right on Horizon OS, and it runs surprisingly well and does a lot of the work.
Like I said, oftentimes, you know, whether you're familiar with these concepts, you know, when you're trying to materialize something, sometimes life is just dark, man. Life is just pounding you in, pause. And things look very, very dark, to say the least. It's almost like nothing's changing. Things are progressively getting worse. So this first point, this first principle, which will start with the Bible, shows how to navigate reality when it appears the darkest. So we'll be going to the 11th chapter of John for the story of Lazarus. Now, like I said, there's these moments as we're trying to materialize things. You may be applying for bare jobs and you're not getting any of them. You might be trying to date bare people and it's just going left. Your business may not be growing the way that you want. You may feel stagnant in your reality. Things aren't really changing to the way that you know they could actually materialize. And in these moments, things tend to get dark. But one thing that I want you to remember is that within the dark always follows dawn. And dawn follows light. The darkness that appears in front of you is illusionary. But the thing about reality is that it will do its best to convince you that the darkness that you're going through is a reality. And oftentimes, like I said, whatever reality can convince your subconscious mind of, it can actually perpetuate its existence. So if reality has the capability of convincing your subconscious mind that things are just terrible right now, you're down bad, it's just not looking good. It's just not looking good, bro. If it can convince you of those things on a subconscious level, then you'll actually begin to reflect those things out into your universe to perpetuate you in that cycle. So the one thing that you have to be aware of is that whatever reality attempts to convince you of, you have to understand that it's illusionary. So the darkness that you may be going through in your reality can be a phase. But that's only if you don't let it phase you, and that's a bar that down, because the truth of the matter is whatever you allow to actually phase you has the capability of altering your internal state. Anything that has the capability of altering your internal state then has the capability of altering your external state. And this is the truth of the matter, because the true power in reality lies in the external. That's the entire game. Sorry, the true power in reality lies in the internal, because the external is just an illusion. When I say that reality is illusion, I'm simply referring to the fact that we only see 0.035% of what actually exists based upon visible light. We see through a process called refraction. Light bounces off surface, goes into our eyes, and we begin to see things. But visible light is only a tiny portion of the entire electromagnetic spectrum. We have ultraviolet, infrared, all of that. It's a tiny fraction. Hence why when people take psychedelics, they begin to see more. It's almost like this is 0.0035% probably increases for a temporary amount of time. Now, what does this have to do with Lazarus? For those of you that are thinking, you know, I know the story of Lazarus, you know, what is this? It's about the guy that rose from the dead, innit? So, story of Lazarus, to cut a long story short. There was a guy called Lazarus. He died. He was dead. He was buried in a tomb. And Christ at the time, which, bear in mind, I've said Christ, not Jesus, Christ. Because when we say Christ over here, Christ is a state of consciousness in which one is unified with the infinite intelligence, when one is one with the infinite intelligence. And you'll be seeing this notion of a unification with the infinite intelligence all over, even with the sign of Hinduism that I showed you. That's representative of the supreme being of the universe, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, God the Son, God the Father, God the Holy Spirit. The mental plane, physical plane, and spiritual plane. This triune nature, the Trinity, is a reference to metaphysical planes of existence. So when we're talking about Christ, I'm talking about a mind that is one with the infinite intelligence. Hence why Christ would say, I and the Father are one mentally. Hence why in Philippians chapter 2, verse 5 to 11, it says, let this mind be in you that was in Christ Jesus, who being in the form of God did not find it robbery to be equal with God. Now, like I said, Lazarus was dead at the time. You know, his sisters were bare sad. They were like, oh my God, he's dead. And Christ is like, I can rise this nigga from the dead. I really can rise this individual from the dead. So they're like, cool. How you gonna do it then? Now, bear in mind, go into the context. Let's see how this actually looks. Because this actually looks very, very crazy. So Lazarus is in a tomb. He's dead. He's been dead. Christ is like, he's going to rise from the dead. He's going to rise from the dead. Now, in the 11th chapter of John, Christ does something very, very interesting. And that's why I want this first point to be centered around. He said, Father, I thank you for hearing me. And I thank you because you always hear me. Everybody at the time is like, what are you thanking God for? Like, the brother's still dead. Like, the tomb's still closed. No one's here. Christ is there saying, thank you, because I know that you always hear me, Father. Thank you. Everybody else is like, what the hell? 2 days later, Lazarus pops up. Lazarus is back alive. What's the point? What's the esoteric nature in that story? Well, like I said, in the 11th chapter of John, in the face of death, in the quite literal face of death, nothing changed. In front of the tomb, nothing's changed. Everybody around, Lazarus, his sisters, his people, they're weeping like, what's this guy on? You say you're going to bring him back, but everybody's just sad. The collective consciousness around goes off what they can see. But Christ, one with the infinite intelligence, did something that you need to begin to do if you want to materialize what it is that you want. Now, like I said, this can be extrapolated if you want a promotion in your career, if you want a job, if you want a different opportunity in your career, if you want to materialize a romantic relationship, if you want more money in your business, if you want more money in general. Extrapolate what I'm about to say to any of that, and I promise you, you will also begin to be able to tap into that particular power. Now, Christ had gratitude before it changed. Now, we often as human beings, simply because we're encapsulated in this third dimensional realm, we operate very linearly, if that's a word. We operate very linearly in the sense that we typically go off what we can see. So something like gratitude is only something that we begin to feel after reality has changed. But you have to begin to reverse and understand that it's on earth as it is in heaven. It's as within as without. It's the internal state that must precede the external change, which means that if you think about it, the indirect implication of being in a thankful, grateful state is the indication that you have something to be grateful for, something to be thankful for. Really think about this. Is it not crazy? I don't know about you, AJ, but is it not crazy that the tomb's closed, the guy is dead, and Christ is saying, thank you, God, I thank you because you always hear me. Before anybody's seen him come out, I'll be shook. I'll be like, this guy's lost his marbles. Why are you thanking? Like, imagine somebody walking up to a grave and saying, yeah, thank you. I thank God because he heard me, because this person's going to... Like, that's insane. That's the way we begin to perceive it. But if we were to take the esoteric nature, the metaphysical aspect of that story, what it's an indication of is that typically, as human beings, like I said, we allow the external to dictate the internal, meaning we operate by space-time constraints. But if we go back to the point that I said earlier, if reality is an illusion, it's an illusion because it reflects aspects of your frequency, self-concept, state of consciousness, meaning if you have something to be grateful for, then you will begin to show gratitude. So showing gratitude indicates to the universe that you have something to be grateful for. That begins to correspond with what it is that you desire. Then that leads to the manifestation of it. Because remember my definition of manifestation. Manifestation is internally shifting to a degree to which you're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change. When you're good with it and you're good without it. So, my question to you is, are you grateful for your desired reality having manifested? Now, the mind says, but it hasn't manifested. But what if that belief is the very thing that's keeping you from actually being able to manifest it? Because see, the mind that is unified with the infinite intelligence, the mind that has transcended, polarity and seeing things as separate, understands one thing. The true limiting belief of reality is the belief that something is missing. And that's a bar, write that down. Yep. Because it's that belief exactly that keeps something from coming within your reality. If you have this unconscious idea that you believe something is missing, which you do, naturally, you do, because you've come here to materialize something, you've come here to change your reality, which means all of us come into this realm of information in the frequency that something is missing. We come with the belief that something is missing. But that's actually the belief that perpetuates something to be missing, because if nothing was missing, how would you feel? You'd more than likely be in a state of gratitude. And if you're in a state of gratitude before your reality has changed, then you indicate to the universe that you have changed. And when you have changed, reality changes, because you and reality are the same thing. You're waiting for reality to show you something before you show it to yourself. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't work like that. You have to have the capability of displaying gratitude in the face of death. So bare times, people comment, people message, we've been through it. Sometimes you feel like nothing's changing. Nothing's changing. Sometimes shit might even get worse. It might even get worse. Just remember the 11th chapter of John. Remember the story of Lazarus. In the face of death, Christ still showed gratitude. Because think about what showing gratitude does when reality hasn't changed actually does. What's my definition of manifestation? Internally shifting to a degree to which you're no longer emotionally dependent on seeing reality change. There was no emotional dependency on seeing reality change. Because when you're not emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change, reality will be dependent upon you. And when reality is dependent upon you, it will do its best to please you. It will do its best to make you as happy as possible, because there's nothing that it can do for you. Because when the world can do nothing for you, it will attempt to do everything for you. And that's a bar, write that down. Because what you need to begin to understand, like I said, gratitude is an indirect implication that you've received something. Think about it. Whenever somebody gives you a compliment, somebody does something for you, you feel grateful. So gratitude is an indirect, it emits a frequency that indicates to the universe that you have received something. But the issue is you're delaying and you're prolonging your gratitude because you're waiting for reality to make you feel grateful, without realizing that reality will give you something to be grateful for when you give it the feeling of gratitude. You can't get this confused the other way around. Because when I tell you that most of us operate in the exact opposite state of consciousness to the infinite intelligence. Like I said, as human beings, we get caught up in this third dimensional realm. It is what it fucking is. But the truth of the matter is, so long as we begin to operate from a level of consciousness dependent upon what we see, we'll be slaves to reality. If you wait for reality to show you something before you feel good, then reality will never make you feel good. Because reality will only make you feel good when you feel good for no reason. When you feel good for no reason, reality will make you feel good for no reason. When you have something to be grateful for, when you have no reason to be grateful, reality will give you a reason to be grateful for. And that's a bar, write that down. And I need you to understand, even in the instance where shit is going left, if you can be grateful, not for the shit going left, because a lot of niggas begin to be grateful for their suffering and then end up materializing more suffering on like some pain kink type thing. This isn't what this is. This isn't anything to do with that. You have to be able to stay centered in your desired reality, having already manifested despite what you're seeing, and be able to be so encapsulated by your internal creation, flooding it with emotion, because emotion is the true language of the subconscious mind. And with that intense degree of emotion, it enters the subconscious. If you can be grateful to such a degree prior to your reality changing, then reality will change. Oftentimes, what delays reality from actually changing instantly is our dependency upon it. We're so dependent upon reality changing. And this is one thing we're going to be talking about in the Bhagavad Gita, because the Bhagavad Gita and the Mahabharata actually goes into proper detachment. It's one of my favorite spiritual literatures when it covers detachment, which we'll get to later. But for now, Father, I thank you that you've always heard me, that you always hear me. The conviction on that prayer. I'll get AJ to put up on the screen. It says, Father, I thank you. I thank you because you always hear me. Some of us feel like we get aired by God. To people that may not be from the UK, getting aired is like getting, what do they say, dubbed, like getting ignored.
That's what dubbed means.
Yeah. Get aired by God. It's dark. There's no worse feeling than praying and getting aired. It's demoralizing. It begins to deplete your conviction and your confidence, which is the most important words when it comes to manifestation, because that solidifies your self-concept. It strengthens the frequency that you're emitting to the universe. Confidence in and of itself. Listen to the conviction in the fact that you always hear me. Some of us treat manifestation like hit or miss. You get me? See if this one manifests. But think about the conviction and the idea that you always hear me. And this isn't to please God. This isn't to flatter God. You can't flatter God. I'm sure it actually says that in the Bible that you can't flatter God, which is what people attempt to do. Niggas will try to bargain with God and be like, yo, God, if she's not pregnant, I promise I'll get my shit together. Like, I swear, like, I'll change to the... You can't flatter God. When Christ said, God, I thank you because thou hear me, you always hear me, that was an internal declaration in conviction and the idea that whatever is within will always be reflected. That's the same level of conviction that you need to have instead of treating this shit like hit or miss, because that's how you treat it.
That's a bar. I'm finishing up in the background. I was actually going on YouTube to check. Let's see. What the fuck is this?
So this is tips 12 for Rogue Galaxy. I'm on Planet Juraika, and I've just defeated the old witch in the ruins. I just want to show you what's happened to the map. See those yellow which were brought by, come up. And sometimes you can have a problem getting angry spirits, but I really haven't had any problem getting those. And all three of those
But yeah, the bees are pretty easy. As long as you have your gun reloaded and everything. And your gun will... You have a limited amount of uses of your gun. You ever get Sanchez Fruit ×4, that'll be useful later. That'll be helpful for... if you have a weapon that's maxed. And don't... And once you...
So many kinds of plants. Joe!
Alright, here we have the first enemy where you have to jump on their head. It's kind of annoying, but you have to fight them, so... I mean, you could just flee, but... They're kind of annoying. You gotta jump on the top of their head, and then you can damage them normally. Boom. See? Yeah, you should use Fire Sword. Basically, just use any abilities you have access to. This enemy hits like a Mack truck. It'll kill your characters in one hit. So you want to try to block all of its attacks. Oh crap, they're turned off. Shit. I forgot to turn them back on. Well, it don't kill you in one hit, it kills you in two. It's not working. That's because it's reloading. There we go, we got him. That's how you deal with mimics. It's kind of hard. And they'll get harder as you go throughout the game. So, I gotta go buy more healing items too.
Okay. We need a teleport. I can't see anything. Okay, so that guy was able to go around do something over there. So I'm gonna go and take care of that.
Something about this planet I just don't like.
You think I'm gonna go easy?
Come on, try me. That's how you get it done.
First things first, let's look for Miri.
How the fuck do you get up there?
I'll take you on. That's the end of that.
It's getting really hard to see now. So we gotta face you all this way. Yeah, I can't even see myself.
Where this is.
How the fuck does one even get there?
Let's go.
Here they come. Over there.
Let's just leave it at that for now.
This route, bad choice.
Popping up like crazy.
What's with all the gloomy mugs?
Here they come.
Come on, try me.
That was a cinch.
Most likely,
No time to be slacking off.
this is most likely a mimic. Yep.
Here we go. All right, let's get this over with.
He got smashed.
Oh, come on. How are we supposed to deal with this? But why?
First things first. Let's look for Miri.
Oh, what the fuck?
Are we going after him or not? Make up your mind. Hey, we're gonna be stopping soon, right? Here they come. Out of my way. That's how you get it done.
That's how you get it done. And now we're gonna head back.
But what can we do?
Look how big this place is, my god. Like, it's fucking nuts. And there's another part of the map that I haven't discovered yet. Like, this in itself is a whole, like, quest in itself. I wish I could use a teleporter.
We'll just have to do this. The Bracaqua villagers want this sacrifice stopped. Here they come.
Here they come. Bastards.
That's the end of that.
lightning. Alright, I'm gonna turn off the game for now. Because, yeah. I'm not figuring out where the fuck to get this monster. I think it's a game.
Like, don't. Alright, at this point, we want to go west, and it'll lead to the star.
Here they come.
Yep, same image we already fought before.
No big deal.
Oops, I did not mean to do that.
Try to show off in front of me, damn beast.
Alright, let's continue here.
Let's keep this pace up.
At the end of this path up ahead, there'll be a chest we can get, and then there's 2 more chests down by the star after the cutscene's over.
Keep your guards up, everyone.
He beats this in 5 hours?
Alright, I think it's about time we show off Zegrum and Kasala now. Give them a little bit of gameplay. I'll show you how they work. So, first thing to note about Kasala is she uses twin daggers and she uses sneakers as her sub weapon. And yes, her sneakers has the reload thing on it. As you can tell, press square. Sneakers are really good against aerial enemies, as you can tell. Boom. See? And then you have her jumping attack here. I want to show her against the grounded enemy too. Zegrum's getting a lot of experience with his sword. Because I haven't got another sword for him right now. Soon enough, Zegrum, soon enough. Come on, keep getting. Here's a ground attack, ground combo. 4-hit basic. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 hit. No, 5 hits. 5 hits. Pretty fast too. Not as fast as Jaster though. That's part of the problem with a lot of the other characters is they're just not as good as Jaster.
Think I'm gonna go easy?
AoE abilities are really good in this.
That was a cinch.
Jaster's gonna learn like Desert Wind later, and it just shreds the enemy.
We'll figure things out once we find the village.
We got a Cumulus Pendant as well as 3 resurrections. Nice. Keep in mind that the AoE does not work on like those smiley enemies until after you jump on their head. Same for shielded enemies, it doesn't work on police. And we got an increased rank up to 95. Alright. Alright. Now let's go this way.
There isn't a single fire fruit anywhere.
see where is it at? There it is. You don't have to fill out the map, but I like to do it anyway, so. Alright, now we need to head back.
There isn't a single fire fruit anywhere.
So fast travel back to the riverside. Alright, back in the riverside, you want to head north now. After you get the bomb.
Let's keep this pace up.
It would be nice to do that. Be able to use that though.
Remember, we're here for the booster oil, not the Star God.
There's also another chest over here too. This is the final chest in this area. New weapon for Zegram, Frozen Slasher.
Frozen Slasher. I missed that item. What the fuck? I missed the Frozen Slasher. I definitely have some serious exploring to do this evening. That's crazy.
New weapon for Zegram, Frozen Slasher.
Let's find a path.
Alright, now we have the broken frost gun or whatever. Oh yeah, I defeated enough Horror Woods. My rank actually went down though, that's fine though. We need to go near Sherio's now. Again. Inside his house we can get a couple chests too. Let's go and enter his house now. Actually, there's a chest here I didn't get before. Okay.
Okay. I'm pretty much done. Minus just like a couple movements here and there. I wish there was like a code that showed where those monsters are, or yeah. Ooh. Okay. That's fine. Holy mother.
Uncaught traps. How do I do that? On-screen change, and it won't activate unless you touch the
Yo.
Oh no, I said sure. I suggest HXD. Yeah, but
Okay. Oh yeah. Hello people. I have some monster hunting to do later this evening to find that damn monster. It's crazy. To find a stupid monster. It's wild.
Okay. I think there's one more chest.
I've got a good feeling. Let's hurry.
What the hell's the difference between this video and that video?
You're gonna have to climb. They won't let me jump up there to grab the ledge. I just like to fill out the map.
If you got a free shot, there's only one thing to do.
It's so bright. I think it's T-Bray that's here. I think it's T-Bray that's here.
Welcome to previously on Rogue Galaxy Ultimate Guide, 100% completion. Got every previously on Rogue Galaxy Ultimate Guide, 100% complete. Previously on Rogue Galaxy Ultimate.
Oh my god. Previously.
Welcome to the final part of my Rogue Galaxy Ultimate Guide. It is time to 100%
Does this guy have a
Rogue
playlist of
Galaxy.
that?
In order to
He
do
does.
this, we must go through the ghost ship, and then after we beat the ghost ship, we unlock the ghost ship Extreme, and we're going to have to beat the ghost ship Extreme twice. And the ghost ship Extreme has 100 floors.
Yo, how many game... Dude,
Which means
what
we
the
have to go to
fuck?
200 floors of a dungeon.
Okay.
So, be prepared. So 200 floors, plus we gotta complete the ghost ship as well. So, yeah, we got a lot left to do for the post game. And then on top of that, we have to train a insector to max stats.
The past few months, I have been working harder than ever to bring you some of the best content that I have made in the 9, almost 10-year history of this channel.
I might just leave ambiance. Well, we'll see. I haven't decided if I'm gonna have y'all watch anything or listen to something. Maybe listen to Nero again while I'm taking a shower. Pretty much done. I just have to finish a couple more movements, but I can do that in the evening time. I'm gonna get my shake. Good old protein shake. I almost slipped on my socks going up the stairs. That was crazy. Like the top stairs, I like slid a bit. My ankles kind of like did this weird bend. I'm like, oh shit, am I gonna slip? That's what I said about life. Life will throw you a random curveball. You just gotta like neutralize it. That's why like I build. Is the grass wet? I'm sure it is. I'm pretty sure the grass is wet. There's a pesky monster that I can't find for the life of me in Rogue Galaxy. It's monster number 21. It's called a Shadow Hollow. Such a pain. But it's not showing up. And here I thought I caught all the monsters. Like I hunted all the monsters. Nope. So, I can't see. I'm blinded. I can see actually. It's just the screen is, yeah. Cheers, y'all. There's a robin in the grass just doing his thing. Well, 7 more days, y'all, after today. Then after that, I have no idea. After that, we'll see what happens. Let's see. No, kind of dry. You know what I want to do? I have this urge. I have the urge. Because it's been a long time. And you all may or may not get to see me do any of this again on the stream. Well, I can't say that. The ball needs a little bit of airing. Yeah, it needs more air. Let me move the tablet over here. Move you all over here. Ooh, my bad. Didn't want to hit that. Did I tell you all that the moon is out? It's over there. It's right above me. Can you believe that's where they went? Seems so close, but it's not close at all. That's 250,000 miles away from us. But it seems so close. And the sun, which is over there, is like 90 million miles away from us or some shit like that. That's crazy. But yet it's right there. Like I said, I have no idea. Come May, who knows? I might still be streaming in May, but from the looks of it, I don't think that's the case. Because, well, I can't really say that's the case or not, but May hits this. We're almost on the 17th month. I just have to get to May 1st. After that, yeah. Okay. Now is the time. We all been waiting for this. Well, I've been waiting for this for a hot minute. Okay. Yeah, the grass was a little wet. It's a smidge wet. Oh man, this brings back some memories of last summer. He shoots and he scars. Goal. Let me see. Haven't lost a step. Have not lost a step. Nice. My shoelaces are getting undone as usual. Let's fix our shoelace. You all at least get to see me play with the soccer ball. Oh yeah, there we go. Nice. It's so hard to see. The screen is so much reflection. It's really, really difficult to see what's going on. The soccer ball's okay. Surprisingly, that the soccer ball is good. I remember when I pumped it up to max, I was like, oh damn, this thing is hard as hell to hit. Yeah, y'all can see that. We're getting everything in today, aren't we? Gaming, exercise. It doesn't really make sense for me to stop streaming on this channel, but I have to get out there on the other channel. But yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. New channel, new opportunity, new platform maybe. So fascinating how the grass repaired itself. Okay. Yeah. Well, I might sit outside and eat, so I'll leave these balls outside for now. Man, it is so... I should actually get the cooler. Because, you know... It's been a while since I used this cooler, but here we are. It's been a while since I used the cooler. Okay. I am going to put on a Nero. I don't know which direction is going to work best, but I think I'm going to have to face you all this way.
Manifestation lessons taught from the Quran, the Tao Te Ching, the Bhagavad Gita, and the Bible. You see, when it comes to materializing your desired reality, there's a multitude of metaphysical wisdom that you can extrapolate from these religions. In particular, in this video, we're going to be showing you how to create abundance from the little that you have, which can be extrapolated to whatever it is that you want to materialize. Opportunities for career, money in your business, more money in general, or relationships. We'll also be covering how to make the universe quite literally surrender to you. We'll also be covering how to make the universe be on your side. We'll also be covering how to navigate life from a point of manifestation to create your desired reality when things seem the darkest. Because like I said, all of these texts have deep esoteric wisdom within them. Esoteric comes from the Greek word esoterikos, which means the inner, and there is the exoteric or the exoterikos, which refers to the outer. So in this video, like I said, those are the lessons we're going to be covering, and I'm very, very excited for this video. So let's get into it so you can begin creating your desired reality from principles which I would probably say that most of the spiritual literature that we have in the 21st century is distilled from these main texts. So yeah, let's get into it. Now, one thing that I want to make abundantly clear, speaking to two archetypes of individuals. Now, most spiritual people, because they have left systematic or organized religion, they now have this spiritual ego that will begin to
deprive their ability to extrapolate spiritual wisdom in literature, because they'll look at these religions and be like, hey, you know, I'm not a slave, you know, why would I believe in these religions, so on and so forth, which I think is a very, very limited perspective. Because like I said, the truth of the matter is, within these texts, what you derive from these texts depends upon your level of consciousness. You don't read these texts, oftentimes they read to you depending upon the frequency that you're operating at. So as you're going to see, you might hear stories from these books that you've heard before, but with a deeper metaphysical insight, because the wisdom lies within them all. Now, to the religious person that might have clicked on this video thinking, what are you niggas? You're going to be shocked, because the truth of the matter is, like I said, the principles that we're going to be looking, or the perspective I should say, that we're going to be looking at these scriptures, verses and stories from, is from an esoteric perspective. Esoteric refers to the inner. This type of information was typically kept and only passed down through oral traditions of priests and deeper occultic orders, so on and so forth. So some of this stuff, it might sound a bit demonic, but I can assure you there's none of that going on over here. There's no pentagrams. We don't do any of that stuff over here. And I think it's very important to be able to make that distinction, because there's ego on both sides. And for the individuals that come with their preconceived notion on another religion, that also inhibits your ability to be able to extract something that's worthy out of it. Because remember, whatever the thinker thinks, the prover proves. And you're both the thinker and you're both the prover. So if you have this preconceived notion, and one thing that I want you to understand, make sure you're taking notes or leave them in the comments, but your preconceived notions reveal truths to you that you didn't even know that you had. So oftentimes our preconceived notions merge in our minds as truths about what we believe about something. But the truth of the matter is, there are few truths in reality. The truths, what we call the truths, are just ideas masquerading as truths. They're just ideas. So like I said, whatever the thinker thinks, the prover proves. So let's get into the first lesson. Now, like I said, oftentimes, you know, whether you're familiar with these concepts, you know, when you're trying to materialize something, sometimes life is just dark, man. Life is just pounding you in, pause. And things look very, very dark, to say the least. It's almost like nothing's changing. Things are progressively getting worse. So this first point, this first principle, which we'll start with the Bible, shows how to navigate reality when it appears the darkest. So we'll be going to the 11th chapter of John for the story of Lazarus. Now, like I said, there's these moments as we're trying to materialize things. You may be applying for bare jobs and you're not getting any of them. You might be trying to date bare people and it's just going left. Your business may not be growing the way that you want. You may feel stagnant in your reality. Things aren't really changing to the way that you know they could actually materialize. And in these moments, things tend to get dark. But one thing that I want you to remember is that within the dark always follows dawn, and dawn follows light. The darkness that appears in front of you is illusionary. But the thing about reality is that it will do its best to convince you that the darkness that you're going through is a reality. And oftentimes, like I said, whatever reality can convince your subconscious mind of, it can actually perpetuate its existence. So if reality has the capability of convincing your subconscious mind that things are just terrible right now, you're down bad, it's just not looking good. It's just not looking good, bro. If it can convince you of those things on a subconscious level, then you'll actually begin to reflect those things out into your universe to perpetuate you in that cycle. So the one thing that you have to be aware of is that whatever reality attempts to convince you of, you have to understand that it's illusionary. So the darkness that you may be going through in your reality can be a phase. But that's only if you don't let it phase you, and that's a bar that down, because the truth of the matter is, whatever you allow to actually phase you has the capability of altering your internal state. Anything that has the capability of altering your internal state then has the capability of altering your external state. And this is the truth of the matter, because the true power in reality lies in the external. That's the entire game. Sorry, the true power in reality lies in the internal, because the external is just an illusion. When I say that reality is illusion, I'm simply referring to the fact that we only see 0.035% of what actually exists based upon visible light. We see through a process called refraction. Light bounces off surface, goes into our eyes, and we begin to see things. But visible light is only a tiny portion of the entire electromagnetic spectrum. We have ultraviolet, infrared, all of that. It's a tiny, tiny fraction. Hence why when people take psychedelics, they begin to see more. It's almost like this is 0.0035% probably increases for a temporary amount of time. Now, what does this have to do with Lazarus? For those of you that are thinking, I know the story of Lazarus, what is this? It's about the guy that rose from the dead, innit? So, story of Lazarus, to cut a long story short. There was a guy called Lazarus. He died. He was dead. He was buried in a tomb. And Christ at the time, which, bear in mind, I've said Christ, not Jesus, Christ. Because when we say Christ over here, Christ is a state of consciousness in which one is unified with the infinite intelligence, when one is one with the infinite intelligence. And you'll be seeing this notion of a unification with the infinite intelligence all over, even with the sign of Hinduism that I showed you. That's representative of the supreme being of the universe, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, God the Son, God the Father, God the Holy Spirit. The mental plane, physical plane, and spiritual plane. This triune nature, the Trinity, is a reference to metaphysical planes of existence. So when we're talking about Christ, I'm talking about a mind that is one with the infinite intelligence. Hence why Christ would say, I and the Father are one mentally. Hence why Philippians chapter 2, verse 5 to 11, it says, let this mind be in you that was in Christ Jesus, who being in the form of God did not find it robbery to be equal with God. Now, like I said, Lazarus was dead at the time. His sisters were bare sad. They're like, oh my God, he's dead. And Christ is like, I can rise this nigga from the dead. I really can rise this individual from the dead. So they're like, cool. How are you going to do it then? Now, bear in mind, go into the context. Let's see how this actually looks. So this actually looks very, very crazy. So Lazarus is in a tomb. He's dead. He's been dead. Christ is like, he's going to rise from the dead. He's going to rise from the dead. Now, in the 11th chapter of John, Christ does something very, very interesting. And that's why I want this first point to be centered around. He said, Father, I thank you for hearing me. And I thank you because you always hear me. Everybody at the time is like, what are you thanking God for? Like, the brother's still dead. Like, the tomb's still closed. No one's here. Christ is there saying, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Because I know that you always hear me, Father. Thank you. Everybody else is like, what the hell? 2 days later, Lazarus pops up. Lazarus is back alive. What's the point? What's the esoteric nature in that story? Well, like I said, in the 11th chapter of John, in the face of death, in the quite literal face of death, nothing changed. In front of the tomb, nothing's changed. Everybody around, Lazarus, his sisters, his people, they're weeping like, what's this guy on? You say you're going to bring him back, but everybody's just sad. The collective consciousness around goes off what they can see. But Christ, one with the infinite intelligence, did something that you need to begin to do if you want to materialize what it is that you want. Now, like I said, this can be extrapolated if you want a promotion in your career, if you want a job, if you want a different opportunity in your career, if you want to materialize a romantic relationship, if you want more money in your business, if you want more money in general. Extrapolate what I'm about to say to any of that, and I promise you, you will also begin to be able to tap into that particular power. Now, Christ had gratitude before it changed. Now, we often as human beings, simply because we're encapsulated in this third dimensional realm, we operate very linearly, if that's a word. We operate very linearly in the sense that we typically go off what we can see. So something like gratitude is only something that we begin to feel after reality has changed. But you have to begin to reverse and understand that it's on earth as it is in heaven. It's as within as without. It's the internal state that must precede the external change, which means that if you think about it, the indirect implication of being in a thankful, grateful state is the indication that you have something to be grateful for, something to be thankful for. Really think about this. Is it not crazy? I don't know about you, AJ, but is it not crazy that the tomb's closed, the guy is dead, and Christ is saying, thank you, God, I thank you because you always hear me, before anybody's seen him come out? I'll be shook. I'll be like, this guy's lost his marbles. Why are you thanking? Like, imagine somebody walking up to a grave and saying, yeah, thank you. I thank God because he heard me, because this person's going to... Like, that's insane. That's the way we begin to perceive it. But if we're to take the esoteric nature, the metaphysical aspect of that story, what it's an indication of is that typically, as human beings, like I said, we allow the external to dictate the internal, meaning we operate by space-time constraints. But if we go back to a point that I said earlier, if reality is an illusion, it's an illusion because it reflects aspects of your frequency, self-concept, state of consciousness, meaning if you have something to be grateful for, then you will begin to show gratitude. So showing gratitude indicates to the universe that you have something to be grateful for. That begins to correspond with what it is that you desire. Then that leads to the manifestation of it. Because remember my definition of manifestation. Manifestation is internally shifting to a degree to which you're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change. When you're good with it and you're good without it. So, my question to you is, are you grateful for your desired reality having manifested? Now, the mind says, but it hasn't manifested. But what if that belief is the very thing that's keeping you from actually being able to manifest it? Because see, the mind that is unified with the infinite intelligence, the mind that has transcended, polarity and seeing things as separate, understands one thing. The true limiting belief of reality is the belief that something is missing. And that's a bar, write that down. Because it's that belief exactly that keeps something from coming within your reality. If you have this unconscious idea that you believe something is missing, which you do, naturally, you do, because you've come here to materialize something, you've come here to change your reality, which means all of us come into this realm of information in the frequency that something is missing. We come with the belief that something is missing. But that's actually the belief that perpetuates something to be missing, because if nothing was missing, how would you feel? You'd more than likely be in a state of gratitude. And if you're in a state of gratitude before your reality has changed, then you indicate to the universe that you have changed. And when you have changed, reality changes, because you and reality are the same thing. You're waiting for reality to show you something before you show it to yourself. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't work like that. You have to have the capability of displaying gratitude in the face of death. So bare times, people comment, people message, we've been through it. Sometimes you feel like nothing's changing. Nothing's changing. Sometimes shit might even get worse. It might even get worse. Just remember the 11th chapter of John. Remember the story of Lazarus. In the face of death, Christ still showed gratitude. Because think about what showing gratitude does when reality hasn't changed actually does. What's my definition of manifestation? Internally shifting to a degree to which you're no longer emotionally dependent on seeing reality change. There was no emotional dependency on seeing reality change. Because when you're not emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change, reality will be dependent upon you. And when reality is dependent upon you, it will do its best to please you. It will do its best to make you as happy as possible, because there's nothing that it can do for you. Because when the world can do nothing for you, it will attempt to do everything for you. And that's a bar, write that down. Because what you need to begin to understand, like I said, gratitude is an indirect implication that you've received something. Think about it. Whenever somebody gives you a compliment, somebody does something for you, you feel grateful. So gratitude is an indirect, it emits a frequency that indicates to the universe that you have received something. But the issue is you're delaying and you're prolonging your gratitude because you're waiting for reality to make you feel grateful, without realizing that reality will give you something to be grateful for when you give it the feeling of gratitude. You can't get this confused the other way around. Because when I tell you that most of us operate in the exact opposite state of consciousness to the infinite intelligence. Like I said, as human beings, we get caught up in this third dimensional realm. It is what it fucking is. But the truth of the matter is, so long as we begin to operate from a level of consciousness dependent upon what we see, we'll be slaves to reality. If you wait for reality to show you something before you feel good, then reality will never make you feel good. Because reality will only make you feel good when you feel good for no reason. When you feel good for no reason, reality will make you feel good for no reason. When you have something to be grateful for, when you have no reason to be grateful, reality will give you a reason to be grateful for. And that's a bar, write that down. And I need you to understand, even in the instance where shit is going left, if you can be grateful, not for the shit going left, because a lot of niggas begin to be grateful for their suffering and then end up materializing more suffering on like some pain kink type thing. This isn't what this is. This isn't anything to do with that. You have to be able to stay centered in your desired reality, having already manifested despite what you're seeing, and be able to be so encapsulated by your internal creation, flooding it with emotion, because emotion is the true language of the subconscious mind. And with that intense degree of emotion, it enters the subconscious. If you can be grateful to such a degree prior to your reality changing, then reality will change. Oftentimes, what delays reality from actually changing instantly is our dependency upon it. We're so dependent upon reality changing. And this is one thing we're going to be talking about in the Bhagavad Gita, because the Bhagavad Gita and the Mahabharata actually goes into proper detachment. It's one of my favorite spiritual literatures when it covers detachment, which we'll get to later. But for now, Father, I thank you that you've always heard me, that you always hear me. The conviction on that prayer, I'll get AJ to put up on the screen. It says, Father, I thank you because you always hear me. Some of us feel like we get aired by God. To people that may not be from the UK, getting aired is like getting what do they say, dubbed, like getting ignored.
That's what dubbed means.
Yeah. Get aired by God. It's dark. There's no worse feeling than praying and getting aired. It's demoralizing. It begins to deplete your conviction and your confidence, which is the most important words when it comes to manifestation, because that solidifies your self-concept. It strengthens the frequency that you're emitting to the universe. Confidence in and of itself. Listen to the conviction in the fact that you always hear me. Some of us treat manifestation like hit or miss. You get me? See if this one manifests. But think about the conviction and the idea that you always hear me. And this isn't to please God. This isn't to flatter God. You can't flatter God. I'm sure it actually says that in the Bible that you can't flatter God, which is what people attempt to do. Niggas will try to bargain with God and be like, yo, God, if she's not pregnant, I promise I'll get my shit together. Like, I swear, like, I'll change. You can't flatter God. When Christ said, God, I thank you because thou hear me, you always hear me, that was an internal declaration in conviction and the idea that whatever is within will always be reflected. That's the same level of conviction that you need to have instead of treating this shit like hit or miss, because that's how you treat it. And yeah, the esoteric story of Lazarus, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into the next one.
Bro said bargain with God.
Nah, bro, I remember when I was religious, I used to treat God like one of my stingy uncles. Mom's life. But deep it like this: if it's your internal state of consciousness that reflects into how you begin to experience God, the way that you, or the labels, your preconceived notions of God will be reflected in how you experience God. So if you go to God bargaining like he's stingy, then he's going to be very stingy, or you're going to be stingy, presenting the illusion that it's somebody externalized and have a stingy experience. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
You know how we say people are using like your content for good, bad, they're using it for, you know, getting into relationships.
I don't like this. I don't like the way that you frame this.
This comment is special, it's unique. But I don't want to label it good or bad, you know.
You transcended, yeah?
Transcended.
You transcended, yeah?
Hear this. Nero, you keep helping my scamming empire grow all the way from Nigeria. It keeps on growing and growing, and I can't stop making money since I started applying your teachings.
Oh, that's a fire belief. Might steal that one. Can't stop making money.
Can't stop. And yes, I also agree with you. The Illuminati ain't that good anymore.
Yeah, their music just doesn't slap the way that it used to.
Once you're ready to come to Nigeria, I would love to take you around some places.
You think I'm gonna come to Nigeria and let you take me around after you just spoke about your scamming empire? I'll get there and I'll kidnap.
You know.
Yo. Man said that it keeps growing and growing.
Can't stop making money.
Bro. Hey man, you gotta get how you live.
Some casual blaze. Bro, I love your long and short videos too. Keep both of them coming.
Say less. Say less.
I've conquered the world alone. No, I've conquered the world. Nero, me alone. I've decided to leave you. AJ and your cult untouched from my rule.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you for that. Because, you know, we were really worried about what you was going to do to us because you conquered the world now. So You know, at least he said that he'll leave us untouched, AJ, because I didn't want to get touched. Pause. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I'm not trying to get touched, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
Nero, what do you think of dating apps? That's what someone asked. I don't know why, but yeah.
The only reason I'm laughing is because I got a client, man. He makes about 600K a month. He's really systematic person. He likes everything to be very much organized. He told me the other day that he's hired somebody and given them an SOP of what they would like for their Hinge. So his Hinge account is being ran by an employee of his who he's given a standard operating procedures of what he likes. And he even went out on dates.
Yeah, I need to know how successful that was, bro.
Yeah. I said to him, though, the person that you're getting to run the account, their frequency may begin to bring people in their proximity that matches his frequency and not yours. You get me? Because now you put like an intermediary in between you. A middleman. Yeah, that's funny. Whole time, this girl's thinking, oh, yeah, this guy looks really nice. They're talking back and forth. Whole time, it's his employee.
What if they go on a date and, like, there's something that's said on text that he doesn't even... Like, he's gonna have to catch up.
You gotta lock in. You gotta lock in. Be like, hey, I get what you're saying. Perfect. Let's see. I'll take red and orange.
What's the next lesson, Nero?
Thought you'd never ask. Now we'll go into the 14th chapter of Matthew. And this one is all about your bread. Or loaves, I should say. Did I ever tell you about that time I was gonna rob a jewelry store?
Yeah. You were down bad, bro.
This links.
Okay.
This links. Cool. So, 14th chapter of Matthew. So, everybody's familiar with the story of the 5 loaves into 5,000. For those of you who are unfamiliar, there's a story in the Bible to which there's only 5 loaves of bread, and Christ comes and he makes 5,000 loaves of bread. Now, once again, esoteric nature that you can begin to extrapolate this to your own life. You have to understand one thing in particular. Like I said, Christ, a mind that is unified with the infinite intelligence. Artificial
I knew you was gonna say
intelligence.
it. I knew it. Oh, I
Smoke high grade and drink Hennessy.
I knew you was gonna say it, bro. I just knew it.
Now, when I say artificial intelligence, you can extrapolate this whatever you want. This could be God, this could be Allah, this could be Yahweh, this could be Jehovah, this could be Brahma, whatever fits your fancy. But in this instance, I'd just say infinite intelligence. I wrote intelligence twice. Crazy. The infinite intelligence is just like I think it's less loaded, because when I use other words, they may come with labels that you may have preconceived notions about that begins to alter the way that you begin to experience things. So when I say infinite intelligence, I guess it's more neutral, and I think it begins to actually characterize it much better in my opinion. So I describe God as the infinite intelligence, but some people refer to it as the source. I don't really like that one, but that's neither here nor there. So Christ is a mind that is unified with the infinite intelligence mentally. It's oneness. And that oneness means that they've transcended duality. They've transcended, when I say duality or polarity, that's just the idea of separation. It's just a fancy way of saying separation from a more hermetic philosophical point. Separation. Separation is limitation. Anytime we're operating from a consciousness of separation, we enter a degree of limitation. And that limitation begins to show itself in our reality. Meaning, if you begin to look at things in a separated manner instead of all one, then that's when things begin to become very limited. So, in this instance, in the 14th chapter of Matthew, people were trying to eat, but it was tough. You know what I'm saying? It was tough. They were like in a recession back in biblical times. Nobody wants to be in that. You know what I mean? Like, it's just You know what I'm saying? No bread at all, only 5 loaves of bread. Now, understand this. The collective consciousness, us as human beings, we have this tendency, like I said, because we mentally adhere to the concept of polarity, we begin to see things as separated. We begin to see things as separate. And because we see things as separate, we enter a particular degree of limitation. Because if we're limited in our consciousness, our experience on this physical plane is also going to be limited to some degree. Meaning, everybody else is only like, yo, there's only 5 loaves of bread. Christ comes and he's like, yo, I can fix this easy. You know what I'm saying? Scamming empire can fix this easy. Extrapolates that and makes a multitude of loaves, 5,000. Everybody's shocked as to how that happened. Now, one of my favorite quotes in the Kabbalion is that there are no miracles, only higher levels of understanding. And I love that, because the more that you begin to understand reality from a point of causality on the higher planes of existence, things begin to make sense. Because when they say there's only high levels of understanding, it's cause and effect. Cause and effect extrapolated from the mental plane down to the physical plane, because the physical plane is a reflection of the mental plane reflects into the physical plane. And predicated upon Christ being an individual that was unified with the infinite intelligence, transcendent of polarity and duality, seeing limitation, other people were going off what they could see. But the truth of the matter is, what you see is a reflection of your mind, because you don't see with your eyes, you see with your mind. Even from a physical point, the eyes do nothing more than take electrical signals, send that up to the brain. The brain has a guesstimation on what it's seeing. Metaphysically, you don't see with your eyes, you see with your mind. Everybody was seeing reality through these shaded tints, as I am seeing through right now. But Christ had no tints on. And because Christ had no tints on, he could see clearly. And because Christ could see clearly, he saw something that other people didn't see. And this is the lesson that I want you to begin to extrapolate in this instance. Oftentimes we see scarcity. We see scarcity in our opportunities, in our career, in our relationships, in our bank account. And because we see scarcity, we're dictated by that scarcity. And when we're dictated by that scarcity, what state of consciousness does that set you in? When you know you've been applying for jobs and you're seeing no jobs anywhere. When you check your bank account and it's low, it's down bad. When you check your Hinge or whatever, your DMs, and it's just no motion, it's just crickets, radio silence, tumbleweeds. These instances in our reality, we allow scarcity to dictate our internal state. But typically, whenever scarcity dictates our internal state, it sets us into worry, panic, fear. And unfortunately, it's those emotions that actually reinforce scarcity in our internal state. And if we have scarcity within, that will be reflected externally. So everybody else predicated upon what they could see allowed their internal state to reflect more worry, panic, and fear, which then internally put them in scarcity, which then led to external scarcity. So my question to you is, do you see 5 or do you see 5,000? You have to begin to see your scarcity as abundance. You have to begin to see something that is small as something that is great. Because this goes into something that I cover in Outsmarting Reality. Amazon bestseller for 6 months straight in all 3 categories. 4.9 rated on Amazon with over 1,000 positive reviews. Link in the description. But this actually goes into something that I speak about in that book in one of the chapters, which is your perception equates to your projection. See, oftentimes we're unaware of one thing. How you look at life is how life looks at you. But we're unaware of how we're looking at life. So we're confused as to why we experience life in a certain way. Most of us allow reality to dictate our internal state, to dictate what we see. We allow, when reality says, yo, you got 5, we believe it. We allow it to convince us of that. And is it a truth? It's a truth the moment it becomes accepted into the subconscious mind, because then it will be materialized. The man who says he can is right, and the man who says he can't is right. But the woman who says they can is right, and the woman that says they can't is right. See, I'm inclusive. Oftentimes we see 5. And because we see 5, we accept that 5 as a particular truth. And we accept that 5 as a truth, it puts us in an internal state that actually perpetuates that 5. What did I say about the Christ state of consciousness, the infinite intelligence? They see beyond the illusion. So did Christ see 5,000, or did he see 50,000, or did he see 5 million? Point being, there was no limitation on what Christ was seeing. You see, in these instances where everybody else would see scarcity, you actually need to begin to see what you have as a particular degree of abundance. Because everything that you're looking for in your reality, you already have. You already have it. And it's about your ability to pay attention to the shit that you already have that puts you in a vibrational resonance to have more of that. Matthew 13:12, to him who has, he will have more and he will have abundance. But to the one who does not have, even what they do have will be taken away. That's 13th chapter of Matthew, right before this chapter right here. This is all about your own perception to what it is that you have. I never forget, I had a call once with a lady from New York. You know who you are, the one that's in the saunas. You know who you are. With no context, that sounds crazy. But nonetheless, she was saying to me how she used to make a certain amount of money. She used to make a large amount of money and her money is depleted now. And I said to her, you know, why don't you just look at the money that's coming in the same way that you look at the money that you want? But why don't we all do that? Really think about that. Why don't we see the money that's coming in, no matter how small it is, as a large amount of money to the same degree that we'd see the money that we do want? Because once you begin to perceive it through that same lens, you begin to alchemize that state of consciousness, because that's all it is. It's just a frequency. The numbers in it themselves mean nothing except the meaning that you begin to give it. And see, in your mind, you've begun to assign meaning without realizing to the infinite there is no big or small. That's what borrowed that down. So what if you looked at the 5 as if it was 5,000? Then you'd be in a position to alchemize that 5 into 5,000. The money in your bank account. You often probably say, oh, this isn't a lot of money. I really have no money. So how the fuck could you ever have more money? Your internal state of consciousness is within resonance of you perpetuating that idea based upon what you're seeing, which what you're seeing actually has no meaning except the meaning that you begin to attribute to it. And then predicate upon the meaning that you attribute to it, you begin to experience emotions. You begin to experience panic, fear, and worry that then perpetuates that particular experience, reflecting as you actually not having a lot of money. What if you looked at the little amount of money that you have as if it was a lot of money? And you began to allow yourself to feel how you'd feel if it was a lot of money. I mean, shit. Let's say you got £5 in your account for real. How would you look at that £5 if it was 5,000? What emotions would you begin to experience from that? You'd probably feel safe. You'd probably feel free. You'd probably feel joyous. You'd probably feel peaceful. Okay then. Well, are those not the same emotions that you have to be experiencing internally before you can experience that externally? Because here's the thing. We want to experience abundance in this third dimensional realm without experiencing it internally, and it just doesn't work like that, unfortunately. You have to begin to alter the lenses that you're seeing reality through in order for reality to show you something else. Because like I just said, why is it that we look at the 5,000 as if it's just 5,000? Sorry, we look at the 5 as if it's just 5. The 5 in of itself doesn't even exist. It's like that scene in The Matrix where they're talking about the spoon. And she's like, the oracle's like, bend the spoon with your mind. The spoon never even existed. Because what is 5? Nothing other than what you mean. Sorry, nothing other than the meaning that you attribute to it. So what if you looked at the money when that client pays you? Why don't you look at it as if it's the actual amount of money that you want to be paid? Why don't you look at your bank account as if it already has the amount of money that you want to have? Why don't you look at that, those 2 applications that you've made for a job because there are no jobs? Why don't you look at it as if it's 20 applications? The person that gets back to you, why don't you look at it as if it's a multitude? Because when you have the capability of seeing the scarcity as abundance, then you begin to drop scarcity entirely. And when you drop scarcity entirely, it disappears from your universe. Because then you begin to see abundance wherever you go, because abundance is trying to follow you because you're already in a state of abundance. And this is what this really comes down to. It really comes down to an understanding of abundance versus scarcity. Will you allow the scarcity that reality presents to alter your internal state? Because if so, then you will stay trapped in that. But if you could just see the scarcity as if it was plenty, people say all the time, they'll be like, oh, I got no money. No, there's no money in my account. I never have any money. There's no jobs out here. Which all of those things are completely true. But they're completely true predicated upon the meaning that you've given to those things. And that meaning comes with emotion. That emotion reinforces itself into your subconscious. And then there are few truths in reality other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true. Whatever the thinker thinks, the prover proves. And then you begin to live in that box. But that box is literally being molded by you. It's being molded by your inability to see from the infinite and to see the minor as a lot. The small is great. Anything that you regard as scarcity in your life, like I said, extrapolate this to romantic partners, extrapolate this to career opportunities, employment, money. Why don't you need to begin to see what you already have as a lot in order for you to be in vibrational resonance for a lot to come to you? When you see what you have as small, as insignificant, as minor, then the issue with that is that you only place yourself in a frequency that resonates with perpetuating that exact same thing that you're complaining about. All comes down to the same thing. You're wanting reality to give you great before you become in resonance with great. It doesn't work like that. You can only have what you already have. So you tell me, do you have 5 loaves or do you have 5,000? At the time when me and my boys were thinking about robbing that jewelry shop, we had 5. We had -5. And you know what's so stupid about that? I was I was 17, guys. Me and my boys thought about robbing this jewelry shop in town. It was so stupid because the police station was literally like 5 minutes around the corner. I absolutely would have been caught and I absolutely would have went to jail. So, but we really planned it for real. Like, you know, looking where the cameras are, the CCTV in the area. It was bad. It was bad. It was bad. But guys, that wasn't me. That was the frequency at the ends.
Okay. Okay.
I don't think I would have had the heart to really do it anyways. Absolutely would have not have done.
Good PR. Perfect. That's what we needed.
Oof. Had to bring it back.
Hey, Nero and AJ.
Hello.
Hey, everybody.
Oh, I love it when they say hi to everybody. Manners, guys, manners.
For real. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for all the work and energy you're putting out.
This is a wholesome message. I can already feel it. Let me turn around. This is a wholesome message.
I've been watching you for around 2 years now, and I've always felt what you were talking about made complete sense. I never knew why, but internally, I could sense that you were giving out the keys for understanding and using the mechanics of the universe from a human standpoint. You've led me onto a life-changing journey, fully focusing on my internal and using anything I could pick up to use it to go even deeper on that journey. It's very interesting to see how information and the knowledge it contains unfolds to you once you change. Over the period of watching you and applying what you teach consistently, I thought I understood what you meant with manifestation is internally shifting to a degree to which you are no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change. But only in this very moment, it hit me like a lightning strike.
Finally.
After imagining...
Told you this man can't eat.
I can't even... Why do I feel like a foreigner, bro? I can't even say
Imagining.
Imagine. I can't still say.
Is that what you're trying to say? Imagining?
Yeah, bro.
Goodness gracious.
That's horror.
That's horror. Screams of horror.
Where did we read? Oh, the Trey song. Yeah. Okay. After picturing my desired reality, especially focusing on the emotion, I felt like an absolute winner, standing on top of my game and with full intensity.
You know, someone commented that you read like Mayweather.
You may not open it.
I swear to God.
I ain't seen no comment.
I swear to God, that's how to comment. I swear to God.
With deep love and gratitude in my heart. That's the best I can describe it. Although words can't match that feeling. Hold on, it goes on. And listening to you speak again after that state of being changed, I didn't even care about what I was seeing. I just know I already have it. Because it's never about the material thing itself. It's about the emotion attached to it.
Tell him.
Thank you for not stopping to drop the same timeless gems over and over. Because you were right. Sometimes information needs to be presented to you in different
That was not me, that was AJ.
You're welcome. Yeah. Presented to you in different ways, reframed, and the person watching needs to change themselves in order to fully ingrain that gem into their subconscious mind. Stay blessed, stay winning, stay internally shifted. Written by a human.
For real. That's what a robot would say, though, innit? That's what a bot would say.
Imagining.
You got it, bro.
Why can't I say that word, bro?
You just said it, though.
Imagining.
You just said it. What the hell?
You know what I felt like? You ever seen the African pastors and they try and say beginning?
Oh, in the beginning.
Yeah, for real. Oh man,
that was bad looks. I'm not gonna.
That was terrible. I might edit that out. So, like, are you stopping me for?
No, he's stopping you. You got free will, bro. Any other ones before I go? Starts now because we are entering the Bhagavad Gita section.
Ooh. Watching Nero is cleaning time. I swear I always get my laptop cleaned up whenever Nero's wiping. I find spots on my screen.
You lot had dirty screens.
Yo, I realized I had a dirty screen when I was watching your video back. I was like,
I was watching my video back and I was like, yo, my thing's dirty. This is not good. This is not good. Cool. So, the things that I'm going to be saying from the Bhagavad Gita come from the first section of the book, to which there's Arjuna, who's in war with relatives of his, and he's in war over the kingdom, and Krishna, you can think about it like, well, first of all, I don't want to say like Christ, because Krishna actually predates Christ. So does the Buddha, so does Lao Tzu, who's also wrote the Tao Te Ching that I'll be getting into. And I just say that for the egotistical individuals that only believe that one person is amazing. Krishna is the avatar. Think about the avatar. Similar in the Gnostic perspective, where they believe that, you know, there's the monad that is the great light, and they send down an avatar, an individual that comes with the consciousness of the infinite in order to, you know, get stuff done. And Krishna in this instance was an advisor to Arjuna in this moment of time. And I think the first chapter of the Bhagavad Gita is amazing. The reason why I focused on the first chapter for this video is because it's straight conflict. It's when our minds are as chaotic as possible and things are in conflict, when we're in war. This can be extrapolated to the war within, and that's a bar that down. Now, one of the things that Krishna says to Arjuna is there is inaction in action, and there's action in inaction. Now, I loved that the first time I read it. When I first read that, I was like, yo, that is a bar. Why? Because there is inaction in action, and there is action in inaction. What does that mean? Almost sounds like hieroglyphics, and it just sounds like a very, very trippy thing. Now, in this context that I'm going to extrapolate it from a metaphysical perspective for you to create your desired reality, think about this. There's inaction in action. How many times, or I'd probably say how many people, in fact, I'd say majority of people do action. They work hard. They do things physically. I don't think there's a single human being that doesn't take some type of physical action. But what Krishna is saying in this instance is that sometimes that's inaction. Sometimes you can just be doing shit, but it's having no effect. And how many times have you felt like that in your own life? How many times have you felt as if you're doing the same thing? You're trying as hard as possible, but nothing's changing. But because we're so encapsulated by this third dimensional realm, because we're so engrossed into it, we think that the only solution in order to get things done, we think the only way to get an effect is to change the effect. That makes no sense. Because remember, there's 3 planes of existence: God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. Mental plane, physical plane, spiritual plane. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. So, the suggestion here is that action isn't always the solution. And I want you to understand this. Action is only as valuable as the state of consciousness that precedes it. That's a real bar. Please write that down. Action is only as valuable as the state of consciousness that precedes it. Meaning, the inaction in action is the idea that sometimes, think about all the people that are seeking to materialize more money, but they're operating from a frequency of scarcity. So even in their action, there is inaction because of their state of consciousness. Frequency first, action after. See, the issue is most people operate by a frequency that is in direct contradiction to what it is that they want. They then take physical actions to get what it is that they want without realizing that their physical actions are being tainted by the energy that they're operating in, and that energy is the only thing that materializes itself into existence, not the action itself. It's another way of saying you can't outrun your frequency. Because the truth of the matter is, sometimes, and once again, I have to put a preface here, because spiritual people have this kind of lazy consciousness where they don't want to take any action. They want to lose weight without doing anything. They want to make money without doing anything. And unfortunately, I'm not one of those type of spiritual people, because I believe there's 3 planes of existence, and each one of those planes of existence require us to be active in all of them in order to get something. Your mental plane has to be arranged right. Your spiritual plane has to be arranged right. And then the physical plane should be arranged right. So by the time you do the physical, it feels effortless. It feels easy. It doesn't feel like it's hard or there's restriction. Because most of the time, what's being said here is that sometimes as well, there's action and inaction. Once again, you have to understand one thing in particular. Your action is only as valuable as the state of being that precedes it. Oftentimes, you attempt to do something while being the same. If you do something different while being the same thing, you're going to get the same thing regardless of you doing different, because ultimately what creates is your state of consciousness, your frequency, your self-concept. Actions are nothing more than a vehicle that take you from one destination to another. That's a bar, write that down. But what type of car are you driving? That's dependent upon the frequency that you're in. What vehicle are you using? Because remember, there is inaction in action, and there's action in inaction. Some people, and I need you to remember this, please remember this. The individuals that are being less need to do more. And the individuals that are being more can get away with doing less. And we've all seen this in our reality. We've all had instances where we feel like we're doing the absolute most. You're trying to materialize relationship. You're going on these dating apps. You're doing whatever it is, trying your absolute hardest. You're shooting 500 DMs a day. That's crazy.
500 is mad. That's crazy outreach.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. 500 DMs. I know one of you, man, is doing it as well. That's crazy. But anyways, you're doing the absolute most. You're applying for as many jobs as you possibly can. You're reaching out to as many prospects as you possibly can. But the one question that you haven't asked yourself is, why do other people, besides the physical explanations, because there's a multitude of physical explanations that we could have, but this isn't the physical thing. I'm not here to talk to you about networking and, you know, so on and so forth, because those things could be an explanation for those things. But in a metaphysical context, we look at the state of consciousness as the causal factor in order to detach from the third dimensional false gods that we end up creating around things. So if we're looking at it, why do some people have to do more, some people have to do less? It's because some people are being more and some people are being less. And when I say being more and being less, I mean, are you in the correspondent frequency of what it is that you want to attain? The individual that comes applying for 100 jobs thinking, I ain't going to get any of these jobs. You know, here we go again, yada, yada, yada. Their state of consciousness is in complete contradiction to what they want. So their action is inaction. But there's some people that may not never touch Indeed.com in their lives, and somehow they get an amazing opportunity that come across them in the most serendipitous way. Why? Because there's also action and inaction. Because it all comes down to your state of being. So I want you to do me a favor. In fact, do yourself a favor. Don't ask yourself, what have you been doing? Ask yourselves, who have you been being? Who have I been being? I love that from the Bhagavad Gita. One thing that I also would like to say as well is that if you're an entrepreneur who's already made millions and you have the right team, the right skill set, the right knowledge, everything's in place, but things still aren't moving as fast as you like, or things aren't growing at all, I can assure you have some type of subconscious block and a distortion in your frequency. So you can apply to work with me, link in the description.
3 months into working with Nero, that company now last month did $120,000.
Morning, I had a call with my spiritual coach, Nero, and it's doing great. You know, we did almost 400K yesterday.
Later now, I've been making just over 100,000 per month. I hit 100K a month.
That was what allowed me to be able to scale my business past 80 grand a month, and now on a 7-figure run rate for a year. So.
Wait, what? Just okay. I'll tell you what. Nero is what back in the day people called Jesus behaviors. How you explain this shit is how it worked. This is the gospel. This is the good news, and you don't even know it.
It is the
Or
good
do you?
spell. Gospel, good spell. And I don't even know it, or do I?
You never know it, or do you?
Was he saying, I'm Jesus?
Basically.
Please don't do that.
That's why I was like, wait, what? Is he actually saying that? Someone said you're the Pope of the manifesting community.
I don't know if I want to be associated with the Pope. We know what them man there get up to. I don't know if I want those associations, but I get what you're saying. Thank you very much. I'm just not sure, popes and priests have the best PR. Let me just use black.
Someone said you're the modern day prophet.
Modern day prophet. All prophets. We're all prophets of our realities. We're all prophets. Prophet loss. Being a prophet, I had a client of mine. She went for a reading a couple of years back. I won't say her name, but you know who it is because I know you watch the videos. I was on the phone with a client of mine. She's amazing, absolutely amazing. Literally went from hundreds of thousands to 300,000 per month, right? And she was telling me some situation where she had got a reading done, and the point of it was she tried to look for the reading so bad that things ended up going wrong. Now, I need you guys to understand one thing. The best way to predict the future is to create it. And that's a bar, write that down. If someone says, hey, I don't know, you're gonna get hit by a car, mate, then you're gonna accept that. The moment that you accept it, because even from a point of behavioral science, there's a great book called Influence, right? Influence was written by Robert Cialdini. It's a book on behavioral science, and one of the core factors of influencing an individual is having them perceive you as an authority figure. Individuals that we see as an authority figure have a much easier way of entering and hijacking our wiring of our minds. So because you go to someone and they're a prophet, or they're a reader, or they're a tarot card reader, or a palm reader, whatever the hell you niggas are doing, that individual that goes and tells you that, you'll be like, damn, that's real. That's real. Then end up messing up your whole life without realizing that what frequency are they on. You get me? Like, if they just had a fight with their baby daddy and then, you know what I'm saying, is long, and then they come to your reading, come on, man. Like, what are you doing? You get me? The pastor that does a prophecy is battling his own demons and then projects that onto the congregation members in his prophecies for them. I had a cousin of mine, King, a pastor, when he was 16. Bear in mind, my cousin had dreadlocks at the time. So imagine being African with dreadlocks at the time, right? The pastor was like, yeah, this one's going to die in the next 2 years. Oh, like, what? Anyways, he's still alive, so. Cool. I think my pens are dying, AJ.
Again?
I think they're dying. I'll just stick to black anyways. So I wrote this one very lazily because paraphrasing here, but should be very, very close. Also in the Bhagavad Gita, within the same context of Arjuna, Krishna is advising him in this conflict that he's having between relatives. Krishna says the wise are those who are alike in profit and loss, victory and defeat, and pain and pleasure. Now, this touches back to my definition of manifestation, remember. Manifestation is internally shifting to a degree to which you're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing a reality change. When you're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing anything in reality, another way of saying that is detachment or transcendence from the physical plane being able to affect you internally because you see everything as the same, then you tap into what Krishna was saying. See, how many of us, he said the wise are those who are alike in profit and loss, victory and defeat, pain and pleasure. Which means the fools are those who aren't the same. See, the fools, us individuals, yes, me included, when everything's going great and we're experiencing profit, victory and pleasure, we are absolutely gassed. This is us gassed right there. That's us right there. We are absolutely gassed without realizing that bit by bit, the third dimensional realm, the illusionary reality, is building a little dependence. It's getting us addicted to what it's giving us. It's getting us addicted to what it's giving us. Bit by bit by bit, we're becoming emotionally dependent upon what we're seeing. And because we're becoming emotionally dependent upon what we're seeing, we're giving power away. And true power is internal. So when we're giving away power, that's giving away our internal. Listen, I'd rather give you every pound in my bank account before I give you power over my internal state. And that's to say one thing in particular. If the wise are those who are the same in profit and loss, victory and defeat, pain and pleasure, then the fools are the individuals that when they're profiting, they're gassed. They're great. When the money comes in, great. When you go on that day and it goes well, great. When you get that job promotion, great. When that company says, yep, we like to take you to the next stage for the interviews, great. Krishna says you're a fool. But then simultaneously, Krishna says when you lose, and you're like, fuck, it went wrong. Oh my God, it's not good. When you take an L and you're affected internally, when you go through pain, you're a fool. Because all of this, whether it's positive or negative, it's all the same thing. It's all us relinquishing our internal power. We're giving somebody the keys to our kingdom of heaven so the world can put you in hell. Let's write that down. The wise are the ones who are the same, because the wise realizes that reality in of itself is a pendulum swing. Once again, this is part of the Hermetic philosophy, the law of rhythm. It's a pendulum swing. Things sway in and out, things sway in and out, things sway in and out. And the individuals, those of us that suffer the most are the individuals that go along with the pendulum. When it swings to greatness, we're great. When it swings to sadness, we're sad. Those are the versions of us that haven't begun to come to the realization that the truth is you have to maintain a degree of neutrality throughout it all. Because if you don't maintain, and when I say neutrality, it's not necessarily that you have to be like, when shit's lit, right? And you need to be a robot when it's bad. But it's to say that the pain, the pleasure that you feel, the victory, the happiness, the gas, like all of that, it has to only be able to be stimulated by you. It has to come from within. Because if you allow something to come from externally to alter the internal, then you're giving your power away. This can be extrapolated to people, career opportunities, money coming in, extrapolated to all of that. There's another quote in the Bhagavad Gita, same first chapter. The wise are the same in pleasure and pain. The wise are the same in pleasure and pain. What Krishna's referring to, once again, because remember, Krishna is that avatar that's one with the infinite intelligence, the supreme being of the universe in that context, right? In the Hindu context, which means that he sees beyond the illusion. And beyond the illusion, there is no profit and loss. There is no victory and defeat. There is no pleasure and pain. These things don't exist beyond our third dimensional realm, duality, separation. It's all the same thing. And if you treat it all as the same thing, you can never get caught out. See, we treat them differently, and that's how we get caught out. You have to maintain this degree of neutrality, this relinquishing, this independence from reality emotionally dependently. Remember what I said? You have to be independent of being dependent upon. Does that make sense? You have to be independent on being dependent from reality. Yes. And I'm really trying to keep up reading the Mahabharata, but the names, I'm like, damn. The names are deep, and I'm like, wait, who's who? It's a great read, though. Hey, brother.
Bro, singing the slave song. You can't tell me it don't sound like a slave song.
Do you know what it is? Do you know why I think it has that vibe? I think it's because it's like a Western type vibe. You know what I'm saying? And or what Americans would call, I think, a Southern accent. And for the rest of us that exist outside of America, Southern accents are terrifying, especially if you're black.
Okay,
oh, when the sky comes falling down for you, there's nothing that's what I wouldn't do. Dun, 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 dun.
great song, but scary.
But if I'm far from home. Can you imagine the drugs when that first dropped at those festivals, the amount of drugs that were being taken? Like, that's one of those things where, like, smoke is, you know, the stage, they're blowing smoke. People like, you know, they dance like this with their hands like that. And if I lose it all, oh sister, I will help you out.
Someone said I used to download his video and play them as podcasts because I can't afford the data to watch.
Fairs?
But now I can watch.
Yeah, imagine they on a 1 hour video. Yeah, that's tough.
That's tough. Yeah, that's deep. Reminds me when I was, early school days, I used to have 2 gig of data for the whole month. One month I finished it in 2 days.
You were playing games. You were playing silly games. Let me see. What's this? I think that's the red that's finished. Okay, I think that's.
I already got 2 reds and 2 oranges. 2 different packs of pens.
Yeah.
And you're running out.
Yeah. Now, one of my favorite spiritual texts is written by an individual named Lao Tzu. Now, there's conspiracies if Lao Tzu was an individual or if Lao Tzu was a collection of individuals. It's the same thing with Confucius, but I think Confucius was actually one person. But some people speculate that it's multiple people in the same way they do with Shakespeare. People these days say that Shakespeare might have been a multitude of people. Doesn't even matter. But Lao Tzu wrote a text. It's only like, I think it's like 20 pages. A text called the Tao Te Ching, spelt Tao Te Ching, but it's pronounced the Tao, right? Because when you see that what people call the yin yang symbol, right, it's also the Tao. The Tao is the infinite. You can think about it like that. It's the infinite supreme being, transcendent of duality, hence the light, the dark, the circles within each. Now, Lao Tzu wrote a collection of texts called the Tao Te Ching, and one of the quotes is this. You gotta get in fact, you should get all of these books. You should get all of these books and read them. You should get the Quran, the Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, and the Mahabharata, and you should also get the Tao Te Ching. You should also get the Buddhist scriptures, which is just like stories of the Buddha's experience, like the one with what was the serial killer called? Something. There was a serial killer that the Buddha changed and made him one of his best students, best disciples. It'll come to me anyways. But one quote from the Tao Te Ching. To the mind that is still, the whole universe surrenders. Isn't that a bar? That's just a straight bar. That's just no games, no nothing. I don't even need to explain this. This is very self-explanatory. But I will nonetheless. Now, in the context of metaphysics, you have to understand that stillness is as close to God as we can actually get, and that's a bar, write that down. Stillness is godliness. Ooh, I like that. Stillness is godliness. I'm gonna write that one down. Can you write that one down for me and text it to me? Stillness is godliness. Yeah, that's fire. You know from the movie Paid in Full, they say cleanliness is next to godliness, but nah, stillness is godliness. And the reason for that is because there's 46th chapter of Psalm says, be still, and this is the Bible, says, be still and know that I am God. Now, one thing that you have to understand is that the mind and the universe are the same thing. The mind and the universe are the same thing. See, when you're still, you've surrendered your mind. And I don't mean surrendered your mind in a scary sense, like you've given up your mind. But you've allowed all the internal chaos to kind of dissipate and dissolve. A lot of spiritual people have this tendency to still avoid themselves. See, we avoid ourselves and we mask it as watching videos and reading books and feel as if we're doing something. When the truth of the matter is, the best spiritual book that you could ever read is yourself. And that's what bar that down. See, don't use me as a distraction. Don't use books as a distraction. Because the truth of the matter is this work still has to be done. You can't boil, like there's another Taoist quote that says you don't boil rice by staring at it. there's going to be a point where you have to do the work. And the work gets done once you begin to immerse yourself into the stillness of your chaos. See, in this 21st century, whether it's, you know, the things that we want, the things that we don't have, you know, our brains are brain rotted, there's all these things that are happening, our mind is moving at 1,000,000 miles per hour. And because our mind is moving so fast, there's so much chaos that we seek to avoid by going into the external. But then we go into the external dissatisfied, and it's because we're unsatisfied with our internal state of consciousness, but we're unaware of it because we're so distracted by everything else that's going on outside of us. See, Lao Tzu said, to the mind that is still, the whole universe surrenders. If you want the universe to surrender to you, then you have to surrender to your mind. But the issue is, you don't surrender to your mind. You avoid your mind. You say, you know what, let me read this book. Let me watch this video. You know what, let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this. And because you're trying to do everything, you're ignoring what you're being. But when you sit down and you immerse yourself, it ain't even got to be complicated. You don't need no guided meditation, and that's all distractions too. Just sit down in silence with your eyes closed and immerse yourself into the stillness of your mind. Because the moment that you do that, the moment you make your mind still, the whole universe will surrender, because you will have surrendered. Lao Tzu has another quote that says, you can travel this entire universe without ever leaving your room. It's a bar. Heavy bar. That's a bar still. Heavy bar. Lao Tzu was cooking, I'm telling you. He was in the caves, just
pen on fire.
You know, like, yeah. Or like Light Yagami, you know, when he's ran in the Death Note, he's like, literally, it was cooking like that. Because what you need to understand is, like I said, stillness is the prerequisite to godliness. You can't know God unless the mind is still. It says that in Psalm 46:10. Now let's extrapolate that over here and go deep with what Lao Tzu is attempting to say here. See, the mind that is still, the whole universe surrenders. We often want the universe to be on our side. Life can often feel like a war, like a conflict, like we're trying to do things and things just aren't going the way that we want them to. But the only reason we're experiencing this disharmony is because there's aspects of our mind that is in disharmony, but because we don't pay attention to our minds, we're unaware of the disharmony that we're experiencing within. So then when we see outside of ourselves, we're confused. But how confused would you be if you could see your disharmony clearly? There'd be nothing to be confused about in your world if you spent more time in the inner world. See, the outer world will begin to make a lot more sense once you begin to immerse yourself in the inner world. Then you'll be like, you know what, shit makes sense why it's like that. We often want the world to surrender and bow before us and be on our side and the odds to be in our favor, when your mind isn't even in its own favor. But the only way that you can come to an understanding is if you seek awareness, and the only way that you can seek awareness is seeking to enter stillness into the mind, sitting down, closing your eyes, and just immersing yourself into the chaos. See what comes up, see what stands out. I can promise you that will be infinitely more valuable than watching 100 videos. So if you want to make the universe surrender, you gotta make the mind still.
Nero, from watching you in December 2024, then I was financially struggling and didn't have stability within my career. My frequency slowly shifted me into obtaining a new role as business development manager.
Wow.
That sounds like a big deal still.
That sounds like a very, very big deal.
And my portfolio within less than a year is 6 figures.
Jeez.
And I'm a diehard Tottenham Spurs fan.
Okay.
I've been manifesting cheaper tickets to go to games for time, and now they're about to be relegated. What the fuck have I done?
I don't know about that, bro. I don't watch football. AJ, this is where you want to step in.
Bro said he wanted cheaper tickets, so now they're going down to a league below.
Oh, they'll be cheap now, innit?
They'll be dirt cheap. Season ticket, £200. Nah, that's deep. If they get relegated, it's dark still.
Do you know how like old my knowledge is on football? Like, when I think about Spurs, I think about Gareth Bale.
I knew he was gonna say it. I knew it.
Bro, I don't watch sports. I watch anime.
That's never say that again. Never say that again. I might edit that part out. No, I don't think anyone needs to hear that, man.
What?
If we went to school together and you said we're in year 9 and bro said nah, I don't want sports, I watch anime. Gooned out mind. I already know it.
Okay.
I already know it.
Okay. So my mind's got to be gooned out.
Bro didn't even defend himself, saying he's not doing that. I'm not attacking me anymore.
I know who I am.
You sure?
Listen, bro, there's no shame in my game. The annoying thing about anime, though, like, I remember when I was watching it growing up, like, whenever my mom would come in the room just to, like, see what's up, it would always be the maddest things happening on the screen.
See?
Always.
I remember when we was going to New York, you was watching it on, was it on the iPad?
Yeah.
And, like, the flight attendant was coming around saying, you want another drink? And I just seen the craziest scene, and you were just, like, trying to tap.
That was bad, too. That was bad. Another thing that Lao Tzu has said, the final thing that we'll be looking into from the Tao Te Ching, to care for the opinions of others is to be their prisoner. I feel like Lao Tzu's just got, like, he just got the bars. Like, he's just got bars. Like, it is what it is. But if we extrapolate that on a metaphysical level, when we care about the opinions of others, we're indirectly allowing ourselves to be molded by the collective consciousness. Understanding that the collective consciousness resides typically between fear and anger. How much value would you attribute to the opinion if you could see the frequency it was coming from? The opinions of others, the thoughts of others, how seriously would you take them if you could see their level of consciousness? And this isn't an encouragement for you to be an egotistical spiritual asshole and think that everybody's an NPC so you shouldn't listen to them, but it's to also get you to realize that not all opinions are made valid. Not all opinions are made equal. The opinion of somebody who's residing in a consciousness of fear to anger is probably going to have some essence of fear and anger within that opinion. So when they put that opinion towards you and then you internalize because you care about their opinion, you've now just allowed yourself to be molded by somebody else's frequency. In order for you to materialize what it is that you want, there has to be part of you that has the capability of transcending the collective consciousness. And the only way that you can transcend the collective consciousness is if you have the ability to detach from the opinions and the approval of the collective consciousness. Because the collective consciousness in of itself keeps us confined within it, because it's an egregore in of itself. An egregore is an occult term for think about an entity made of many thought forms, which has people under within this umbrella. And everybody wants to keep everybody the same and keep everybody within the same energy. So the moment somebody steps out, that thing begins to attempt to use a defense mechanism to pull people back in, and that defense mechanism spiritually is typically love and approval. It's the level of what if the love and approval of those around you is simultaneously what's confining you stuck into the same position? See, what Lao Tzu was referring to here is that oftentimes when we're caring about the opinions of others, they're the ones that are in our heads and not us. And if somebody's in your head, then they're in your reality, and that's what borrow that down. So, are you a prisoner? Most of us are prisoners. We think, oh, what is this person going to say if I do this? And what about this? And what if I say this? And in that job interview, what if I say this? And they look at me like I'm stupid. And, I don't want to say the wrong thing on a date because, I've already sent 500 DMs and they've already all aired me. So now, I've got this one and it's just long. You'll be their prisoner. And unfortunately, if you're somebody's prisoner mentally, then more than likely, assuming that they come from the collective consciousness, you'll be a prisoner of the collective consciousness. You'll be a prisoner of fear and anger. What if disappointment is the only pathway to freedom? What if disappointment makes you free? I had to disappoint my mom when I told her there's no way I'm being a doctor. Long. But now I'm free, Mom. And I think about so many people that will message me, they'll be like, I want to do this, but what about this, what about this? Prisoner. Prisoner in the sense of your life and what you can, the life that you want to live, but then simultaneously the vibrational prisoner of the collective consciousness predicated upon their opinions, molding your internal state, which then leads to reflect their external state, which one would assume you don't want. Now the final thing. Now, with the Quran, I had lots of verses, but I chose one because I think this one encapsulates everything perfectly. But it's a hadith. It's a hadith. I think I should preface it with that. Is there anything within this final section?
Let me have a look.
We'll have a look.
We got someone from Zimbabwe.
Yo,
Nero, hailing from Zimbabwe.
Shout out my ends, man. My real ends.
real ends of Jamaica, but I'll
Stop trying to claim you're
on the
Jamaican.
side. Been watching you for a minute. Now, I'm not gonna lie. At first, for a lot of your information that you were producing on Manifestation, I was a bit skeptical. Having been burned by the spiritual community.
Yikes. I know they had you doing a mad thing. What was you doing? Come on, you was doing the old method, innit? You was putting honey on your tongue, doing affirmations, innit?
Yo, that's
I
crazy.
know.
That's a technique.
People's, bro, yeah, it's long, man. It's long.
But as of mid to late last year, actively believing, watching the videos that you release, practicing living in the end, and something that I desire from a reality is to become a millionaire. As of last week, I signed my first big contract worth $18,000, and honestly,
you're up.
And honestly, my dopamine didn't spike that much. It felt like the fulfillment of what I knew was coming. And I know you can imagine how much $18,000 is worth in Zimbabwe.
Yeah. That's like
Trillion.
This is
Trillion Zim dollars.
You're up. Like, you're up. Nobody can chat to you the same anymore. Nobody can even chat to you. Yo, tell them delete my number. Don't even.
I know this is the first of many, but I just wanted to say thank you for being you and for actually putting Mandem on game. And AJ too. Don't think I forgot about you, dog.
Jeez, you did.
Shout out Zimbabwe.
Shout out, man.
We're actually very similar.
What, Jamaicans and Zimbabweans?
Yeah, I do not drink a lot in it. So.
I told you we're very similar. And I say this all the time. Bob Marley loves Zimbabwe. He has a song called Zimbabwe.
My cousin, bro.
I think your ancestry test would come back Nigerian, bro. The issue with Nigerians is that they're everywhere. Like so many people are Nigerians, and Nigerians are everywhere. You can go to any part of the world, and me and my Nigerian friends, we always laugh about this. You can go anywhere, and you'll meet somebody from that country that's half Nigerian. I swear to God, everywhere.
Oh, Jamaica, bro.
Buffalo Soldier, born in America. Cool. I'll get AJ to pull up the actual hadith. I'm not sure if it's Sahih al-Bukhari. I'm not sure it is. But what we're going to be diving into in this instance is a hadith. Now, one thing that I should preface this isn't Sufism, I don't think. This is mystical Islam. I'm not sure. Sufis are mystic, but it's not the same. There's a multitude of Sufi or mystical Muslims. You have Rumi, you have Ibn al-Arabi. You should read. He has a whole book. It's really, really good. But point being in this instance, the hadith says, I am the way my servant thinks I am. Now, this is a very, very powerful hadith, and a lot of people don't realize this. This exists on two levels. The first is that oftentimes we don't take into consideration our perception towards God, especially if we come from a religious background. Now, depending upon what domination you come from, whatever religion that you was raised in, if you were raised religious, some of us were raised to believe that God is watching all the time, and if you don't do something right, it's pure hellfire, yada, 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 yada. Now, this hadith essentially says that Allah acts in reflection to the individual's conception of him. I am the way my servant thinks I am. Now, most of us as individuals have this idea, that if we do certain things, we're going to get punished. Or if we do certain things that aren't in accordance to certain things are going to go wrong. Now, do those things go wrong because God punishes us, or do those things go wrong because predicated upon our own consciousness and our self-condemnation, the universe then condemns us because we've reflected that into the universe? So my question is, how do you perceive God? Because this hadith says, I am the way my servant thinks I am. Other verses say, I am the way my slave thinks I am, depending upon where you're getting the translation from. But the base premise is the understanding that, what is your perception towards God? Now, the other thing that I like in particular about this is that it shows something that is seen in Exodus in the Bible. Now, people don't know that God made Moses a god. Christians will say that people shouldn't call themselves God. Fair enough. But then you have to deal with the fact that God made Moses a god. The scripture actually says, Moses, I have made thee a god over Pharaoh, and I have made thy brother Aaron a prophet. God made Moses a god over Pharaoh. Pharaoh is representative of oppression, bondage, and limitation. And then in that instance, Moses only had the capability of becoming God when in Exodus, God revealed itself through the I am principle. And that's why I like this hadith, because it lines up with that particular story of Exodus and the I am. The I am principle in and of itself is the idea of our impersonal state of consciousness that we begin to mold with whatever that comes after we say I am. Hence why Christ said, let the weak man say, I am strong, to mold the internal consciousness for this weak man to end up becoming strong. This links up with this particular hadith. What is your perception towards Allah? What is your perception towards yourself? Through the I am. Because it's our preconceived notions about ourselves that begin to be reflected in our universe. Whatever the thinker thinks, the prover proves. And you're both the thinker, you're both the prover. And simultaneously, if you have this idea that God is, very angry and is wrathful and is vengeful, then that's going to be the type of world that you live in, predicated upon your mind beginning to play those tricks upon itself and then manifest that out into itself. So you'd have to make sure that, one, your perception towards God is something that reflects a particular degree of harmony and something that reflects a particular degree of love, support, and guidance in order for you to experience that in your universe, as opposed to all the quote-unquote negative definitions or characteristics or traits that people attribute to God, such as wrathful, angry, so on and so forth. And now, simultaneously, you'd have to also begin to be aware of what is the I am that you have been exuding, because typically that's going to be the I am that finds you. Now, you can either be a god over Pharaoh, the third dimensional realm, or that can be your god and you can worship false gods. Or that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that is the lessons from the Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, the Tao Te Ching, and the Quran.
So, Luis, please share with me about your spiritual seeking journey.
It's been a long journey. Probably seeking for a good 45 years. Ramana Maharshi, Rupert Spera, meditated for a long time. Pretty much, on YouTube, I've probably seen quite a few videos. I did do a session with Emerson some time back. I did see the four of you not too long ago, which I kind of enjoyed that interaction. And then, I've also done some work with Marcin. So what's, for me, it's like, is it this simple? I keep on doubting what this is, because I guess the mind had an idea of what it would be like or should be like. And when I'm in that effortless space, I recognize it, I think. I get, in meditation, I drop in or experience it fairly easily. And then in life, it seems to drop in and out. And then the other day, I had this incredible day where it just felt like I was just in this effortless space all day, and nothing was sticking. The thoughts would just pass by, and it was, and it happens every once in a while. And I guess for me, I'm looking for consistency, if that's possible. I don't know. But there's a part of me that would like it to be, and it has become more consistent. But also there's still that part that wonders if that is all of it, because, again, the original idea was I was going to have this incredible orgasmic experience and everything would change and that would be it. But, that's kind of where I'm at, and it seems like after these sessions, and it's not like I've had that many of them, but after them, there is an opening and maybe a trust that this is it. And then there's, and again, the seeking is not what it used to be. I still subscribe to different stuff. And if something catches my eye, I click on it. But the searching is not what it used to be. And in meditation, which I really enjoy, I love meditating. And I love the experience of meditating. Instead of doing, I'm more being in meditation, which is a big difference from when I started. So I guess that's kind of where I'm at. And, I've watched, quite a few of your videos, and, in the beginning, my thought, and again, this is the mind thinking, that, Emerson, you guys would just parrot Emerson. And that's not what I've seen, which is beautiful, because each one of you has your own little way of doing it, which I think is nice, because you've got history with different techniques and probably different practices, and it feels like you incorporate that. And you feel like you're in a very intuitive place, when you do the pointing and the directing, is what it feels like. So that's kind of it in a nutshell.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing. Yeah.
Yeah. And,
When did you-
I also, go ahead. One more thing. I've always had this feeling, and again, I don't know if it's true, that there's a transmission, and in one of your recent videos, you said you could feel something, or you could feel the energy. And that to me is a form of transmission. Again, when two people gather, there's something that happens in this, at least for me, that's what it feels like. I know Emerson, poo-poos that, but I and again, I've been to satsangs, and I've meditated with different people, and some people, it feels like there's a different palatable energy that seems to emerge. And again, it's not their energy, it's the collective. It's a co-created energy, is what it feels like. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely feel I feel something when I do these sessions. I guess we could speculate. And some people, it just depends. Yeah. I don't say it's not real.
Right.
I don't say it's real either. It's, yeah.
Right.
If you feel it, great.
Yeah. And again, it's not something I'm looking for. It feels like, different energies seem to appear depending on, the interaction and the people. So,
yeah. And that really is the value of doing the sessions, of like being consistent with it, because sometimes the mind will want to take it on itself.
Yeah.
And it will want to try to wake up out of itself. But just being in a space for an hour where you have someone just pointing and pointing, it's really just that simple. Like, just there's something that's being trained out of the old response,
right,
as we come together and just explore what's here without the story, And
it does feel like there's been an unfolding of some type, and what do I mean by that? Just the shit coming to the surface, stuff, and then stuff that I used to do, just doesn't happen anymore. Some of the old beliefs and some of the habits, and and again, I used to be really about control, and that doesn't feel to have the same effect that it used to. I can let go of things, not 100%, but there are still some of those moments that and I've come to the point where I do really sense life is happening, and it's just a matter if I'm willing to step aside and allow whatever to happen, and it's not always easy.
Yeah. And when did you have the session with Emerson?
It was a while ago. I want to say maybe, let me think here. Maybe 8 to 10 months ago.
Okay.
Yeah, originally I booked a session, I did a session, and then Emerson recommended doing another one, so I booked it. And I was doing great. I didn't feel I needed it. And it really felt like the seeking had stopped. And so I ended up asking my wife if she wanted to take it, and she did. So I didn't do the second session with Emerson. But I did subsequently do, some months later, I think 5 or 6 months later, I did one with Marcin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so what are you seeking for?
I mean, the answer would be, peace, freedom, I guess that would be it. Just happiness. Yeah.
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 So what are you without the next?
That's the tough one. Yeah. It's just, yeah, that's what, that's what happens is the space opens up and the next isn't there. And before this, it was kind of happening. It seems to happen a couple of days before that it opens up. Yeah. And it's like, do I really need this? Yeah. And that seems to be what happens. Is I don't know if it's a letting go, but it does. It seems to, happen before the session. And again, and again, we can't put a name to it because it's been called many, many names. But yeah, it's definitely effortlessly here.
Yeah.
Yeah.